Chapter 1, Tie Your Girlfriend. Activate the Godlike System. A parallel world, Rongcheng. Today happens to be 520, and the whole city is permeated with a festive atmosphere that makes people's hormones soar. But on the streets, where the lights are just beginning to come on, an incongruous scene is unfolding at this time. A tall, beautiful woman with a pretty face and a slender figure is frowning at the boy in front of her, holding roses and gifts, her face full of impatience. Her words seemed apologetic, but they were more like a refusal, full of disdain. "I'm sorry, I can't say yes. Guli, you're a good person. In fact, I've always treated you like a brother. I just didn't expect you to misunderstand. Thank you for all these years. You've helped me a lot and made me feel a lot of warmth. But really, I don't really have those feelings for you. I hope we can still be good friends in the future. That's it, my friend is here to pick me up." After saying this, the beauty pouted very disdainfully, turned around, and walked towards an Audi A8 on the street. She was resolute, and she didn't turn back. And on the driver's seat of that A8, a young handsome guy was looking at the beauty with anticipation and a smile on the corner of his mouth. But as soon as the camera panned over to Guli, the corner of her mouth turned directly into a sneer, and then she said two words with a light smile. Although it was hard to hear, Guli could roughly guess what it meant. Loser? Yes, he is a loser, and that is an unchangeable fact. But so what? Does an ordinary person not deserve a beautiful love story? 7 years of care, 7 years of companionship, 7 years of infatuation. All of these things, combined, in Yue's heart, actually did not outweigh a stranger she had known for less than a month. Could it be? Just because the other person is rich. He thought that if he was sincere, she would eventually give in. A good woman fears no entanglement. As long as she perseveres, she will eventually win her heart. But this is the stark reality. As he watched the Audi A8 disappear into the night, Guli's heart was torn apart. He did not continue to fight, as he had done before, and continue to beg for the slightest bit of charity that was not there. He just stood there, watching the girl he had liked for 7 years get into someone else's car and drive off. Especially that last look, with a hint of ridicule on the corner of Yue's mouth, made him understand completely that the other person had never cared about him at all. Ha, how laughable, I only realized your true face today. Hateful, 7 years of dedication, and in return I get endless deception. It's all my fault for not having money to buy a luxury car or a mansion. He burst into tears, unable to hold back his tears. His self-deprecating words made Guli's eyes look even more despondent, as if he had reached the state of being utterly heartbroken. What a load of shit. What a load of shit. It took Guli a full half-minute to come back to her senses, her eyes vacant. Then, he threw the 99 roses into the trash can next to him, dried his eyes, and walked towards the river without looking back. At the intersection, he bought a red flag directly. When he arrived at the Jingshang River, he leaned back on a chair and opened the beer ring to drink it. Grumble. Cough cough. But because he drank too quickly, it directly choked him in both nostrils, and the feeling was really refreshing. However, Guli didn't care about this. He just wanted to get drunk once and for all, so he finished the beer in one gulp. With a clink, the empty beer can fell to the ground. Just like his feelings for Yue, they disappeared without a trace. At this point, Guli had completely given up on the high school beauty queen he had liked for 7 years. After all, with his 1.8-meter height and slightly handsome appearance, he should have no problem finding a girlfriend. Over the years, there had not been a shortage of girls who liked him, but because of Yue, he had rejected them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a single guy 3 years after graduation. Oh, no, it could also be said that he's a dog licker. Ah, sure enough. Dog licker, licking until you end up with nothing. Guli couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at this thought. He lost his job in the company's layoffs last week, and now he's been completely rejected, so he really has nothing left. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Guli let out a hearty laugh. His laughter was a little crazy, and then he lifted up a can of beer and said to the heavens, "Bottoms up. God. Let's get drunk today, and a can will relieve our sorrows. Wake up tomorrow and start a different life. I just don't believe it, I've never been able to afford a luxury car in my life. Humph, I'll never be a lickspill after I die. It'd be better for someone else to lick me. Yue, this woman. Ha ha. Life. What a piece of shit." Can after can, Guli drank while talking nonsense. Some aunties and uncles who came for a walk by the river couldn't help but shake their heads and quickly get out of the way. After drinking for a while, a sudden urge to urinate made Guli shiver. Seeing that the toilet was still far away, he decided to go for it and walked directly with unsteady steps to the edge of the grass, where he started to pee. A passerby happened to see this and couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. He hurriedly walked away. It felt great. After finishing urinating, Guli shook his pockets and felt refreshed. He didn't expect that after drinking, he could be so carefree without blushing. You have to understand that he is an introverted and somewhat shy person. He didn't know how long it had been, but he had finished the entire case of 12 cans of osusu, and Guli was a little drunk and confused. The osusu really had a strong aftertaste. He felt dizzy after just a little. It was indeed worthy of the name deadly osusu. It was really invigorating. Just then, a slender young lady suddenly walked over from the other side of the road, and he was instantly dazzled. Guli, who had originally gotten up to go back, stopped dead in his tracks and stared at her, as if admiring a priceless treasure. What met his eyes was a flawless face, with deep, mysterious cold eyes, and crimson, soft lips beneath a confident nose, exuding endless sensuality. The beautiful woman, coming from afar, had a beige crew neck sweater on top that couldn't hide her proud curves, and a pink-blue knee-length chiffon dress with white small floral prints on the bottom, which shows off her pair of slender flesh-colored silk legs very well. What a goddess! A drunk Guli was so attracted by this young lady with such a beautiful temperament that he was mesmerized and almost drooled. Gee, if such a goddess could become his girlfriend, he would probably be willing to die even if it meant that afterwards. Such a thought suddenly popped into his head. At this time, Shen Linxi, who had just had a drink at a gathering with her best friend, also had a flushed face and a dizzy head. After approaching, she saw beer cans all over the floor, and her brows couldn't help but frown, and then she couldn't help but shake her head. On such a holiday, getting drunk alone by the river, you don't have to think to know that you've been heartbroken. He's still a tall, good-looking young man, but unfortunately he's a bit slow. It looks like he's been hurt deeply enough. Indeed, being too affectionate is not good, otherwise it is always oneself who gets hurt. Little sister, do you have a boyfriend? Seeing that she was about to pass by, Guli didn't know where the courage came from, and she actually shouted directly. Shen Linxi was muttering to herself at this time, and she didn't expect to hear such a sentence suddenly, and she was also startled. Immediately, she reached into her bag and grabbed the pepper spray, and she quickly got on guard. Fortunately, Guli had no intention of getting up, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Perhaps it was because she had also been drinking, and coupled with the pitiful appearance of the person in front of her, it made her feel a little sympathy. Shen Linxi actually nodded for the first time in response. No. How about love? Okay. From now on, I'll be your boyfriend, call me husband. Husband. Do you love me? So much nonsense, let's break up. Seeing that someone else was coming over, Shen Linxi quickly left these words and ran away. Air. Guli was speechless at this sight. He could only helplessly sigh, look at the young lady whose face was turning more and more red, and flee in defeat. Unexpectedly, such an elegant iceberg beauty was actually so shy. But at this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded in his head, causing his brain to shut down. Congratulations, lucky blue star person. As long as you bind the young lady as your girlfriend, you can activate the Godly Rich System. After activation, you will receive a monetary reward every second and get many extra chances to enter lucky draws. May I ask if you are binding Shen Linxi as your current only girlfriend? Ah. What? May I ask if you are binding Shen Linxi as your current only girlfriend? Do it. Hurry up and bind. The mysterious voice that appeared in his head again made Guli nod vigorously without caring whether it was a drunk hallucination. As soon as the voice fell silent, a series of sounds came again, sending him into ecstasy. Chapter 2, A Million in Love Money, a Humanoid Weapon? Ding! Girlfriend Shen Linxi bound, Shenho system successfully activated. Ding! Current benefits: as long as the host is within 100 meters of Shen Linxi, they will automatically receive a 0.01 yuan per second monetary reward every second. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Do you want to open it? Ding! Please improve your relationship with your girlfriend as soon as possible, as there are more surprises and rewards to come. A series of prompt sounds in his head directly made him freeze on the spot, and he didn't come back to his senses until a minute later. At this time, Guli also finally determined that the voice in his head was not an illusion, but real. He had actually obtained a golden finger, or a somewhat unusual godly system. As an avid reader of novels for more than 10 years, and having also written a few novels about losers, he was no stranger to the godly system. This was the friendliest system, the kind that just lay there and gave money. It was already 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and it had rained the previous 2 days, so it was a bit cold, but that still could not stop the fire and longing in his heart. System, view personal attributes. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent white virtual screen appeared in front of him. Host, Gu Li. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 1. Money reward, the host is within 100 meters of the girlfriend and receives a 0.01 yuan money reward every second. Level up experience, 10,000 spending 1 yuan can accumulate 1 experience point. Number of lottery draws, 0. System space, no items. Note 1, each time the system is upgraded, the limit on the money reward can be unlocked, and the upper limit of the reward will also be increased. At the same time, you can also get 1 lucky draw chance. The higher the system level, the more valuable prizes you may get, including but not limited to money, sports cars, luxury houses, black technology items, mysterious blueprints, etc. Note 2, in addition, if you make significant progress in your relationship with your girlfriend, you can also get an extra lucky draw chance. Note 3, if your girlfriend voluntarily spends money for you, you may receive a rebate, the multiple of which is random and can be as high as 10,000 times. Note 4, at 12 a.m. every day, the money rewards from the previous day will be automatically transferred to the last digit of the host's Universe bank card, which is 1002. The moment she saw the money rewards, Gu Li was instantly overcome with excitement. If she received 1 cent every second, that would be 864 yuan for that day, or 25,000 yuan for a month. You have to understand that this is a windfall, and there is no need to do any work. Before he was laid off, his salary was just over 10,000 yuan. Plus, the system can be upgraded continuously, and the monetary rewards after the upgrade will definitely be even more. And the experience required for the next level of upgrade is only 10,000 points. He roughly calculated that with the over 100,000 yuan in his card balance, and the spending and borrowing credits and credit cards, he should be able to upgrade 2 levels in a short period of time. By then, the estimated monthly monetary reward will be tens of thousands of yuan, and he won't have to work. As for the restriction within 100 meters, it can also be easily solved by moving directly to the Shen Linxi community. He just doesn't believe that there is not a single house for rent within 100 meters of the other party. Even if he lives in a villa in Shen Linxi, he will have to do so for the monetary reward. He will then inquire about where the other party works, and then directly go within 100 meters to find a job. In that case, it should be no problem to get a monetary reward for 20 hours, not to mention 24 hours a day. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Gu Li's lips, along with anticipation for his future life. After all, it should be very difficult to seduce a goddess like Shen Linxi. But since he has no financial worries right now, it's just more challenging, albeit more difficult. Of course, after experiencing the previous 7 years of licking dogs, he never wants to do that again. And for someone like Shen Linxi, he definitely wouldn't like licking dogs. Therefore, Gu Li had to improve his abilities in all aspects and conquer the other party in a dignified manner. And since he had the system, he couldn't just be a rich and powerful god, he also had to be a god with substance who was better in all aspects. Thinking about this, he also felt a surge of ambition, and the previous feelings of suffocation, unhappiness, and heartbreak disappeared completely. Finally my luck is changing, and I will be the protagonist from now on. Gu Li's eyebrows cleared up, and he suddenly burst out laughing. If it weren't already after 10 p.m. and there weren't many people by the river, people would have thought they were meeting a crazy drunk. Oh, that's right. After a while, he suddenly remembered there was a gift package, and shouted directly in his mind. System, open the gift package for me and let's see what goodies are inside. Congratulations, host, you have received the system activation gift package. You have received 1 million in love funds, which have been transferred to your bank card number 1002. In addition, you have received a humanoid weapon, which has been placed in the system space. I'll go. The system is quite generous, and there is actually a million love fund. Gu Li was suddenly surprised again when he saw what was displayed on the virtual screen in front of him. With this million, he had more confidence in quickly upgrading the system to the next level. At this moment, his phone suddenly lit up, and he received an SMS saying that the money had arrived. Looking at the balance of his bank card, it had gone from 170,000 to 1.17 million. Although he had told himself to stay calm, he couldn't help but gasp. this system is really good. It even said that the money had been withdrawn from his stock account, which was an unassailable reason. By the way, what is a humanoid weapon? A humanoid weapon, as the name suggests, can transform its host into a humanoid weapon with super combat power. After the transformation, whether it is physical defense, speed, strength, or overall combat power, it will be enhanced by dozens of times, just like Superman. Since the host has become a godly hero, how can he be a weakling? First of all, his combat power will be peerless, and his lifespan will also be greatly extended. Holy cow! This is awesome. Ghoulie was shocked again when he heard the system's explanation. I never thought that just activating the gift package would have such benefits. This is fantastic. As long as he doesn't die, he should be able to live to be 200 years old. Immediately, he couldn't wait to say, come on, come on, come on. I want to turn into a human weapon right now. It is recommended that the host best return home before undergoing the transformation, as the transformation process involves pain, impurity removal, etc. Huh, okay. Then let's go home as soon as possible, I can't wait to turn into Superman. Hey. I wonder if my dick will get bigger or longer after the transformation. I can't wait. While thinking about this, Ghoulie ran towards the rental house as fast as he could. He was in a hurry, more than ever. Of course, he was mainly in a hurry for the former, and the latter could be taken as it comes. 2 hours later, Ghoulie, after the transformation was complete, had a delighted smile on his face. This effect is really not bad. Ghoulie felt that he could now kill an elephant with one punch, and his energy was a little excessive. What surprised him even more was that, apart from physical strength, there had been some improvement in other areas as well. For example, his memory had improved to the extent that he could suddenly remember going to the nearby supermarket once and meeting Shen Linxi. After careful consideration, Ghoulie also noticed that not only his memory, but also his thinking and calculation abilities had improved significantly. He couldn't help but speculate, gee, has my brain been developed a little as well? If that was the case, then he had really struck it rich, improving his all-round abilities. Of course, the most important thing was still strength. But at this time, he couldn't test whether he could dodge modern bullets. Fortunately, he was living in these peaceful times, and there was usually no danger. If a crisis really came, then he would let the enemy taste his might, and definitely make the other party regret provoking him. He had to say, the activation package for the system was really something. After being happy for a while, Ghoulie finally calmed down. Then he looked at the high-end residential area, Jingshang Huating, a few hundred meters away, and contemplated. A supreme goddess like Shen Linxi is not simple to look at, and she is definitely rich. Since he was walking back along the river, and combined with the fact that he had met her before at the supermarket nearby, he concluded that she definitely lived not far away, definitely within 2 or 3 kilometers of the supermarket. In that case, the only upscale residential area in the vicinity that matched her profile was Jingshang Huating. Jingshang Huating was improved housing that had only been built a few years ago. It had several high-rise buildings with 2 elevators and 4 apartments per floor, as well as more than 10 large 12-story buildings with 2 elevators and 2 apartments per floor. I heard that those large flats are basically all over 150 square meters, and some are even 200-300 square meters. Based on the current average price of over 30,000 yuan, they are at least all luxury homes worth 5-6 million yuan, and the top ones with rooftop gardens are even worth tens of millions. Thinking about Shen Linxi's temperament and the fact that he is dressed in a way that shows he is not cheap, it is estimated that he lives there. Yes, tomorrow I will let the agent take me there for a look, and first find out which building it is. After all, it is a high-end residential area, and it is not easy to get in there if you are not there to buy or rent a house. Ghoulie decided on the next move as she rubbed her chin. Tomorrow is the weekend anyway, and Shen Linxi drank tonight, so she should be resting at home. If I can rent a place downstairs from Shen Linxi, that would be pretty cool. Ghoulie laughed to herself at the thought. But the more she looked at that smile, the more wretched it seemed. Chapter 3, If you want to get laid, you're doomed to work for nothing. What Ghoulie didn't know was that while he was looking far away at the Jingshang Huating residential area, Shen Linxi had already returned home, taken a shower, and was lounging lazily on the sofa. The silk nightdress did not hide her sexy and enchanting figure at all, and her straight and slender snow-white legs were so dazzling that people could hardly look away. At this moment, because she had just taken a bath, there was still a slight blush on her face, and her proud demeanor was hidden beneath her stunning beauty. If Ghoulie were here, with his experience of seeing it all, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance. It was round and big, at least 36D. Shen Linxi was watching TV, but her mind was not on the handsome celebrity. Thinking back to the previous scene by the river, she had to reveal a hint of shyness on her face. It was really the first time she had ever responded to a passerby's chat, and her exchange with Guli simply did not match her previous style. She had to admit that Guli was really lucky to have encountered a slightly drunk Shen Linxi, and there were no people around. Otherwise, in any other situation, she would have either been kicked hard and sent flying, or blinded by someone spraying mace in her face. Similarly, when Shen Linxi thought about it now, she felt that her previous actions were simply unbelievable. What was even more terrifying was that she had called someone husband. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. What's wrong with me? I've never acted like this even when I was drunk before. Touching her flushed cheeks, Shen Linxi shook her head again. It's all that guy Hu Lin's fault, making me drink. It's his fault that I called a stranger husband, it's just so annoying. You know, this was her first time. But that young man last night was really pitiful, drinking alone and feeling sad by the river on 520. It seems that love really can't be touched. It's better to be single like her. Why get into a relationship and end up crying your eyes out when it ends? Ugh, I just don't get it. Forget it, I'd better cut down on the drinking in the future, she's not a good drinker. And with that, Shen Linxi's mind started to wander, and when her emotions ran high, she buried her head in the pillow. Ugh, forget it. After a while, she gathered herself together, went into the study and continued to work overtime. As a career woman, it was only natural for her to continue working overtime, even though it was already 11 p.m. After all, the bidding for the Huating logistics project would begin next month, and the company attached great importance to it. She also could not allow herself to fail. Because, she, Shen Linxi, was a proud person. The next morning, she arrived at 8 o'clock, and her alarm went off for quite a while before Guli got up with bleary eyes. It was a good thing she set the alarm, otherwise he would have been unable to get up after being so excited most of the night. With the system in place, Guli changed his usual frugal ways and went out for breakfast after cleaning up. He went directly to the beef restaurant across the neighborhood and ordered a bowl of beef noodles with plenty of beef. The three-tail beef noodle, which costs 20 yuan, is a few yuan more expensive than other noodle shops, but it really is worth the price. The beef inside is big and fresh. After eating, he curiously opened his personal attribute panel and sure enough found that the upgrade experience had changed from 0 to 20. Not bad, it seems that it is quite simple to upgrade. Later, by casually paying 2 or 3 months' rent for a rental property, he will be able to upgrade the system and then the rewards will also upgrade. Thinking about this, Guli became even more excited about the changes to the system after the upgrade. Humming a happy song, he walked directly into the real estate agency next door, ready to rent an apartment within 100 meters of his future wife. Brother, do you want to rent or buy? As soon as he walked in, an agent named Li warmly greeted him. Guli didn't waste any words and asked directly, do you have any apartments at Jingshang, Huating? I want to rent one. Upon hearing this, Sister Li's smile immediately became even brighter. You need to know that the rent for a house in Jingshang Huating is not cheap, at least 5,000 yuan for a set, and she immediately started to introduce it. Of course there is. Please come this way, I'll give you a tour. However, just as she introduced a set, Guli waved her hand. Let's go over there first, and you can introduce it to me on the way. By the way, I want to go inside the community first and take a look at the environment over there. Well, that's good. Hearing this, Sister Li couldn't argue, so she immediately called on another agent surnamed Wang, and led Guli directly into the community. Once inside, Guli saw a large atrium surrounded by a dozen 12-story flats, and several high rises along the main road to the right. He then prayed that Shen Linxi's house would not be one of the ones on the far left. If that was the case, and if the house was within 100 meters, then he would have to rent a large flat. Of course, he could afford to rent one of these large flats of around 200 square meters. It was just that many people bought these large flats to live in themselves, and very few rented them. So, at Guli's insistence, the three of them walked around the courtyard of the residential complex. The two salespersons felt very strange about his strange behavior. Shouldn't renting a house mainly be about the room? Why is he so interested in the courtyard, and why does he have to walk around each building before he's satisfied? What kind of house viewing principle is that? I just don't understand. As she watched Guli walking ahead of her minding his own business, the real estate agent Li immediately whispered to her colleague next to her. Brother Wang, do you think this guy is just messing with us? This is the first time I've seen someone view a house like this. The salesperson, who was called Brother Wang, was of course a little puzzled by Gu Li's behavior, but he didn't make a fuss. What's the big deal? The fact that this client is looking so carefully means that he is really here to rent a place. I think the chances of this deal being successful are higher. And the fact that he wanted to see Jingshang Huating as soon as he arrived shows that he is a decisive person who is not short of money. Are you sure? I'm not so sure. Li, however, shook her head confidently based on her years of experience in the real estate agency. He is dressed in ordinary clothes and looks like an ordinary worker. He doesn't seem like the type of person who would spend a few thousand yuan to rent a place and live alone. On hearing this, Brother Wang smiled slightly and joked. In that case, why don't I take charge of the reception next time? If the other party really rents it at that time, then the sales will be considered mine as well. How about it? Ha, I would be more than happy to do that. Sister Li, however, didn't care at all and said, no problem, you can do it if you want. But I think you are destined to work for nothing. Brother Wang looked at Gu Li and shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Let's wait and see. After saying this, Sister Li shrugged her shoulders, picked up her phone listlessly, and ignored Gu Li in front of her. At that moment, Gu Li also looked surprised, then paused and turned her head to look over. Over here, are there any houses on the upper floors of Building 9? Of course there are, big brother. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang immediately took a few quick steps while frantically searching his mind for listings. Chapter 4, System Upgrade, From Arrogant to Respectful. Brother, there is a 3-bedroom apartment on the 23rd floor of Building 17, a 4-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of Building 20, and another 3-bedroom apartment on the 16th floor of Building 19. By the way, the decoration of the family in Building 19 is really good, absolutely comfortable. Do you want to go take a look? As Wang said, he pointed his finger at the high-rise buildings next to Building 9 and introduced them. Gu Li looked at the listings of the buildings, but was a bit dissatisfied, because the closest one to Building 9 was Building 18. If it were Building 18, then most of the houses would be within 100 meters, but if it were 17, 19, 20, then it would be uncertain. Because he had now found the exact location of Shen Linxi's house, which was Building 9. Although he was not sure of the exact floor, he estimated that it should be between the 8th and 12th floors. While he was wandering around the atrium of the residential compound, he had already turned on the system's virtual screen to watch the seconds of the money reward in real time. He discovered that as long as he stayed within 100 meters of Shen Linxi, the accumulated seconds of the monetary reward would start to increase non-stop. On the contrary, once he left the range, the accumulated seconds stopped counting. In this way, he estimated the approximate location of Shen Linxi's house based on the approximate distance from his current location to Building 9. However, these actions of his were as strange as they were in the eyes of the two agents. But Gu Li didn't bother with this at all. After all, other people's misunderstandings are not as important as the seconds of money that are constantly growing in front of him. As long as he rents a suitable house here, he will earn at least a few hundred a day, which is really not too bad. Moreover, with the upgrade of the system, the income will continue to grow in the future. Perhaps it won't be long before he can earn thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars just by lying at home every day. At this time, the number of seconds of money rewards from the system has officially exceeded 1,000. 1,000 seconds, that means he has already earned 10 yuan just by standing here for 10 minutes. This money has come too easily. Looking at the several high-rise buildings in front of him, they now look like glittering gold to him. After thinking for a moment, he asks directly, is there anything in Building 18? Wang Gu is momentarily taken aback, a little confused about the customer's preferences. After thinking for a moment, he says, there is one set, but it is a bit expensive. Expensive? Upon hearing this, Gu Li's heart suddenly smiled, because no matter how expensive the high-rise was, it could not be too expensive. What kind of house? How much is the rent? The 12th floor of Building 18, a 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom house, not only has luxurious decorations, but also big-name appliances. The landlord is asking 8,000 a month, and it must be paid in half-yearly installments. However, when Gu Li heard these terms, she could not help but feel delighted. Ouch, this is a nice house. It's on the 12th floor, so you can see Shen Linxi from the top. It's in a good location. Plus, it's got a luxurious interior and nice appliances, so it's perfect for someone like him who wants to enjoy life. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and walked towards Building 18. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing this, Wang quickly chased after Gu Li, who was still playing with her phone. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at the apartment 1202. Guli stood in front of the huge French windows in the living room, and could just about see all the floors of Building 9 across the street, and the front of the building was facing each other. This location is great. Big brother, look at the decoration and furniture. Wang Gu was enthusiastically introducing the place, but was immediately interrupted by Guli. I'll take this one. Ha? What did I hear? Wang Gu didn't hear it at first, and his mouth hung open in shock. Guli then said, let's rent this one, quickly sign the contract, I want the keys today. Just now, he had walked around every room in this house, and could see the seconds of the monetary reward increasing. That meant that the distance from this house was all within 100 meters of Shen Linxi. In that case, this house was the most suitable for him. There was nothing to bargain about, only 8,000 yuan a month. As long as he moved in, he would earn it back in half a month. At this point, Brother Wang also came back to his senses, and his surprise on his face immediately turned into even more enthusiasm. Brother, no problem. I can get the keys today, no problem at all. Come, let's sit over here, and we'll get it done in a few minutes. Subsequently, under his guidance, Guli successfully completed the rental on the app. With the expenditure of 6 months' rent plus 1 month's deposit plus 1 month's agency fee, Guli's card balance was reduced by 64,000 yuan. Just as the payment was made, an expected voice came from his mind. Congratulations, host, you have spent 56,000 yuan and earned 56,000 experience points. You currently have 64,020 experience points. You have met the requirements for level 2. You need 100,000 experience points for the next level, so please continue to work hard to speed up the upgrade. Congratulations, host, you have won a lucky draw. Would you like to draw now? Not yet. Although Guli really wanted to draw the lottery right now to see what good things she would get. She thought better of it. After all, the agent had not yet left. She had to calm her excitement for the time being and wait until the other party left. Just then, another agent, Li, ran up the stairs, panting. When she saw that Guli had already signed the lease, she was furious. Damn it, she let her dog see the cooked duck fly. She really was wrong. It seemed that Guli, who looked ordinary, casually rented a house for 8,000 yuan a month. And she lived alone, which was really a waste. After all, if you're single, renting a bachelor apartment closer to the subway station is not only more convenient, but also more cost-effective. Wang Gu looked at the resentment in her eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. He patted her on the shoulder and whispered. It's okay, don't be angry, I'll take you out to dinner tonight. Okay. This made Sister Li feel a little better. Then Wang Gu said, brother, we'll go now. If you have any problems, just give me a call, and we'll solve them. Oh, yes. Guli immediately thought about it and said, this is actually quite a big deal. You need to find someone to come and replace the smart lock, and also 2 cleaners to come and clean the place up this afternoon. No problem, handsome. I'll get in touch with you right away and make sure you get the service you need. Upon hearing this, Li immediately took out her phone and enthusiastically came up to him. This way, handsome. Let's add each other on WeChat, so you can just let me know if you need anything in the future. At this point, Guli had become a potential asset in Li's eyes. Maybe she would rent or buy a house in the future. If she could seize the opportunity and not lose face, then all the years she had spent working as an agent would have been worthwhile. Of course, she also felt a little remorseful. She had previously been a bit judgmental and looked down on people based on their appearance. Guli didn't say anything when she heard this, and directly took out her phone to add the other person's WeChat. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Sister Li, however, kept shaking her head, no trouble, not at all. This is really a change in attitude. Sister Li was like this, and the brother Wang next to her was also respectful, which made Guli feel very emotional. Having money really makes a difference. After seeing the two off, he then went to the balcony to admire the view across the street. And just then, a figure appeared on the 10th floor across the street, suddenly catching his eye. Although they were separated by a distance of several dozen meters, the beauty of her face and the sensuality of her figure still made his heart beat faster. Chapter 5, It feels so good to make money while lying down. Although he had worked late last night, Shen Linxi, who was always relatively self-disciplined, got up at 7:30 anyway. He then casually washed his face and started his routine weekend exercise plan. After an hour on the treadmill, the millet porridge she had previously cooked was almost ready. With golden brown buttered toast on the side and a fried egg, this was her simple weekend breakfast. Don't ever think that because Shen Linxi is a career woman, she can't cook. On the contrary, her cooking is more than acceptable, and at least some simple things she likes she can cook quite well. After breakfast and washing the dishes, she started cleaning the house and gradually got busy. Because of the robot vacuum cleaner and the fact that she is rarely at home during work hours, the house is not dirty or messy at all. She just tidied up the laundry, washed what needed washing, and tidied up what needed tidying up. Apart from that, there are the flowers and plants on the 10-meter wide balcony. Shen Linxi particularly likes flowers, plants, and greenery, so there are a lot of them on this balcony. It was May, and the balcony was full of flowers, so that as soon as you came out onto it, you were greeted by a heady, refreshing fragrance. Being in the midst of it all, you felt as if you had captured the whole of spring. And in the midst of such beauty, Shen Linxi, who was in the midst of it all, looked like the most beautiful flower of all, smiling sweetly. Unfortunately, because they were so far apart, Guli couldn't see very clearly. But even so, he could sense the happiness of the beautiful woman and the relaxed mood she was in. Looking at Shen Linxi across the way, Guli couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it was on weekends like this that she could be so at ease at home. After all, last night at Jiangbei, Shen Linxi had looked cold and aloof. When he had struck up a conversation, the other person had been on guard in an instant, and he had directly felt a powerful aura. At the moment, Guli couldn't help but sigh when he thought back. Fortunately, it had been that kind of situation. If he hadn't been drinking, he definitely wouldn't have dared to strike up a conversation. If he had, he would have been treated like a nuisance and given a good scolding. At that moment, Shen Linxi, of course, had no idea that he was being spied on. After all, the balcony of the living room on the opposite high-rise building was made of floor-to-ceiling windows that were sealed up. As a result, it was really difficult to see everything inside under the reflection of light, and naturally, he couldn't see Guli spying. Of course, she was also very clear in her mind that she was being spied on. Before, there were always people peeking out of the windows and staring at her. Although she was a bit annoyed at first, after a while, she didn't care so much. After all, she wasn't naked, and there was nothing to see. If she happened to run into someone in the community, she wouldn't respond to some of the pickup artists, and she would give nothing but a cold expression. Over time, some residents in the community also learned that the beauty in Building 9 is too cold, and they instantly lost interest. It is indeed a bit difficult to win over such a woman. Seeing Shen Linxi go back inside after watering the plants, Guli also withdrew her gaze and pondered. Relying on money alone definitely won't work. Plus, he had already said that he would not be a lickspittle, so naturally, she could only resort to other methods. However, at the moment, she really couldn't think of any methods. Forget it, I'd better find out some information about the other person first, there's no rush. Now that I know where he lives, the next step is to find out where he works. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Guli saw that it was the cleaning lady and the lock-changing guy. After letting the three people in, he asked about the price and nodded without much consideration. The two cleaning ladies would clean and disinfect the whole house for 500 yuan. As for the lock cylinder, he directly requested a smart lock replacement. He didn't want to carry a key around all day, it was just too troublesome. In this way, he gained more than 2,000 experience points. Seeing that the experience points were getting closer and closer to 100,000, he bought a few thousand worth of daily necessities on Jingdong, causing the experience points to directly break past the 70,000 mark. Haha, not bad. There are only 30,000 more to go before I can level up again. Guli nodded silently as he looked at his personal attribute panel. It was already noon, and looking at his brand new room, he couldn't help but marvel at why people like big houses. The spaciousness meant that on the one hand, there was no need to worry about buying things or storing things, and on the other hand, it was comfortable to look at, and there was no feeling of being suffocated in a small house. The house he had previously lived in was a 3-room house, with an indoor area of only about 60 square meters. Although he lived in the master bedroom, it was only 12 square meters, and with the large bed, there was only room for a computer desk. Suddenly, moving to this 136 square meter 4-room apartment, which he is living alone in, he feels like he has changed from one world to another. By the way, he still needs to buy some plants for the balcony so that it feels more like home. After walking around each room, he couldn't help but nod frequently, very satisfied with this house. Forget about the space, the decoration, and the floor, the key is that it is within 100 meters of Shen Linxi, which is the main thing. In this way, as long as he and Shen Linxi are both at home, the money rewards will just keep coming. He then ordered some takeaway and, after a good meal, lay down directly on the sofa. He hadn't slept well last night, so he decided to get some sleep first. This was a habit he had picked up from being a programmer before. He had to take a nap every day, otherwise he would have no energy in the afternoon. So it was that, at 3 p.m., he woke up, stretched, and opened the system. By this time, the system had already reached level 2, and the money reward had become 2 cents per second. Number of seconds for money to accumulate, 201,584 seconds. Not bad. Not bad at all. He had done nothing but just lie here for a few hours and had already earned more than 400 yuan. It was such a great feeling to be able to lie around and make money. He used to envy other people for having a passive income, but now he had one too. It really felt great. Thinking about the hundreds of dollars he would have in his account when he woke up tomorrow, Guli couldn't help laughing out loud. Since he was at home, the sound was pretty well insulated, so he naturally laughed without any worries. You have to understand that before today, he had been hit by the double blows of unemployment and a breakup, and his life could be described as a complete mess. But he never expected that just half a day would bring about such a drastic change. For Guli, this was like going from great sadness to great joy, and his mood was like riding a roller coaster. Unfortunately, there was just not enough wine. Otherwise, it would have been nice to have a drink and celebrate it this time. Lying on the sofa, looking at the wine cabinet next to him, he suddenly felt that he should also buy some wine in the back, so that he could have a drink when he was happy. After the happiness, there was something even happier, and that was the chance to enter the lucky draw after the system upgrade. Guli then washed his hands and face, and was just about to shower and change. After feeling refreshed, he came to the living room with a serious expression and started the first lottery draw. Oh God, let me win the jackpot. The system of the godlike neighbor directly gave 900 billion. I don't want much, just a small goal. Guli went directly to the windowsill and started to look forward to Shen Linxi's house. An unprecedented sense of piety appeared on his face. Little sister, I hope you can bring me good luck. Chapter 6, Top Level Skill, The Whistleblowing. System, begins the lottery. 1 lottery chance deducted, lottery about to begin, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won the skill prize of top-level computer programming skills. Do you wish to claim it? Upon hearing this, Guli was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that the first lottery of the divine system would draw such a thing. But then he felt relieved. After all, the humanoid weapon that activated the gift pack was not a skill-related item. And the humanoid weapon reward, in addition to allowing him to gain a lot of combat and martial arts experience, even his body was strengthened, which can be said to be an all-round improvement. But this top-level computer programming skill only improves the skill. As for how top-level it is, he will only know after using it. But even if it turns out as he expected and he becomes the top engineer in the industry, it will be a huge improvement for him. Just think of those top programmers and technical directors at major companies, who often earn millions or even tens of millions of dollars a year. Without hesitation, Guli directly called for extraction, and his mind was instantly flooded with knowledge like an endless flood. It took him more than 10 minutes to come back to his senses, but his head was still throbbing. This is truly amazing. Guli looked at his phone and realized that only 10 minutes had passed in the real world, but it seemed like decades in the other world. From someone who knew nothing about computers, he had grown into a top-level IT engineer with decades of programming experience. He had dabbled in all kinds of programming languages, such as C, C++, C#, Java, and Python, and was proficient in some of them. As for front-end and back-end development, he had even studied architecture, kernel, and the underlying layer in great depth and breadth, and could be called a master of computer programming. Damn, I was really that useless before. At this point, reviewing the knowledge in his mind, Guli realized that his previous computer programming skills were really rubbish. But thinking about it, the previous company's projects were traditional projects with average functional and performance requirements, and the technology used naturally also had average requirements. Over time, his skills have remained stuck in the old ways, and all he has to do is copy every day. And he doesn't have any lofty ideals, either, like jumping to a better company or taking a test. As a result, his programming skills are very outdated. Gee. With his current skills, I wonder if he can get into a big company and become a technical director? I also don't know what Shen Linxi's status is in the company. Is he the boss? An executive? Or something else? Since he wants to get close to his girlfriend, he naturally needs a better status, otherwise relying on an unemployed coder is not expected to attract Shen Linxi at all. Instead, having this top-level skill has made Guli's mind active. The best thing would be to find an IT company near Shen Linxi's company, try to become a leader, and then wait for an opportunity to get close to her. If there's a chance later, he could even start his own software company, which would be more impressive. After careful consideration, Guli felt that this top-level computer programming skill would be quite helpful to him. It would directly make him the top of the industry and give him a better way to get close to Shen Linxi. In that case, the next step would be to inquire about Shen Linxi's company. Standing in front of the French windows, Guli looked at the end of the residential compound's gate and suddenly had an idea. Yes, let's go to the property management office and see what they say. He did as he thought and went to the property management office, paying the property management fees and asking about his beautiful neighbor at the same time. As expected, this was a good residential compound, and the staff at the property management office of Scenic Heights were all quite good looking. Of course, the property management fees here were not cheap, with the high-rise units costing 4.5 yuan per square meter. If the service is not good enough, people will curse. They are all dressed in professional attire, with black stockings and a warm smile. Hello, sir. What business would you like to attend to? As soon as he walked in, a young woman with a name tag that said Zhang Tingting greeted him warmly. Guli smiled and nodded. I'm here to pay the property fee and rent a parking space. Okay, this way please. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting immediately led him to the counter, poured a glass of water, and then started to call the landlord to verify. After that, the efficiency was quite fast. Just a few minutes later, the property fee and parking space were all settled. Guli paid the property fee for 1 year in one go, which was almost 7,000 yuan. Then there was the cost of leasing the parking space for another 6 months, which was another 3,000 yuan, adding up to an experience value of 10,000 yuan. Looking at the experience, which was only 20,000 yuan short, Guli's expectations rose again. It seems that the system will have to be upgraded again before tomorrow. I wonder if the monetary reward will double to 4 points or even 5 points per second when the system reaches level 3. Thanks to Guli's straightforwardness, Zhang Tingting took him directly to the door, and Guli took the opportunity to say, "By the way, let me add you on WeChat. I may need to buy a parking space in the future, so I'll ask you for some information then." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her phone. "No problem, Mr. Gu. If you want to buy a parking space, just let me know. I'll let you know about any discounts as soon as they come up." "Great, thank you very much." Guli nodded with a smile, then as if he had remembered something, he casually asked, "By the way, I was just at home and saw a beautiful neighbor on the 10th floor of Building 9 across the street. Do you know anything about her?" "Ha?" Zhang Tingting was also taken aback by this, and asked with a smile. "Mr. Gu, this is a bit too direct. I don't know how to answer." Naturally, Guli had a thick skin when it came to wooing women, and he immediately laughed. "A slender lady is a lady of good character. I didn't expect to have such good luck as to see a beautiful neighbor just after moving in. Besides, I'm just asking about her situation. This shouldn't be a secret, right?" Zhang Tingting was a bit speechless when she heard this, and could only smile wryly. "Sir, although this is not a secret, we are not allowed to disclose the information of other property owners. Your request really puts me in a difficult position." "Oh, never mind then." Guli didn't expect that this property management company was actually quite principled, and immediately stopped pursuing the matter. After all, they already knew the name, and since they were about to move in soon, it would be very easy to find out information later. Not only was he not angry, he even praised her before waving his hand and leaving in a dashing manner. "Not bad. I know your attitude now, and I can say that you are worth the 4.5 yuan property fee. Actually, I was just testing you. Ha ha." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tingting was also dumbfounded. It took a few seconds for her to react, and she guessed that the current Mr. Gu was probably speaking ironically. After all, Shen Linxi was so beautiful that it was quite normal for a young man who had just rented a room to daydream. But after thinking about it, she still took out her phone and opened WeChat. She found a note called Sister Shi and sent a message. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tingting actually had Shen Linxi's WeChat. It seems that she actually wanted to tip off the news. Chapter 7, The Four-Leaf Clover Representing Good Luck. "Sister Shi, someone just came to the property to ask about you. He is a young man who just rented the apartment upstairs in Building 18. Be careful in the future, and let me know if you are harassed." At this time, Shen Linxi was concentrating on her work in the study, and didn't even notice that the coffee next to her had grown cold. It wasn't until 10 minutes later, after she had finished the small part of her work, that she had time to pick up her phone. Then she saw the message from Zhang Tingting and shook her head in silence before replying. Okay, I got it. Thanks, Zhang. Then she took her cup and went over to the coffee machine, continuing to make a cup and taking a sip. Then her gaze shot from the living room through the glass door leading to the balcony and towards the 18-story building opposite. But after a few seconds of looking, she saw nothing. Humph. I guess it's that boring rich kid again, coming over to approach her. In the few years since she moved into the Noble Heights, this has happened many times. As for the ones she saw on the street, there are countless in her memory. There were also neighbors who lived in the same community, and some even timed their exits to run into her, just to get close to her. There were even more exaggerated ones. There was once a rich second generation who actually bought a house directly downstairs, wanting to be her neighbor, saying that proximity to water means first access to the moon. In the end, he didn't last a month, and she beat him into the hospital, crying and calling her a violent woman. Fortunately, a few months later, house prices skyrocketed, and he made half a profit when he resold the house, which soothed the other person's wounded heart a little. This incident also became a topic of conversation in some circles, and Shen Linxi's reputation spread far and wide. From then on, the people in the community also became aware of the fact that this beautiful neighbor was someone you did not want to mess with. Subsequently, she became the most special thorny rose in the community, and most people would take a few glances at her but dare not look at her again. As for why, of course it's because you can't win. Humph. I hope you know what's good for you and don't mess with me, or else you'll be in for it. Shen Linxi looked across at Building 18 and let out a cold snort. No one had dared to mess with her for a long time, and if someone really came looking for trouble, she would definitely let them try out her new moves. Yes, in addition to running, yoga, swimming and other sports, Shen Linxi also went to combat training once a week. The purpose is not only to exercise the body, but also to improve her own strength and ensure her safety more. After all, she doesn't want to be a weak woman who can't even defend herself. In the workplace, she is the leader, and her subordinates can't even lift their heads. In terms of personal strength, she also needs to be able to beat an adult man into running away when in danger. This is her confidence and strength. At that moment, the computer beeped, and she hurriedly went into the study. She then saw the file her subordinate had sent over, and read it directly. However, the longer she read, the more unpleasant her expression became, until she finally picked up the phone and scolded him. Woo, how come the SPC3 performance optimization problem hasn't been solved yet? If it affects the entire project, I'll see how you'll explain yourself to me. Ha! At this moment, Guli, who had just arrived at Hongqi and bought a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, suddenly sneezed. He then touched his nose and shook his head in puzzlement. I don't have a cold, so why did I suddenly sneeze so hard? Is someone thinking of me? But he doesn't have a girlfriend, and now that he doesn't have a job, naturally no one is thinking of him, except maybe his parents. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure out the reason. He could only attribute the cause to sleeping on the sofa without a blanket at noon, so he caught a cold. However, he didn't think at all that his current physique had been modified, and trying to catch a cold would not even be useful if he were to take a shower for a day. However, then, he didn't care about the sneeze because he had already arrived at the garage entrance. The vehicle entrance was at the back of the community, and there was a security guard, a young man. Handsome guy, have a cigarette. Guli took out the Chinese cigarettes he had bought and lit one for himself before handing the whole pack over. The security guard didn't refuse, took it with a smile and then asked with a smile, "What is it, brother?" Guli gave a cheeky smile, "It's nothing, I just want to ask you something." "Oh, what is it?" "If I know, there's no problem." The security guard readily agreed, knowing that he was in a position of power. Guli immediately asked in a low voice, "Do you know the name of the beautiful woman on the 10th floor of Building 9 who works for that company?" The security guard immediately understood and laughed, "Well, big brother, I do know her name. But I really don't know that company." Guli was a little disappointed when she heard this, but she still asked, "Do you know anything else?" "The beautiful woman is called Shen Linxi and is very rich. I heard that she is a senior executive at a technology company, and I think she is involved in software or something. Oh, and she has 2 cars. Do you want to know, handsome?" Suddenly, Guli was interested and nodded directly. "She often drives to work in an Alfa Romeo with a license plate ending in 69, which I heard costs over $1 million. In addition, there is a Porsche worth about $2 million. After saying that, the other person added, "You need to go to the garage of Building 9, and you can see it now." Upon hearing this, Guli immediately patted the other person on the shoulder and thanked him with a smile. Thanks, handsome. Why don't we add each other on WeChat so we can keep in touch in the future? This is a bit awkward. Hearing this request, the security guard hesitated for a moment. But Guli said, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. I also live in this community, so let's be friends. The security guard nodded and said, okay. Big brother, I'll add you. Afterwards, after some inquiries, Guli also learned the other person's name, Yu Xiaofeng. Since he wasn't up to no good anyway, adding a security guard would make it easier to find out about Shen Linxi in the future. Of course, this was a petty tactic during the pursuit stage, and he definitely wouldn't do it once they were successfully dating. After chatting for a while, he went straight to the garage, where he saw Shen Linxi's 2 luxury cars and took down the license plate numbers. I have to say, the other person's taste is a bit special. His daily driver is actually an Alfa Romeo, not some Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Alfa Romeo is a niche car, but quite classic, and girls still like it quite a bit. Shen Linxi's is still the Julia Clover Centenary Anniversary Edition, worth about $1 million. For the Romeo model, there is a special story about the clover emblem on the body. In addition, the 4-leaf clover also represents luck. Guli also pondered at this thought, could it be that Shen Linxi still had a certain longing for luck? In addition, there was also a 2 million yuan Porsche Panamera, which was also a 5-door 4-seat hatchback with extremely spacious interior space. Gee, they really are rich people. The 2 cars combined were worth 3 to 4 million yuan. If you add in the house, then they must have a net worth of at least 10 million yuan. Guli walked out of the garage, touched his chin, and exclaimed in amazement. Judging from the appearance of Shen Linxi, he didn't look that old, at most 24 or 25 years old, and yet he was so rich. Could it be that he was also a white-collar rich man? At this moment, he was even more curious about the other person's occupation, company, and even family. It was estimated that such an outstanding person's family must not be poor. When he thought about it, Guli also felt that there was really a long way to go to catch up to the other person. Comrade, you still have a long way to go. After looking at the experience points for system upgrades, he suddenly had an idea. Why not buy a car first? Since there is the million yuan relationship fund from the system, just go for it. But next, he would need to find Shen Linxi's company. Suddenly, Guli fell into deep thought again. Chapter 8, the perfect plot twist is here. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, level 2. Money reward, the host is within 200 meters of the girlfriend, and receives a 0.02 yuan money reward every second. Experience points, 79,254. 100,000 spending 1 yuan can accumulate 1 experience point. Cumulative seconds of money earned that day, 25602. Number of lottery draws, 0. System space, no items. Node 1. Node 2. Node 3. Node 4. Looking at his personal attributes panel, Guli still dismissed the idea of buying a car right away. After all, there was only a difference of 20,000 experience points, and even if he didn't buy a car, he would be able to reach it in a day or two. If he wanted to buy a car, he would wait until he found Shen Linxi's company address before considering it. He could also check how much experience points were needed for the next level of upgrade. If it was more than 1 million, then he would buy a luxury car worth more than 1 million. Subsequently, he calculated his current daily income. If he stayed within 200 meters for 24 hours, then his daily income would be 1,500 plus, and his monthly income would be 40,000 plus. Not bad. After he upgraded to the next level in a couple of days, he could earn at least 3,000 plus per day, and achieve a monthly income of 100,000. At that time, it will be the time for him to launch a formal attack on Shen Linxi. Hee, I never thought that Shen Linxi might actually be in the same industry as me. This is really fate. After thinking about it, he directly asked in the university class group to see if anyone knew him. However, after several minutes had passed, no one answered, and he was suddenly speechless. Subsequently, he searched online again, but all that came up were people with the same name, either a certain leader or other famous people. None of them matched, which made him a little disappointed. Drip. But at this moment, the QQ rang. It turned out to be a message from his college classmate Xiang Chengzhou. This guy had an average relationship with him at the beginning, not one of the best, nor one of the few who didn't talk. Could it be that he had news of Shen Linxi? Thinking of this, Guli immediately became happy and quickly opened the dialog box. What do you want with Shen Linxi? As soon as he saw this, Guli became excited and hurriedly said, Hey, I do have something to ask the other person, but I can't disclose the details yet. If you know anything, please tell me about her, and I'll treat you to a big meal. But after sending the message and waiting half a minute, there was still no reply. This situation left him speechless, and he wanted to curse. He couldn't believe that he had dropped the ball at such a critical moment. Hey, are you still there? Why don't you respond? 2 minutes later, just as he was about to pick up the phone and call the guy directly, Xiang Qingzhou finally got back to him. Damn it, are you in such a hurry? Seeing this, Guli replied in a bad mood, Oh, it's urgent, please help. Please. Hey, let me guess, are you interested in someone? Damn it. Seeing Xiang Qingzhou's words, Guli couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? How could this guy know what he really thinks? He didn't want everyone to know that he was trying to woo Shen Linxi, so he immediately denied it. No way. I'm not good enough for him. I'm asking for a friend of mine. Oh. In that case, I'll give you his QQ number, and you can ask him directly. He happens to be at Shen Linxi's company, and he's also an older student at our school. Upon hearing this, Guli was instantly overjoyed, and immediately shouted. Oh, yeah. Thanks. I'll thank your friend for you, and I'll buy you dinner next time I see you. After thanking him, he couldn't wait to add the senior's QQ, and then waited quietly for it to be approved. During this time, he found out that the senior was called Su Huai, 3 or 4 years older than him, and was now 30 years old. He also worked as a developer at the company where Shen Linxi worked, and was a project leader, the kind who led projects under his charge. As for salary and benefits, that was unclear. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Su Huai finally accepted the friend request and immediately asked, Younger brother, why are you asking about General Manager Shen? Guli thought for a moment and replied directly, Well, a friend of mine met Shen Linxi and was instantly amazed by her, so he wants to woo her. Huh? I advise your friend to give up this idea as soon as possible, because there is really nothing to expect. Well, how should I put it? It's just that Mr. Shen is a very cold person, and people are intimidated by him at first sight. Before, a rich second generation sent flowers to her every day, and Mr. Shen simply told him to go away. We've never heard of Mr. Shen getting close to that man, so even if someone rich and talented wants to woo Mr. Shen, the possibility of that happening is really, really low. On reading this, Guli was suddenly filled with fighting spirit, because he was not just some rich and talented person, but a person with the system. Besides, the system was already bound, and there was no way to change his girlfriend. At this point, there was no way he could back down. It's okay, let's do this, let's have dinner and talk tonight. My friend is a persistent person who won't give up until he gets what he wants. If we don't try, he definitely won't give up. Guli thought about it for a while, and decided to meet Su Huai to get more information. Of course, it was also to get closer to the other person and make it easier to inquire about information in the future. Someone like Su Huai was simply an excellent undercover contact, and she had to seize the opportunity. So, the two made an appointment to meet at a hot pot restaurant at 7 p.m., and they chatted for a while afterwards. Afterwards, Guli also learned the name of Shen Linxi's company, Chenhuan Venture Capital. Next, he searched online for information about the company and discovered that it was actually one of the largest software companies in the Southwest. The company not only has branches in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but also has a wide range of businesses, from basic software development to hardware procurement and intelligent solutions. Now, it has even entered the field of artificial intelligence, and its development is getting better and better. Shen Linxi's information was also found on the company's official website. It turned out that he was the deputy general manager of the Intelligent Business Department in Chengdu, with quite a lot of experience. The company is located in Xuanqing Plaza, on the edge of Tianfu Avenue, close to the subway station and the financial city, so the transportation is naturally very convenient. It is also about 7 or 8 kilometers away from the community of Jingshang Huating, which is a 20-minute drive. Oh, there are so many job postings. After looking at them, I see that Chenhuan Venture Capital also has a lot of job postings, from various front-end and back-end developers to senior architects, project implementation, and other positions. According to his current strength as a top-level programmer, there is no problem at all trying to get in there. However, at this time, he once again had a moment of hesitation. It was really just now that Su Huai said that Shen Linxi was particularly averse to office romances. If he joins, in a company situation, won't he just be creating more obstacles for himself? Forget it, after meeting Su Huai, I'll decide whether to join Chen Huan Ventures or not. After thinking about it, Guli finally decided to wait until after the meeting. After all, even if he doesn't work with Shen Linxi in the same company, there are so many companies in Chuanqing Plaza that he has plenty of options. Chapter 9, Shen Linxi's Trouble. Guli chose a very tasty Dejaiman hot pot, which cost more than 100 yuan per person. Su Huai would be a while longer, so he just ordered a lot of meat. He didn't care about the money at the moment. Before long, the other person arrived, and Guli's greeting of senior immediately brought the two closer together. They were both alumni of the same school, and with the added relationship of being both coders and from Chengzhou, they were even closer. Su Huai didn't suspect Guli's fictional friend. After all, this junior didn't seem like someone who wanted the moon. After all, people have a good sense of their own abilities. A smart person is unlikely to set their sights too high, and it is more likely that he has also heard that Guli has just been laid off. This makes it even less likely that he would pursue Shen Linxi. Therefore, he told Guli everything she wanted to know. It's just like chatting with a friend, and it's fine for Guli to listen, because it won't affect him anyway. So it was, halfway through the meal, and several bottles of wine had been drunk. Guli had also gained some understanding of Shen Linxi, and he sighed with emotion. It seems that you, this beautiful leader, is really not easy to get along with. Su Huai sighed, lifted a glass of wine and took a sip before continuing. Who says it isn't? Working under her, you have to be prepared to be scolded, otherwise your mentality will definitely collapse over time. There was once a project manager who made a major mistake on an important project. To everyone's surprise, a major bug appeared at the project acceptance meeting, which directly caused General Manager Shen to lose face. After returning, he was scolded by General Manager Shen in front of dozens of people, and he was so embarrassed in front of dozens of subordinates that he was very pitiful. This directly caused him to be unable to bear the situation, and he resigned in disgrace a few days later. However, that guy was a bit trashy and had no good character. Before leaving, he even scolded Shen Linxi for never being able to find a man. Hey, did you know that? In private, we all call General Manager Shen the Witch. Damn it! Witch, you guys really aren't afraid of death. How dare you call her that, not fearing that she will hear and cause you trouble. Guli couldn't help but laugh at the last sentence. Su Huai, however, just laughed. Nonsense, no one in the company would discuss this. It's just with you. You're not part of the company, so it's fine to talk about it. Well, it's fine. Don't worry, I keep my mouth shut. By the way, what other interesting things about Shenzong do you have? Keep telling me. Guli's face may have looked calm, but inside she was overjoyed. Not bad. Through Su Huai, she could find out a lot of information about Shen Linxi that no one else knew, and this would be useful in their future interactions. These things might sometimes have an extraordinary effect. Of course, as his already decided wife, he still felt a little uncomfortable when the project manager who had left the company scolded her. If he ever met this guy, there would be no way he could avoid a beating. As for the nickname Witch, Guli couldn't do anything about it. After all, what had happened could not be changed. Through the conversation, Guli learned that Shen Linxi was indeed a very capable and ambitious woman. She was both beautiful and talented, and was well known throughout the office buildings in Chuanqing Square. She was also serious and responsible at work, and was known for her outstanding abilities and strictness. She could be both kind and strict with her employees and subordinates. Although she is strict, she is quite generous when it comes to project bonuses for projects under her management. This has led to the situation where, although she is fierce in her reprimands, many people still hope to enter her projects. In addition, Su Huai knows relatively little about Shen Linxi's private life. He has never heard that she is close to any man. After all, she usually looks cold and aloof, and most people don't really want to get close to her. I heard that someone once sent flowers and gifts to her, but in the end she was scared off. Because Shen Linxi sent the flowers to each meeting room as decoration, and the gifts were directly auctioned off in the company group, so some female employees got a lot of bargains. In this situation, only a fool would continue to invest. Ha, your boss Shen is really too funny. When she heard this, even Guli, who had a low laugh threshold, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Huai nodded at once, so, following boss Shen's words, although most of the time is painful, sometimes it is also quite happy. That's true. It's every time there's a year-end bonus, project bonus, or a dinner gathering. Who doesn't like a generous leader? Guli nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he was even more interested in Shen Linxi. Before, he was interested in Shen Linxi because of her beauty, but now he thinks this person is even more interesting. A stunning appearance combined with an interesting soul, this girlfriend is really quite attractive. But the more so, the more difficult it is to pursue. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. This woman is a bit difficult to deal with. Hey, but recently our lives haven't been easy either. The Huating logistics project has made all of us project leaders worry a lot. Just then, Su Huai added that just this afternoon, Lao Wu was scolded again. It's really miserable. Upon hearing this, Guli became interested immediately and asked right away, what's the situation? After a while, he realized that Shen Linxi had recently been competing for a major project with Huating Logistics, and was competing against 2 other companies. It seems that it is a comprehensive logistics intelligent management project involving hundreds of millions of dollars in hardware procurement and tens of millions of dollars in software. The entire Chen Huan venture capital attached great importance to it. Originally, the project was a sure thing, but a company called Jinduyan Technology suddenly emerged as a contender, throwing the bidding into uncertainty. However, Chen Huan Venture Capital is an established software integrator, and its expertise in technology are not matched by just anyone. There is still a good chance of winning the project. But Shen Linxi has also put forth 120% of his efforts, and he is determined to succeed 100% before he is willing to give up. Therefore, recently Shen Linxi and many of his subordinates have been working overtime every day, and they don't come back until very late at night. Haha, that's interesting. This company, Jinduyan Technology, actually dared to steal your company's project. If it really succeeds, Shen Linxi will definitely lose face, won't he? You're right. If the project is not retained this time, then President Shen will lose face greatly. You should know that President Shen started his own business right after graduating, and after the project was acquired, he made at least tens of millions. After joining our company, the project has been successful one after another. If Huating Logistics project is undermined, her prestige will be greatly affected. After Su Huai finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued. What's even more speechless is that this Jinduyan Technology is still in Xuanxing Plaza. You tell me, we'll see each other all the time from now on, gee. I'll be damned, is it that exciting? Guli didn't know what to say when she heard this insider information. This made Shen Linxi have to fight hard, if he really let Jinduyan steal his home. According to her personality, she might not be able to swallow this. However, then, he let out a surprised sound, and an unexpected idea appeared in his mind. Jinduyan Technology is also in Xuanxing Square, so is he? Chapter 10, Reverse Operation, Failed as a Gift. Upon thinking of this, Guli directly picked up his phone and opened the Gouda map to look it up. He really didn't expect that the 2 companies, Chenhuan Jichuang and Jinduyan Technology, were both in Xuanxing Square, and they were also very close to each other. However, Chenhuan Jichuang was in Building A and Jinduyan was in Building B, and the distance between the 2 should not exceed 200 meters. Even if it was a little more, it wouldn't have a big impact on him. After all, when the system was at level 2, the effective distance was already 200 meters, so if it was upgraded to level 3, the distance could be increased to at least 400 meters. In that case, as long as he worked in Xuanxing Square, he would be within the effective distance of Shen Linxi. In that case, why didn't he go into Jinduyan Technology and realize his ambitions? From the information on the internet, Jinduyan Technology was a rising star, having been established for only 3 years, and it had a particularly strong desire for talent. And since he has top-notch computer programming skills, he will obviously be able to get a lot of promotion if he joins this company. If he can help the company win the Huating Logistics project, it will definitely be a huge shock to Chenhuan Jichuang. And Shen Linxi, who is in charge of this project, will definitely become curious about this key figure because of this failure. In this way, he has really aroused the competitive spirit of this arrogant woman. The 7 years of being a dog licker had taught him a lesson. To truly conquer a woman, you have to rely on your own strength. In this regard, it can be money, background, or a crushing superiority in ability. A strong woman like Shen Linxi naturally has to be defeated in business in order to truly make her value herself. Yes. That's it. My dear Linxi, then I can only say sorry in advance. Let the failure of the Huating Logistics project be a gift for us to get to know each other. Thinking about letting Shen Linxi experience the pain of failure for the first time, he laughed happily inside. Looking at Su Huai across from him, Guli also continued to refine the plan in her heart. Shen Linxi definitely had to know about him later, and it seemed that it could be revealed through this senior. In that case, Su Huai would be crucial. It seems that after the matter has come to a conclusion, I will have to confront him and make him completely turn to my side. The plan is set, Gu Li thought to herself. After another hour, both men were full and their friendship had deepened a little. He directly and generously gave Su Huai a taxi and slowly returned home. Then he downloaded a job search app, revised his resume, and directly applied to Jinduyan Technology. Next, he just had to wait for the interview news from there. But before the interview, he still had to study the projects on the Jinduyan Technology side, so that he could bluff well at the time. After all, although he had applied for the position of senior engineer, he wanted to be a technical team leader or head of the technical department or something. Only as a middle or senior leader could he occupy an important position in the next project. Of course, with his current technical capabilities, he was still very confident in this. I have to say, Gu Li's idea of entering Chen Huan's competitor Jinduyan Technology is really a tricky move. If the two of them get together in the future, Shen Linxi will still be angry when she finds out the truth. Of course, according to Gu Li's thinking, she will definitely keep this to herself. After all, that arrogant woman will definitely make him sleep on the sofa for a month if she finds out that he deliberately did something bad. In order to receive the monetary reward, Gu Li naturally returned to the Jingshang Huating community last night and spent the night on the sofa. When he woke up in the morning, he found that the monetary reward had stopped increasing, and he immediately knew that Shen Linxi was not at home. That's great, and he also happened to go back and move. He had agreed with the landlord yesterday to check out today. With such a hasty checkout, the deposit and other things naturally could not be returned. But Gu Li didn't care about the money, and just moved the things he needed, and threw the rest away. To make things easier, he directly hired a moving company and experienced the Japanese moving service. It was really good, he only had to tell the staff what to pack and what not to pack, and the rest he could just sit and play with his phone. After everything had been moved to the new rental house, he could also lie down and watch TV, letting the staff put the things in the designated places. When he finally left, he even did the cleaning again. 2 hours later, looking at the new house, which had a brand new look and a sense of home, Gu Li couldn't help but exclaim, having money is really damn comfortable. But looking at some of the things that he had previously been reluctant to throw away, but also wanted to replace with new ones, he fell into deep thought again. Yes, just give them to those two kids. A few seconds later, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Old Duck Fonya and Fat Boy Zhaoixian were his college roommates and also worked in Chengdu. These old rice cookers, electric fans, computer chairs, etc., can just be moved away by them. Anyway, he wants to replace them all with new ones. In the past, these cheap goods really didn't match his identity as a godly magnate. He did as he thought, since it was the weekend anyway. He invited the two guys to dinner that night to celebrate his new home and his new wealth. Besides, he had earned his money honestly, and there was nothing to be ashamed of since he had fixed the system. He immediately called his roommates, Laoya and Fat Boy, come over this afternoon. I've already moved, and my address is 1202, Building 18, Jingshang Huating. Then we'll have a big dinner tonight, and I'll treat. After saying that, he also sent a photo of the huge French windows to make the two guys jealous. Although both of them had bought a house, unfortunately, one was still renovating it and the other had not yet taken possession of it, so they were both renting a house to live in. Fonya was taller than Gu Li and quite handsome. He worked as a coach at the gym and, apart from his salary, had quite a lot of tips every month. He had previously bought a large 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters, which was currently being renovated, and was renting a small apartment to live in alone. Zhaoixian is a 180-pound fat guy who, like Gu Li, is an LT migrant worker and shares an apartment with someone else. Damn it! Gu, you've made a fortune, haven't you? Renting such a nice apartment. I just checked, and the apartments in that neighborhood are at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. Didn't you just get laid off? Did you find a great job? Before long, Zhaoixian sent a series of messages with a shocked expression. Gu Li laughed and replied directly, yes. I've struck it rich. So I'm treating all my friends to dinner, so pick whatever you want. Oh, and just so you know, I'm paying 8,000 yuan a month for this place, and I'm the only one living here. Go ahead and be jealous. Less than 2 seconds later, Zhaoixian directly swore, damn it. You're a fucking local tyrant. I don't believe it. Shocked.jpg, what's going on? Then Fonya popped up. Gu Li laughed, and you could imagine Zhaoixian's shocked face on the other end of the internet connection. What's going on? You'll find out when you get here. By the way, if you want this pile of stuff I have, just take it. If not, I'll call the junkman to come get it. After that, he took pictures of the old stuff and sent them. Suddenly, a series of messages popped up. I want it. I want it. Save it for me. Don't throw it away. That fan still costs 200 yuan, and you've only had it for less than a year. Okay, I'll keep it all for you. After saying this, Guli was stunned, because he always felt that the conversation between the two of them was a bit awkward. Chapter 11: The Surprise of the Upgrade Lottery. One lottery chance deducted. Lottery about to begin. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a physical prize at 2.38 million yuan imported Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Someone will deliver it to your community later. Please wait. Holy shit. I didn't expect to win a luxury car in the lottery this time. It's so timely. Seeing that the experience points were still a few thousand short of 100,000, Guli directly bought another treadmill from Jingdong and upgraded the system to level 3. This gave him another chance to enter the lottery, and he never expected that the prize would be a car, and it was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that he had always wanted. You have to understand that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class is loved by many people, and it definitely looks cool when driven out. In fact, compared to sports cars, he really doesn't care for it. Sports cars are cool, but they are not comfortable at all when sitting in them. It's not at all as comfortable as an off-road vehicle or SUV, which are spacious and comfortable, and can only be driven in the city, so it's not really cost-effective. If he hadn't won the car, he was going to buy a 300,000-400,000 yuan car to drive for a while. Now, he'll be able to save hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, seeing that it would take millions of experience points to upgrade to the next level, he was also in deep thought. He hadn't started spending the million in relationship funds that the system had rewarded him with, and if he spent another 900,000 yuan, he could successfully reach level 4 in the system. But he had already bought a car, so would he have to buy a house? But if it came to a house, he didn't want to settle for anything less than the best, but buying a better house would be completely insufficient. After much consideration, he still didn't have a good idea, so he could only temporarily put this direction aside and talk about it after he joined the job. After all, he wasn't in a hurry, and he hadn't even met his future wife yet, so he could take his time. At this moment, the system reached level 3, and the rewards and effective range also changed. Sure enough, as he had expected, the effective distance of the monetary reward had increased significantly to 500 meters. What was even more surprising was that the monetary reward he received every second was not 0.04 yuan, but 5 cents. If calculated based on the effective distance throughout the day, his daily income was 4,320 yuan, and he could earn 130,000 yuan every month. Wow, 130,000 yuan a month, and that would be 1.5 million yuan a year. He had never dared to think of such a post-sleep income before. Now it's fine, you can get it just by lying there. And this is only 2 days since he got the system. Just as Guli sighed that 2 days had made a complete difference to his situation, his roommate's phone rang. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 2 p.m., and he couldn't help but smile. This fat guy came pretty quickly, it seems he had his eye on my fan a long time ago. Immediately, he answered the phone while walking downstairs, and went directly to the entrance of the community to pick up the 2 people. A few minutes later, he led the 2 men into the community. Seeing the beautiful environment of the atrium of the Jingshang Huating community, the 2 men couldn't help but look back at Guli and ask, "Damn, Gu, you really moved in." Guli said impatiently, "Of course I moved in." Until this moment, Fengya and Zhao Yixian still couldn't believe that Guli, who had previously lost his job, had actually picked himself up. It seemed like only the night before, this guy had been rejected and was dying in the group chat. Could this be the blessing in disguise? Once they entered the rented room and saw the more than 100 square meters of luxuriously decorated space, the 2 were shocked once again. After confirming once more that Guli was living alone in the room, the fat guy Zhao Yixian grabbed him directly and started speculating. "Guli, did you win the lottery? Do you have 5 million? Yes. What's going on? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Fengya, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask, his face full of concern. The 2 had been best friends for 4 years at university and had worked together for 3 years. They knew each other's family situations well. If the 2 weren't surprised by Guli's sudden change, it would be strange. Guli, of course, had expected this and simply laughed, "Damn it. Old duck, what kind of person do you think I am? I've just had a bit of luck. I made a fortune from the stocks I bought earlier." And a pulp novel I wrote was bought by a rich second generation for a TV series. All in all, it's not much, just 3-4 million. What? Hearing this, the fat guy immediately shouted, his face full of disbelief. Old Duck, on the other hand, could stuff a duck egg in his mouth and then despise it fiercely. 3 or 4 million, that's not much. You're such a pretentious ass, you leave us speechless. It has to be said, the system really does disguise these incomes well, leaving no clues. If he didn't know it was from the system, even he would believe that he really bought some stocks a few years ago. If he didn't know how trashy the novel he wrote was, even he would believe that someone really bought the copyright. After a few minutes, looking at the website background and stock trading records, the two no longer had the slightest doubt. They couldn't help but lament, how come they didn't have such good luck? But then, Lao Yu thought of Gu Li's love for Yue Wei for 7 years, patted Gu Li's shoulder and laughed. Gu Li, now Yue Wei is probably going to regret it to death. I don't care if she regrets it or not, I don't have any feelings for her now. After being a lapdog for 7 years, I just want to quietly enjoy the rest of my life. Gu Li also felt a little sad when she thought about her previous behavior as a dog licker. However, this remark sounded so vulgar in the ears of the two men, and the fat man even said it in a bad mood. Damn it! Of course you can enjoy yourself when you have millions. Old Duck is lucky, because he can then hang out with a rich woman and have a comfortable life for the rest of his life. I'm in trouble, I'm the chosen worker. Upon hearing this, Fengya immediately retorted, Fat boy, stop it, I have no plans to find a rich woman to support me for the rest of my life. A handsome young man like me still likes 17 and 18-year-olds. That's a fair point, and even if you wait 10 more years, you'll still like 17 and 18-year-olds. Gu Li immediately laughed in agreement, and a smile that all men understand appeared on his face. But just then, the phone rang, and it turned out to be the Jingdong delivery guy's phone. In a moment, they heard the doorbell ring, and all the appliances that Gu Li had bought the night before were delivered. Looking at the oven, microwave, instant water heater, and the latest Huawei-made mobile phone, as well as the nearly 10,000 yuan Mechanical Revolution esports console, the two could not help but swallow their saliva and show an expression of envy. In particular, Zhao Yixin, who had always been thrifty, could not help but shake his head. Lao Gu, you really go all out when you have money. Yes. Fengya then nodded, if you keep going like this, I feel that with your millions, you won't be able to last even a year, let alone the next few decades. Gu Li suddenly laughed, and without refuting, he thought to himself. This is just the beginning, if you guys saw the Mercedes-Benz you won, you would probably think I'm crazy. Chapter 12, so I was the superficial one. Luckily, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class hadn't yet been delivered, or else these two would be shocked beyond belief. The three of them in the dormitory could be considered Gu Li's best friends. With 7 years of friendship and a bond that could survive death, there was naturally no barrier between them just because he had become rich. Besides, the few million that had been revealed were nothing compared to some of the rich people out there. Just like Fengya, the rich woman he had been with, she was 10 times richer than Gu Li. At the beginning, even a woman worth hundreds of millions wanted to support him, but unfortunately she couldn't bring herself to do it and rejected him decisively. Although Lao Yu is happy to be a kept man, he is also quite picky. He generally only goes for women in their 30s and 40s who still have a lot of charm left. Therefore, this guy is the only one among the four who is the most carefree and happy. Not only has he bought a big house with the full payment, but I heard that he has also saved quite a lot in his secret stash. As for the previous fat guy and Gu Li, they were just hard-working people who had to worry about making ends meet. They were better off than most, after all, with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan in the western city of Chengdu, which was still considered pretty good. Unfortunately, for the sake of so-called love, Gu Li had worked for several years and saved up just over 100,000 yuan, and the rest of it had been spent on Yue. The fat guy, on the other hand, had saved and scrimped and paid the down payment on a house early. However, with his weight and introverted personality, finding a girlfriend is really a problem. As for the last person in the dormitory, he is from Jiangbei province. After graduating, he returned to Jingshang and is now married with children, having entered the tomb of marriage early. He spends all day sunbathing with his children, which has led to the fact that the three of them really have no common language with him, and their contact has gradually become less and less. However, the relationship is definitely still there, and before, the three of them were thinking about taking some time to go to Jingshang and have some fun. After all, there are famous attractions such as the Yellow Crane Tower and the Yangtze River Bridge, and there is plenty to do. So the three of them just watched TV and played games at home, and the hours passed quickly. Then Gu Li directly asked the two to go out of the community to find a nice hot pot restaurant to celebrate the housewarming properly. However, during this time, the two actually took turns competing with Guli and drinking, and they directly got him drunk, and in the end, his legs were a bit weak. When it came time to pay the bill, they were surprised to find that it had already been paid in advance by the fat guy. Guli, I'm going to have to carry all that stuff back. I can't take all this brand new stuff from you for nothing. No, I'll pay for this meal. We're brothers, but we still have to settle the bill. The fat guy said with a sincere smile, and congratulated Guli on finally being able to make his mark. Yes. Maybe we'll have to start calling you President Gu in the future. Fonya, who was carrying 2 cartons of milk and a bag of fruit, also laughed heartily and teased him. Guli was touched when he saw this, and said with a smile, "Thanks, fat boy and old duck. I'll be coming here a lot in the future, and I envy that guy Lao Nyo." Ha, yeah. I envy him. That guy just posts pictures of his kids every day. Let him see how carefree and happy our single lives are. Time always flies when you're having fun. Time quickly came to the next day, and Guli, feeling a bit peckish, quickly got up and boiled a bowl of instant noodles. Just as he finished breakfast, a phone call came through, and it turned out that the car had been delivered. Damn, I'm a luxury car owner now. Guli laughed heartily, quickly gulped down the noodles, got dressed and went to the entrance of the residential area. The upright figure of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, like a monster, was lying steadily on the roadside, and it also made passers-by look twice. Seeing Guli walking over, the young man from the forest shop shouted enthusiastically, "You are Mr. Gu, right?" "Yes." Guli nodded and looked at the car next to him, his eyes full of affirmation. A few minutes later, the handover was complete, and Guli got straight into the driver's seat. He ran his hands over the leather seats beneath his buttocks and was really pleased with the comfort. "Hey, are you Mr. Gu?" At that moment, a voice came from the side. Guli looked up and saw it was Zhang Tingting, the property manager, who was known for her strong principles. He had asked for news of Shen Linxi before and the girl had been a bit rude, so he still had a bad impression of her. Seeing her come, Guli immediately said, "Well, by the way, I've bought a car, so could you please enter it into the system for me so that I can park it there?" Hearing that this big guy was really Guli's car, Zhang Tingting suddenly felt a thud in her heart. It turned out that she had been really superficial. She hadn't realized before that she had really missed the mark, and this guy was originally a low-key second-generation rich kid. Not only was he good-looking, he was also so rich, so it was no wonder that he dared to come and hit on Sister Shi. "Okay, Mr. Gu." Thinking about this, Zhang Tingting's attitude suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Maybe this guy really wants to buy a house here in the future. Okay, I'll go first. She wanted to chat for a while longer, but she didn't expect Guli to start the car directly, say hello, and then drive off, leaving her stunned on the spot. Hey! Guli was in a hurry to go out, and he really did have something to do. He had to go to work later, so he had to change his appearance a bit. He is now a member of the Shen system, so he can't keep wearing the same clothes that cost just a few tens of dollars. Immediately, he drove to a nearby shopping mall and went on a shopping spree. In the Vacheron Constantin boutique, he set his eyes on a simple and elegant hand-wound watch. He liked the color of the 18K pink gold very much, as it gave off a kind of local tyrant vibe, and it wasn't as dazzling as the pure gold of a Rolex. The classic style of the Tradition L series, with its railroad track minute circle, is even more elegant and refined, and the bezel is even set with 54 round-cut diamonds, making the entire dial look dazzling. As for the price, it's not expensive, only 238,888 yuan. In addition to this watch, he also bought Gucci clothes, a Bally men's jacket, Armani shoes, and even a 130,000 yuan Trek bicycle. It's really inconvenient to go out and drive sometimes, and it's faster to ride a bike. Plus, he likes cycling, and now that he has no shortage of money, he can be more extravagant. All of this cost almost 200,000 yuan in total, and when combined with the Vacheron Constantin watch, it came to a total of about 450,000 yuan. Seeing that his experience value had risen to 550,000 yuan, and he was still short of more than 400,000 yuan to reach 1 million, he smiled. Callie's savings were still about 600,000 yuan, so it would be no problem to buy a few more things and upgrade again later. After that, he had a nice meal at the mall, got a comfortable haircut, changed into a suit, and drove directly back to the community. At the entrance to the garage, security guard Yu Xiaofeng was also taken aback when he saw the completely transformed Guli. Damn! I didn't think Guli looked like he was rich. Now it seems I was really shallow. After getting to know Guli, he even went to the property management office to find out that Guli was renting, and thought that was it. Unexpectedly, he learned a lesson today. At this time, Guli had already returned home and started planning his regular life from now on. And at this time, Guli got a call from Jinduyan Technology, asking him to go to an interview tomorrow. Chapter 13, Who the hell is this? Good morning, esteemed customer. Your bank card with the last digit 1002 has received a transfer of 3,514 yuan at 2:00:0 seconds this morning, and your current account balance is 645,815.41 yuan. Universe Bank. When Guli picked up his phone in the morning, he saw the message about the money he had earned the previous day, and he nodded happily. Not bad. Not bad. Earning thousands of dollars a day, this is truly a godlike life. In fact, if it weren't for the system, and if Shen Linxi wasn't so pretty, he would rather not go to work and just eat and wait for death every day. Because even if he doesn't have any aspirations, in less than 2 years, he will be able to live a carefree life earning tens of thousands of dollars a day. But fortunately, he is only 27 years old, and still has a lot of passion and doesn't want to lie down too much, so he can only follow his promise with the system and work hard to pursue that destined girlfriend. Shen Linxi, I'm coming. He immediately pumped himself up, then got up quickly and started washing up. At the same time, he also looked forward to the upcoming interview with Jinduyan Technology. It was soon 9 a.m. At this time, Guli was still on the way, driving towards Jingshang Square. 22nd floor, Block B, Su's office. Wang Tai, the technical director in his 40s, was reporting urgent news. President Su, this is more or less it. Chen Huang has completed the system design ahead of schedule and is ready to submit the bidding proposal at the end of the month. I heard that a major breakthrough has been made, and our chances of winning have decreased. After listening to Su, his face also became serious, and he looked at Wang Tai and asked, on our side, is there really no way to improve the algorithm? After all, this is a rare opportunity. You have to understand that this time, the boss had to beg for a favor to be able to participate in Huating's bidding. If we fail, it would be a great shame. Su, this is really not something I can guarantee. After all, you also know that if the project is too large, how difficult it is to improve it by one level. Wang Tai of course knew this as well. Since getting involved in this project, he hadn't slept well for several days. However, although the company's system had advantages in some areas, overall, compared to Chen Huang, it still had some weaknesses. Plus, the other party was an established integrated software supplier, and their advantages in other areas were even more obvious. It was not easy to snatch this project away from them in the first place. Of course, this was how new business was always snatched away, and they had experienced it more than once. So even though the odds were not in their favor, everyone was determined to give it their best shot. Unfortunately, no one had anticipated the difficulty of improving the algorithm of the Jinduyan system, and no solution had been found yet. Without a major breakthrough in software performance, they would be on equal footing with Chen Huang in terms of technology. In that case, Huating Logistics would definitely choose the more mature Chen Huang. I see. Then they will have to concede on price. Hearing this response, President Su was a little disappointed, and then casually said, this. Wang Tai heard, but didn't know what to say. After all, this was not something he could decide. But just then, the office door rang. President Su, is Director Wang in there? President Su frowned, then gave Wang Tai a wink and shouted, come in. The door then opened, and Wang Tai immediately asked, Xiang Qiwen, why are you here? The other person was a senior engineer under him, and could be said to be one of the best technical people in the entire company. But wasn't he doing a technical interview this morning? Why was he here looking for him? Although Xiang Qiwen was only in his 30s, years of programming had caused his hair to thin out, and it even had the beginnings of a Mediterranean look. After entering, he first glanced at General Manager Su before saying, Director, I just interviewed a candidate, and he's a bit arrogant. I'm a bit undecided, should I hire him or not? Hearing this, Wang Tai was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, is that all? He came to the interview and was still arrogant. What's the point of hiring someone like that, isn't that just asking for trouble? He immediately said in a bad mood, you're short-staffed on the project, that's your business. If you want him, just take him, if not, forget it. Why are you still following me here? Okay, you can go back first. I'm in the middle of something important with President Su. Xiang Qiwen was suddenly embarrassed, but the guy said, stop it, just go out first, I'll talk to you when I get back. However, Wang Tai was a bit impatient and waved his hand directly, wanting him to go out first. After all, just now, President Su was doubting the technology on his side, and you're here to stir up trouble, which is downright embarrassing. Okay. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qiwen also knew that the boss was angry, and he could only shake his head, a bit regretting barging in. Wait, why don't you tell me about this arrogant interviewee? Arrogant, he must have the capital to be arrogant. I believe that without special circumstances, you would not have come in to find Lao Wang. However, at this time, President Su became interested and called out. Xiang Qiwen suddenly froze, and then looked at Wang Tai. Wang Tai sighed and nodded. Mr. Su, director, here's the thing, that guy originally applied for our senior engineer position. But after my interview, I found out that the other person's level far exceeded mine. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai immediately became interested and interrupted directly, you're not wrong? Far surpassing you? Xiang Qiwen nodded firmly, really, director. In fact, I feel that even if I see this guy, I'm still stuttering. Wang Tai's face suddenly tensed. Say it, just say whatever you have to say. It's just that he's even better than you. Only then did Xiang Qiwen cautiously glance at Wang Tai and tentatively say, well. Wang Tai immediately laughed. Oh, you feel that way? No wonder you're so arrogant. Could it be that you came from a big company? However, Xiang Qiwen shook his head. No, I worked for a small company before, just for 3 years. At this, Su always laughed. I'm telling you, you're joking. Mr. Su, I'm definitely not joking. That guy is really amazing. I asked him some questions about work, and he was able to give me solutions right away. Xiang Qiwen thought back to the interview process just now, and he couldn't believe it either. Someone so young actually had so much programming experience. Oh yeah, he also said something that I didn't quite understand. What was it? He said that our Jinduyan system has a major loophole in the ALN's algorithm analysis of the simulated paths inside. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Tai froze. You see, the algorithm for simulating the path of the ALNs in the company's system was his masterpiece and one of the major features of the Jinduyan system. Such a mature algorithm that had been running for over a year actually had a huge loophole. This was unbelievable to him. However, if he didn't know the Jinduyan system very well and was also an algorithm master, it would have been impossible for him to know the name. At this point, Wang Tai was a bit curious to meet this young interviewee. That's right. What's even more arrogant about that guy is that he said he could help us win the Huating logistics project. At this moment, Xiang Qiwen's words simultaneously set off ripples in Su Zong and Wang Tai's hearts. They couldn't help but glance at each other. This interviewee really does have something. Let's go. Let's go see just what kind of interviewee this is. This way, Su Zong also stood up in surprise and said to Wang Tai. Wang Tai nodded immediately, okay. Chapter 14, How is this possible? In an interview room on the 20th floor, Guli was bored out of his mind. In front of him, a virtual screen that no one else could see was displaying the real-time seconds that the system was accumulating money. It was impossible to say that he wasn't happy to see his money increasing with each passing second. He had to admit that with this system, his previous worries about having no money and no girlfriend had simply vanished. He is always smiling and in a great mood. This is life. With the system upgraded to level 3, the effective distance has increased to 500 meters, which has greatly increased his freedom. If it had remained at the previous effective distance of 100 meters, he would not have been able to guarantee that he would be within the distance for lunch. In that case, his daily income would have been much lower, which he would have been very sad about. But now, with the system upgraded, he believes that the effective distance will continue to increase. I just don't know when this effective distance will disappear. Otherwise, it's always a bit uncomfortable to get rewards only when you're within the distance, and you always feel like something is missing. He couldn't help smiling when he thought about the interview just now. It was really something. He had never imagined that he could come to the interview so proudly. Instead, he had left the HR and technical staff on the other side speechless. In particular, when the HR lady asked him what his expected monthly salary was, he casually mentioned 100,000, and the lady almost thought he was crazy. Fortunately, he repeatedly suggested that the technical staff should be asked first, otherwise they would have to reject him. The technical interview that followed made the young lady on the side doubt her life. After all, it was the first time she had seen an applicant directly ask the interviewer questions and make him stammer, and he was even a bit sweaty. And as Guli spoke off the cuff and shamelessly, the two also fully experienced what it meant to be a silver tongue and brag without thinking. In the end, the project leader, Xiang Chuan, personally intervened to finally figure out what Guli wanted. So there was the scene above, where he personally went to the director, Wang Tai, and said that there was an exceptionally arrogant candidate. What Guli didn't know was that his exploits had immediately spread throughout the staff area next door. Holy shit, did you guys hear? There's an arrogant programmer here today, and he's asking for 100,000 yuan a month. Holy shit, no way. This guy's not here to make fun of us, is he? Who's to say? I heard that Xiang Chuan went in person and came back empty-handed, and now he's going straight to Director Wang. Is that true? You're kidding. I glanced at him when he first walked in, and he looked pretty young. He's only been working for a few years, so how could he be better than team leader Xiang? Do you believe that? Believe it or not, that's just the way it is. First, Li Kai was interviewed, and he was immediately asked questions that made him break out in a sweat. That's a bit of an exaggeration. If he really is that good. I'll just wait and see. Hey, I heard he's also a handsome guy. I hope he's not just boasting. He is indeed young, and I don't think he has much real talent. He might just be a show-off. Yeah. Ha ha. And when Su Zong, Wang Tai and the others came down and saw the discussion going on in the cubicles, they were also a bit speechless. Cough cough. What are you doing? 1 and 2, don't just chat, get to work. Wang Tai immediately coughed to indicate that everyone should just get back to work. Everyone looked up and saw General Manager Su behind the director, and they immediately lowered their heads in panic. For a moment, the office was silent as dozens of people looked on. The sound of the keyboard clacking away increased. Seeing this, Wang Tai felt a little embarrassed and thought to himself that these guys were doing it on purpose. He didn't bother to say anything and simply snorted and headed towards the interview room. At this point, Guli was getting a little impatient. After all, both the HR and technical personnel had left, saying only that they would report back first, and they didn't make him wait long. What was even more infuriating was that they didn't even offer him a glass of water, and he was starting to feel thirsty. But just then, the door to the interview room suddenly opened, and several people walked in together. Guli glanced at them and saw Xiang Chuan, who had been interviewed before, as well as the HR specialist from the beginning, and another person wearing glasses. The last one, who was pot-bellied, was obviously a senior executive of the company. He didn't get up either, just looked at the three of them. Xiang Chuan immediately introduced them. Gu, this is our company's general manager Su, and this is our technical director, Director Wang. Guli immediately nodded. Hello, General Manager Su, Director Wang. Hello, welcome to apply for our Jinduyan technology. General Manager Su also responded with a smile, and then looked at Wang Tai. You guys chat, I'll just listen in. Guli didn't expect to attract the other senior management, but he was pleasantly surprised. After all, this way, his goal would be easier to achieve. Wang Tai first picked up Guli's resume, and after looking at it, he found that the work experience was relatively ordinary, having stayed at 2 companies. However, the rest of the ability introduction greatly shocked him. It was really written that he was proficient in many computer programming techniques, covering many aspects such as front-end and back-end, frameworks, and underlying logic. Even he, the 40-year-old technical director, did not dare admit that he was proficient in so many. If it weren't for the previous interview with Xiang Chuan, he really doubted that Guli was really funny. He was so young and such a technical expert. Could it be that he had started learning programming since childhood? But he was willing to give it a try and asked patiently. I heard that you are very confident in your skills. At the same time, I also found some bugs in the ALN's algorithm of our simulation path of Jinyun, so let's talk about that. So, he directly threw out a question to draw a response, using a project he was most familiar with to test Guli's skills. For example, in our system, there is a relatively classic scenario to be aware of. Even in Shen Huanji Chuang's system, this has not been solved. This is also simple, isn't it based on the distributed Heisenberg effect? Guli, however, was not at all daunted, and spoke with confidence. Your system of acrobatic clouds, although it has great advantages in many ways, also has unknown dangers when faced with a larger data volume. For example, the ALN's algorithm within it will cause irreversible errors when the traffic system is under strain. This must be said, Guli's analysis was incisive and directly hit Wang Tai's weak spot. Several people nearby were shocked to see this. In particular, the HR manager's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? This expression of surprise was directly shown on her face, showing the collapse of a belief in her heart. In her eyes, Jingyun's technology was very good, and it was considered top-notch even among its peers. She just didn't expect to be told about the flaws in it today. In particular, it was such a big shot as the technical director who couldn't refute it. On the other side of the table, Su was also filled with shock. He had never imagined that this young man in front of him actually had such abilities. Since the other party could see this problem, he wondered if there was a solution. Thinking about the Huating logistics project that was about to begin, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart, albeit one that he did not have much confidence in. Seeing the unnatural expression on Wang Tai's face, Guli suddenly felt a chill in his heart and asked casually, "This system, it's not something you made, is it?" Chapter 15, a little show of skill, and everyone is in awe. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Wang Tai, and Su Zong in particular had a teasing expression on his face. He was really the technical director of his own company, but he had always been very confident in himself. It would be bad if he was questioned like this in front of everyone, and if he resented Guli as a result. Well, it's true that I led the development of this system, and I wrote the core framework and core algorithms. Wang Tai felt a moment of embarrassment on his face, and then said frankly, "I just didn't expect that there would be such a big flaw. In the past, I was complacent about this system, but today I realized that I was a bit short-sighted." Wang Tai, don't take it too seriously. After all, such a big system can't be perfect, right? You have to know that your system has made such a big contribution to the company, which is also a very remarkable achievement. Hearing this, Su Zong also nodded in satisfaction and immediately comforted him. After all, as the company's technical director, Wang Tai is really good-natured to admit his own shortcomings so modestly. Hearing this, Guli felt even better about Wang Tai and immediately said with a smile, "Director Wang, don't take it to heart. After all, President Su is right. Any system has bugs, and there's nothing we can do to avoid them." At the same time, he also felt that with such a magnanimous attitude, there should be a lot less dirty things in the future work life of colleagues. This reminded him of the previous company, where a few leaders in the upper echelons fought fiercely behind closed doors, causing chaos below. Not only did they drag some departments into infighting and waste company funds for no reason, but in the end, the entire software department was sacrificed, and the cost was not inconsiderable. In fact, before, he had thought that if he was unhappy at the company, he would leave after completing the Huating logistics project. But now it seems that he can stay for a while longer and see how things develop. Perhaps after he has some money, he will start a company and grow it slowly. After all, there are still a few decades in life, and one must have a career. Otherwise, if one just keeps on waiting for death, life will not only be boring, but also make others look down on you. Yes, I am truly amazed by your technical abilities, and it is really a good story that you will be able to work together in the future. President Su was a leader of the company, and his words immediately caused everyone to applaud and praise him. Guli immediately smiled and asked, "President Su, so I have passed the interview?" "Of course, you are welcome to join Jinduyan Technology." Wang Tai immediately stood up, extended his right hand, and said with a smile, "I am honored to join Jinduyan Technology." Then, Guli and Wang Tai shook hands tightly. However, the specific position still needs to be discussed with the boss. After thinking for a while, Su asked Guli, "Mr. Gu, do you want to go back and wait for news, or stay here? It shouldn't take long." Guli thought for a while and said, "Why don't you let Director Wang take me on a tour of the company first?" "That's fine too." Wang Tai didn't have any objections, and then said to Xiang Qiwen, "You take Mr. Gu to look at the project first, I'll be there soon." Guli then followed Xiang Qiwen around the several floors of the office building of Jingyun Technology, and got a rough idea of the company's structure. They ended up in the office of the technology department, which was a large office that could accommodate hundreds of people, with cubicles one after the other. The employees inside were intently writing code, and the sound of heated discussions could be heard in the meeting room. Everyone was in good spirits and very young. Guli really realized that this was a young company. Watching the HR lady and Xiang Qiwen accompany a young man into the office, everyone working suddenly started speculating. All the small groups suddenly became active, and what was originally a discussion about the project suddenly took on a different tone. Holy shit! Could this guy be the tech guru? He just finished the interview and came for a tour, which is really a first. I've got my answer. The boss and Su went to ask the boss for instructions, as if they were discussing this person's position. I heard that in the meeting room just now. The boss was impressed. So awesome. Is there no justice in the world? Yes. With such great skills and being so handsome, it's simply infuriating to compare with others. I wonder if this person has a boyfriend. Now the girls in the front end will be thrown into a panic. Not to mention the girls in the front office, even the young ladies in other departments are going to be swept off their feet. Have you noticed that everything this guy is wearing is a brand name? And the watch on his wrist, that's Vacheron Constantin, which costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. When this was said, the group fell silent for a few seconds, and then the whole group was shocked and started swiping. Holy shit! Holy shit! Is he also a rich second generation? A watch that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, I can't imagine. Damn it, I admit I was so envious that Guli's face turned red. At that moment, Guli noticed that many people were looking at him, and their eyes were filled with emotions such as surprise and shock. What's going on? He was also a bit speechless, wondering when he had become such a celebrity. At that moment, a programmer in his 30s suddenly shouted, "Team leader Xiang, I have a problem here that I haven't been able to solve after several days of looking at it. I heard that you are a master of technology, so why don't you show us what you can do?" Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room suddenly turned to Guli, and Xiang Qiwen was also taken aback, and then looked over at him as well. Guli instantly understood what the other person meant, and nodded immediately. "Let's go take a look." "I'll go, this Jin Liu guy is up to something. That guy is already very jealous, and now that he sees this cute guy, he must be holding bad intentions. If this can't be solved, it will be a loss of face." Guli, on the other hand, was naturally clear about the guy's intentions, and immediately smiled inwardly as he carefully read the problem. With top-notch computer programming skills, he found the problem in less than half a minute. It was just a simple logic loophole. The entire piece of code didn't look like anything, but when combined, it would cause logic problems, and only certain inputs would cause such problems to appear. Then he gave a little smile. "This is easy. It should be written here to ensure that after all inputs are processed, the result will be a correct number and will not cause the program to overflow." Jin Liu listened and immediately asked with some uncertainty, "Just change it like that." Guli put his hands on his shoulders and laughed. "Of course, it's not easy for the average person to solve it. You need to be careful and patient to see this problem." When he said this, Jin Liu's face flushed, and he didn't know how to refute. After all, it was him who couldn't solve the problem for several days, and it took Guli half a minute to figure out what the problem was. In that case, doesn't that make him the average person in Guli's mouth? Ha ha. Seeing this situation, I don't know who laughed, which immediately made Jin Liu's face look embarrassed, and he almost wanted to find a crack to hide in. Jin Liu deflated so quickly, and everyone realized at this time that this new handsome guy really had some skills. Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pint pot. At this moment, everyone looked at Guli with shock and curiosity in their eyes. Of course, some female colleagues' eyes were flashing with an ill-intentioned gleam. "What are you doing? Go to work." However, just at this moment, Wang Tai and President Su walked in again, and a loud shout silenced everyone. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled stares, President Su directly announced Guli's appointment. Now, Guli is officially appointed as the deputy director of the company's technology department, directly responsible for the bidding work of the Huating logistics project. "Okay, everyone welcome Director Gu to officially join Jinduyan Company." Suddenly, there was loud applause, and everyone's eyes were full of surprise as they looked at Guli. This handsome, young deputy director is the first time I've seen him. Guli was also very happy to hear about the position, and immediately laughed. "Thank you all. I hope we can get along well in the days to come at the acrobatic cloud." Then, he looked in the direction of the A block office building, and grinned to himself. "Shen Linxi, the day we meet is not far off." Chapter 16, An Unexpected Encounter, Eye to Eye. Due to the urgency of the Huating project, Guli's side also indicated that he was ready to start work at any time, and the somersaulting cloud side quickly processed his entry procedures. In this way, he interviewed in the morning and moved into his office in the afternoon, starting his work life. Although the office was not big, the layout was quite good, and the personnel department had specially moved some flowers and green plants over and decorated it a bit. What's even better is that the location is also quite good. Through the blinds, you can just see the 16th to 25th floors of Chen Huanji Chuang and Building A across the street. I just don't know if Shen Linxi's office also happens to face this direction. Thinking about her situation in the past few days, Guli couldn't help but brag, and after half a year, she finally posted a friend circle update. "I started a new job today, and the office is not bad. There are flowers and grass, and the view is not bad. Incidentally, here are two pictures of the office, along with the imposing figure of the A block office building opposite. Soon after, WeChat messages immediately started to appear, especially in the group of former colleagues, which blew up the diving ones. They asked question after question, very shocked that an ordinary former colleague had suddenly been given an independent office. Guli, however, didn't bother to respond. After all, she hadn't played along too well. After all, they weren't in the same company anymore, and even if they had gotten along well at the time, their friendship had gradually faded after not contacting each other for a long time. It was the group of college roommates, Old Duck, Fat Boy, and even Old Bull, who quickly sent messages. One after the other, they were full of words of congratulations. They were just short of shouting Boss Goo. After a few casual conversations, Guli also felt that it was about time, and quickly got into a work mode. After all, he came here to get down to business. In the bidding for next month, he must defeat Chen Huang and make Shen Linxi remember his name well. So, for the next day or two, Guli was immersed in frame understanding and code analysis, and was very busy. And just as he was busy like this, Shen Linxi also received news. Wednesday afternoon, May 25th. Shen Linxi was working when Lin Huating, in charge of technology, knocked on the door and walked in. At that moment, she was concentrating on correcting documents, and after taking a quick look at Lin Huating, she asked, "Lin Huating, I was just about to look for you. How's things going over there?" Lin Huating was the company's leading technical expert, and was in charge of Project Department 1 under Shen Linxi. Jingshang, who had previously been scolded by Shen Linxi for project issues, was the head of Project Department 2. Facing Shen Linxi, a leader 10 years younger than him, Lin Huating did not look down on him, but rather respected him. After all, Shen Linxi, although a bit strict, was really good to his subordinates. Of course, it was for those employees who worked hard and did not hold them back. If it was the kind of person who was perfunctory at work and had no ability, that would be a different story. President Shen, we have completed the initial optimization on our end, and we should be able to complete the beta version this week. Lin Huating finished speaking, but was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Shen Linxi immediately said, "That's not bad, your department has worked hard these past few days. By the way, if there's anything else, just say it." It was only then that Lin Huating spoke. "Mr. Shen, I've heard some news. Jinduyan has hired a new technical expert. I heard that he has already taken full responsibility for the Huating project. Do you see anything on our side?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately looked up, wondering who the other party was. He had to say that at such a critical moment, Jinduyan had actually replaced Wang Tai, the technical director, which immediately caught Shen Linxi's attention. "There's nothing to it. It seems that he previously worked for a small company and has only been working for a few years, less than 30. I see. Then there's nothing to be concerned about. We just need to complete the optimization before the bidding, and there shouldn't be any major problems with the bidding success. But I heard that person directly made Wang Tai submit in defeat, and he even has the ability to solve the flaws in the Jinduyan system and take its performance to the next level." "What?" At this, the ease on Shen Linxi's face suddenly disappeared. Originally, the solutions of the two software companies for this Huating project were about the same, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. But if the Jinduyan system becomes even better, then the result can be imagined. Regardless of whether the other party can achieve this goal or not, she must plan ahead and make more preparations. Upon thinking about this, Shen Linxi immediately said, "In that case, we must also do our best. In this way, you will lead a group of colleagues to work overtime these few days to further optimize the plan. At the same time, arrange for 3 groups of people to join in and rebuild the model mentioned last time. If it is successful, we will have one more trump card." Upon hearing this, Lin Huating nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll give the order right away." "Who is this guy? He actually boasts that he can improve the performance of the Jinduyan platform." Of course, Shen Linxi has tried the competitor's system, and she knows how difficult it is to improve such a large system. She then stood up, her sexy figure shining in the sunlight. "Jinduyan, what a formidable opponent." Looking in the direction of Block B, she couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Guli felt something, and looked over towards Block A. Hatch. At this moment, he actually sneezed due to the air conditioning. He touched his nose and laughed. Could it be that someone is thinking of me again? In the following days, Guli also competed with Shen Linxi. If the other person didn't leave work, he wouldn't either. Unfortunately, although they lived in the same community and were even on the same square, they never met once. This luck also made Guli a little speechless. However, on Friday, the work for the day was finished early, the optimization plan was already in place, and naturally, he wanted to go home early. In fact, he still had to come in on weekends to work overtime, but this rare Friday, he still wanted to go home and rest. It's true that in the past few days, he has been working on the project until 11 or 12 o'clock every night. He arrived at the office before 9 o'clock the next day, and even though his physique is different from that of ordinary people, he was still a bit tired. Here, he once again had to admire Shen Linxi, who was able to stay so energetic and beautiful while working the same amount of overtime. So, around 8 o'clock, he pushed his trek bicycle downstairs. I have to say, this bike has attracted a lot of attention over the past few days, and everyone knows its price. Although it's only 100,000, who would spend so much money on a bike? With that kind of money, I'd rather spend millions on a luxury car, which would be more advantageous for both travel and picking up girls. But that's it, and it's made more employees at Jin Doyun look up to Gu Li. Rich, handsome, and still insists on exercising, who doesn't like such a guy? This also led to the fact that he was usually liked by many girls at the company, and many of them took the opportunity to ask for his WeChat. Of course, at the same time, he also gained a lot of envy and jealousy, and almost became the public enemy of his single colleagues. In this way, he once pushed his bicycle downstairs in the strange looks of everyone and rode to the intersection of the square. And just as he was waiting for the traffic light, coincidentally, a Romeo stopped next to him. The eye-catching Clover logo immediately made Gu Li happy. And just at that moment, Shen Linxi, who was driving the cab, also turned his head and saw Gu Li riding a bicycle. Suddenly, their eyes met and time stood still. Chapter 17, Stalker, how is this possible? At this time, Shen Linxi, dressed in a well-fitting professional outfit, looked so heroic. In particular, her aloof temperament and the kind of faint indifference that kept people at a distance made people can't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful iceberg!" Seeing a man on a bicycle staring at her like that, Shen Linxi suddenly felt displeased. She snorted, turned her head away, and cursed in her heart. This guy, he's so rude. Is it really okay to stare at a girl like that? Although he is a bit good-looking, that's no reason for you to stare at her like that. On the other hand, Gu Li took this opportunity to admire him, staring at him without taking her eyes off him. It was really not just him, even the passers-by and the delivery boy next to him couldn't help but take a surprised glance at Shen Linxi as they passed by her bike. And after one glance, they would glance a second time, or even a third time. Gu Li was on the good side here, only giving a glance. Damn it! I really want to gouge this guy's eyes out. Just as Shen Linxi couldn't stand it anymore, the red light finally turned green, and Shen Linxi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Oomph, lucky you. After glaring fiercely at the lecherous Gu Li, she ground her teeth and stepped on the accelerator, driving off. Seeing this, Gu Li suddenly smiled. Unexpectedly, a woman looking angry is quite good looking. Immediately, he took a deep breath, fastened his helmet, and roared after her. Yes, Gu Li had just worn a helmet, so Shen Linxi naturally did not recognize Gu Li as the heartbroken man who got drunk in Jiangbei that night. Of course, given how little she cared about Gu Li, she probably wouldn't have recognized him even if he hadn't been wearing a helmet. As for why he was wearing a helmet, it was simply because he was going too fast. After all, don't underestimate the physical fitness you get from system modification. The previous 2 days, taking advantage of the relatively sparse crowds on the streets late at night, Gu Li had been able to ride at full speed and reach the residential area in just over 10 minutes. Whether you drive or ride a bike, it's almost 7 kilometers. According to traffic jams and more traffic lights, even a car would take about 15 minutes to get there. But Gu Li, in the case of cycling, actually only took 10 minutes. At this speed, it's a bit fast. And as the number of rides increases, his skills are getting better and better. Looking at Shen Linxi's vehicle in front of him, Gu Li also used his full strength to try his best to keep up. In front of him, the virtual screen of the system was always displayed, and the accumulated seconds of money on it kept growing. This meant that the distance between the two was always within 500 meters. In this way, Shen Linxi and Gu Li, one in front of the other, arrived near the community 10 minutes later. This was a major intersection, and the traffic lights took a bit long, reaching a full 90 seconds. But because it was only a minute and a half, Gu Li actually caught up slowly. But just as he was about to catch up, the red light turned green, allowing Shen Linxi to turn left smoothly. Damn, I almost caught up. Looking at the red light in front of him, Gu Li had no choice but to stop and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, a few dozen seconds later, the money accumulation stopped, and it was obvious that Shen Linxi had already surpassed him by more than 500 meters. It's okay, it's only a little over 100 seconds. I can afford to lose this little bit of money. Green light, go. Guli had to comfort himself and continue walking. Hey, there seems to be a traffic jam up ahead. It seems like there's been an accident. This is really God helping me. But after continuing for a few hundred meters, Guli seemed to have noticed something and immediately smiled. Come on. Charge. I'll show you my speed. Subsequently, Guli directly pedaled his feet up into the air and sped towards Shen Linxi. Just as he was about to reach the intersection, Shen Linxi finally turned on the right turn signal and successfully passed through the congested intersection. However, just as he turned right, Shen Linxi suddenly noticed that a bicycle was rapidly approaching from behind. The speed felt like at least 40-50 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the appearance of the bicycle and the rider wearing a helmet looked so familiar. Shen Linxi was thinking back when she suddenly remembered that it was the same person she had met at the intersection at Huating Square. That guy, he even stared at him for half a minute, which was really annoying. But then she thought, how is that possible? She was driving, so how could the cyclist have been following her the whole time? It was an illusion. It must be an illusion. The more Shen Linxi thought about it, the less likely it seemed. Her colleague, who was driving, couldn't help but shake his head. I must be tired, I'm hallucinating. She shook her head and quickly found an excuse for herself. The community was in sight, and she said to herself, I've really been tired this week, so I'd better take a good rest. If things go on like this, how will I get this project finished next month? However, while Shen Linxi was waiting for the last traffic light, a bicycle with a unique design suddenly stopped next to her. It turned its head, as if it had the same vision as her, and looked at her again. I'm stunned. It really is the same person. Shen Linxi was shocked. But before she could react, Guli rode straight ahead and turned right, heading towards the gate of the residential area. She went straight towards the entrance to the garage at the back of the residential area. Just as Shen Linxi was thinking about whether or not to follow, the car behind her honked the horn, urging her to move on. I really have encountered a ghost today. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Seeing someone else honking, Shen Linxi had no choice but to start the car and hurry straight ahead. At the same time, she shook her head again to comfort herself. Maybe she was just overthinking it. How could someone be following her? Guli didn't know that because of this encounter, Shen Linxi had so many associations. Otherwise, he would probably laugh out loud. It was the system that suddenly sent a prompt, leaving him speechless. Congratulations, host. Due to this accidental encounter, Shen Linxi has accidentally paid attention to him and thought he was some kind of stalker. You have been given an additional chance to enter the lottery. May I ask if you would like to start the lottery now? Upon hearing this voice, Guli's mind went blank and he was completely confused. Wait? What's going on? She actually thought he was a stalker? How is that even possible? With a snap of his teeth, he then stopped, just stopping at the entrance to the community, not knowing what to say. Chapter 18, A soft meal is delicious, and you live like a treasure. Forget it, she didn't see my face clearly anyway, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. Guli thought about it, but there was nothing she could do about it. Who knew that Shen Linxi had such a big brain, so all she could say was that it was just bad luck. She immediately went home, took a shower, and then started the official lottery. This was the first time she had obtained a lottery opportunity from Shen Linxi due to the progress of their relationship. I hope something good comes out of it. He secretly hoped. System, start the lottery. Okay, host. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of wealth information for the coming month. The famous pharmaceutical company Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical is about to make a major breakthrough in new drug research and development, which will be announced within the next month. At that time, its stock price will surge more than 10 times, and even more than 15 times at the peak. In the end, due to asset restructuring and large-scale financing, the final stock price will remain at about 10 times the current stock price. The following is a graph of its stock price over the next month. You can enlarge the graph by clicking on it. Holy cow, this is awesome. Guli didn't expect the prize to be a wealth of information, and he was shocked for a few seconds. Thinking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars in his account, he immediately felt happy. Now, he could multiply his money a few times and make millions. Then, Guli directly opened his computer and looked up information about Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical. He discovered that this company was actually listed on the Hong Kong stock market. The current share price is only 2.87 Hong Kong dollars, with a total market value of 1.178 billion. Then he searched for information about this pharmaceutical company and found that 3 years ago, it also had a market value of 7 to 8 billion. However, because the research on new drugs had never produced results, and then there were unexpected circumstances, the stock price had fallen all the way, losing 80% of its market value in 3 years. But this time, it was a good opportunity for him. The results of new drug research, combined with restructuring and financing, would directly turn the situation around and achieve a market value of 10 billion. Guli was not greedy. As long as he could multiply his money tenfold and make a few million, he would be satisfied. He looked at the remaining 600,000 in his account and began to plan in his mind. According to the stock price graph, the news would not be revealed until the 15th of next month, that is, July 15th. Then the stock price of Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical began to soar, rising fivefold in 3 days, until the press conference was held on the 20th to announce the news of the new drug and financing restructuring. After that, the stock price soared again for a week, reaching a high of more than 40 Hong Kong dollars a share. At the end of the month, it finally stabilized at around 30 Hong Kong dollars. In this way, he still had 20 days to raise the money. After all, the more capital, the better, as it was a sure thing. After looking it up, he found that there were certain conditions for buying Hong Kong stocks in the country. But for him, it was no problem at all. Once he reached the 10 million level of turnover, he could open an account directly. This is thanks to the system. After all, the daily income is now distributed by operating in the stock market. This gives him the status of a senior stock investor, otherwise, the 2-year stock trading experience required to open Hong Kong stock trading would be difficult to obtain. In the past few days, the system's monetary rewards have added up to tens of thousands of dollars. If you add up the money in a few bank cards, it's a total of 680,000 yuan. Suddenly, Guli fell into deep thought again. Such a good opportunity, I'd be sorry if I didn't make some extra money to thank the system for this reward. Oh, that's right. This time I can get the 3 of them involved and let them make some pocket money. I can also take a cut and earn a little commission. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and Guli remembered the envious looks on Fatty and Old Duck's faces when they looked at his stock account. Although the two didn't say anything, he knew that the 2 guys must really want to be led by him. But this opportunity is in the Hong Kong stock market, and the 2 guys who have never speculated in stocks before definitely can't play. Then he can only give him the capital and he will help invest it. As 7-year friends, he knows the 3 guys well and is therefore willing to give them a hand. After thinking about it, Guli asked directly in the group chat, Lao Yu, Fat Boy, and Lao Nyo, I want to have some fun in the Hong Kong stock market this time. Do you want to get involved? If so, just transfer the money to me and I'll take you guys investing. Once this was said, the small group of 4 immediately became excited. Damn it! Gu, you finally remembered to make your brothers rich. We must participate. From looking at your stock account before, you've made millions in the past 2 days, that's amazing. I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I didn't have the nerve. What's going on? Gu is amazing at stock trading? Hey, let me tell you, Lao Nyo. Lao Gu was a great stock trader, he's practically a stock god. With the explanation of the fat man, Lao Nyo Jingye was also excited. Such an opportunity, not participating would be a fool. Damn, I have too little private money. Upon hearing this, Guli immediately laughed, but still gave everyone a word of caution and a little persuasion. Don't be so impatient. Think about it carefully. After all, the stock market is risky. Although I am 70-80% sure, I can't guarantee that it is foolproof. If we lose money, that would be bad. Although it's not a lot of money, it will affect our friendship. However, this remark immediately caused the 3 of them to look down upon him. Damn it, Gu, what kind of words are these? If we lose money, so be it. Can we ask you for compensation? Right. When Lao Nyo broke my tablet, I just said one thing, pay up. It's no big deal. Exactly. How about this, I'll invest 50,000. Not more, not less, just the right amount. I'll invest 50,000 too, that's all I have in my piggy bank. I've saved it up over the years. Seeing that Fatty and Lao Nyo had invested 50,000, Guli nodded. After all, these 2 guys are a bit cautious, and it is already very difficult for them to come up with 50,000 yuan. After all, they still have to pay the mortgage and live after buying a house, right? I'll invest 500,000 yuan. However, Lao Yu's investment immediately shocked the 3 of them. Damn it! You're serious. You're so fucking rich. Suddenly, Lao Yu was besieged by Fat Guy and Old Cow. Guli also asked, Lao Yu, aren't you renovating? How come you have so much money? Lao Yu immediately replied, with a smug expression. Hey, hey. During this period of time, I met an older woman. If I serve her well, she will lend me a few 100,000 yuan without any problem. Plus, I have saved 300,000 yuan, so it's easy to borrow another 200,000 yuan. Just now, I got a phone call, and she transferred the money over. Upon hearing this, the three of them were a bit speechless. Guli couldn't help but sigh, the man who lives off a woman is really something. But at this point, his mind also became active. Although he could not borrow money or take out a loan to speculate in the stock market, he could borrow money to upgrade. After the upgrade, he would earn 8,000 yuan a day. With more than 20 days left, he could invest another 100,000 yuan. With a tenfold return, this would be 1,000,000 yuan in income. Thinking about this, Guli decided to buy as soon as possible and upgrade the system to level 4. Chapter 19, The System is Messing with Me, Second Encounter. This way, Guli. While he was still thinking about how to cash out and upgrade the system, he received 3 transfers on WeChat. Zhao Yixin and Niu Jingye each received 50,000 yuan, and Feng Ye received 500,000 yuan, which just happened to be 600,000 yuan. The funds from these 3 people also happened to be almost the same as the 600,000 yuan left in his account, which was quite a coincidence. He then transferred all 1.2 million yuan into his stock account and began buying shares of Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical in batches. Although this amount of capital had no significant impact on the huge stock base, he decided to be cautious and take his time to lay the groundwork, trying not to attract the attention of those who were interested, just in case. In the next few days, while working intensively to optimize the Jinduyan system, he cashed out various platforms and finally got 400,000 yuan. He used 2 credit cards, lending platforms, WeChat, Tuan, Douyin and other major platforms to get the money. He finally got more than 300,000 yuan, plus 70,000 yuan in unpaid bills and orders placed with Huating, and finally satisfied the conditions for spending 1 million yuan. However, this time, he was not going to buy anything online, but went straight to the mall to prepare to go shopping again. A Cartier rose gold 4-leaf clover diamond necklace, worth 136,000 yuan. A Chanel caviar leather pouch, worth 88,000 yuan, and an Armani women's long embroidered dress worth 160,000 yuan. Although Shen Linxi didn't try them on, based on the other person's sexy figure and 1.7 meter height, they were definitely elegant and noble. As for why he bought these 3 things, naturally it was to give them to Shen Linxi as gifts later. After all, he had already spent more than 200,000 yuan before, getting himself a few outfits, so there was naturally no need to buy more. And just as he finished paying, the system's prompt sounded again. Congratulations, host, your upgrade experience has reached 1,063,521.56, and the system has successfully reached level 4. You have also obtained 1 lucky draw opportunity. Do you wish to start the lucky draw now? Congratulations, host. The current effective distance of your monetary reward is 1 kilometer, and the income you receive every second is 0.1 yuan. Upon hearing this, Guli immediately let out a sigh of relief. With the system upgrade, both the effective distance and income had doubled. In this way, as long as he did not get too far away from Shen Linxi, his daily monetary reward would reach 8,000 yuan. That would be 240,000 yuan a month. A monthly income of 240,000 yuan, and a yearly income of 3 million yuan, is simply terrifying. With excitement, he shouted directly, System, open the personal attributes panel. Okay, host. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, level 4. Money reward, the host is within 1 kilometer of the girlfriend and receives a 0.1 yuan money reward every second. Experience gained, 1,063,521.56. 10 million spending 1 yuan can accumulate 1 experience point. Number of seconds with money accumulated that day, 14,200 seconds. Number of lottery draws, 1. System space, no items. Node 1. Node 2. Node 3. Node 4. Guli immediately understood as she looked at the virtual screen in front of her. Sure enough, as expected, the experience required for the next level of upgrade has increased tenfold, and it will cost 10 million to reach it. Then according to this pattern, it will not cost 100 million to upgrade the system to the 6th level. Gee, this is getting more and more terrifying. And now, in addition to the 600,000 he has already invested in the stock market, he has also borrowed 300,000 to 400,000, so he doesn't have any extra money to spend. It seems that he won't be able to upgrade for a while. Well, then, enjoy the 8,000 yuan a day for a while. Although it's a bit of a pity, he's not disappointed. After all, as long as the stock investment is successful, he may be able to record millions of yuan next month, and then he can upgrade quickly again. Next, let's see what good things I can get from this lottery. Gu Li thought hopefully. It would be best if it were some black technology or some awesome blueprints or something. In that case, he could start a company and make a lot of money quickly. After all, relying solely on the daily monetary rewards from the system was a bit too little to become rich and powerful. After all, he didn't know what the situation was like in Shen Linxi's family. If his future in-laws were some business tycoons who insisted on matching social status, then he would be a bit speechless. Therefore, he still hoped to become powerful and have his own business that he could be proud of. The system began the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have been awarded a rebate opportunity. As long as you spend once for your girlfriend Shen Linxi, and after the other party accepts, you will be able to receive a rebate, with a random rebate multiple. Gu Li was dumbfounded when she saw this as a prize. What the hell is this? He is actually being asked to spend once for Shen Linxi. How is that even possible? Right now, he doesn't even know Shen Linxi, and they can only be considered to have had a fleeting encounter twice. He does know a little about the other person, but Shen Linxi can be said to know nothing about him. Without special circumstances, it would be very difficult for Shen Linxi to accept his spending. After all, at first glance, the other person is not a woman who will casually accept gifts from others. Damn it! This system is going to cause trouble. Suddenly, Gu Li couldn't help but curse in her heart. After all, this was really a bit difficult. He didn't have any good opportunities to get close to Shen Linxi right now. After all, Shen Linxi must really hate suitors. If he didn't plan carefully, it was likely to backfire. While he was suffering, he was carrying his things and walking towards the outside of the mall. Shen Linxi was walking towards him with her best friend Hu Lin. At this time, Gu Li was considering the prizes, so naturally she didn't notice at first. So when he noticed that Shen Linxi was walking over, laughing and chatting with a girl, the two parties were already less than 5 meters apart. At this point, Gu Li could only grit her teeth and go for it. At the same time, she cursed in her heart, damn it! This must be the system messing with things. At the same time, Shen Linxi also noticed Gu Li walking over in front of her, and she was slightly surprised. She also didn't expect to run into the person who had shouted out the other person's husband that day, and her heart skipped a beat. Hu Lin, her best friend, was also the first to notice her unusual behavior and became curious. When she saw Gu Li, she couldn't help but tease her. What? You have a crush on this handsome guy? How about I go get your WeChat? Hearing this, Shen Linxi's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, what are you talking about? I just suddenly thought of something and froze for a moment. Chapter 20, Take the initiative and then leave with style. However, such an excuse did not convince Hu Lin in the least. You have to understand that the two of them have been friends for more than 10 years, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they were childhood sweethearts. She knows Shen Linxi's personality very well. The situation at this time made her extremely curious. Could it be that her best friend really has some interest in the handsome guy in front of her? But just as she was about to continue teasing and make fun of Shen Linxi, Gu Li walked straight over. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Gu Li was also ready to go all out. Besides, the system had given him a mission, and if he didn't go for it, he would be too gutless. And he wasn't the same infatuated person who only had Yue in his eyes before, and with the system, his courage had also increased a lot. He immediately steeled his resolve and walked over directly, smiling and greeting her first. Little sister, I never thought we would meet again by such a strange coincidence. Hu Lin was taken aback by these words and looked at her best friend suspiciously. Shen Linxi also frowned when she saw this and hurriedly explained. Don't get any wrong ideas. This gentleman and I only met once the other night by the river. As she spoke, she hated in her heart. If it wasn't for Hu Lin dragging her out for drinks that night, she would never have interacted with this guy in front of her. Now that they had run into each other, she was embarrassed to death. If she didn't have a good psychological quality, she might have shown traces of it on her face. She could only nod lightly towards Gu Li. It was quite a coincidence. Have you just finished shopping? After saying this, Shen Linxi also looked at the bag in Gu Li's hand, but frowned slightly. Didn't this guy just lose his girlfriend on the 520th? Why is he buying so many luxury goods that girls like? Sure enough, men are all bad. He's just gotten over a relationship, and already he's hooked up with another woman. Humph. Guli didn't know what was going on in Shen Linxi's mind, so she sighed and said rather helplessly. Yeah. I've been in a bad mood lately, so I can only numb myself by shopping. After all, relieving boredom through shopping isn't something only you girls do. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that she had guessed wrong, and what about the other person's hands? While listening to the two people's conversation, Hu Lin, who was standing nearby, was curious. Could it be that the handsome guy and his best friend really had something going on? Immediately, she asked Guli, "Handsome guy, have you just been dumped?" "Hey, it's not like I've been dumped." Guli wouldn't let go of such an opportunity, and directly pretended to be pitiful, revealing a look of deep affection. "Wasn't it 520 the other day? I confessed my love to a girl I've liked for 7 years, but I was rejected. What's even more heartbreaking is that she got into someone else's car and drove away. That's 7 years. 7 years of true love can't even compare to someone you've known for less than a month. Tell me, in a situation like this, who could possibly stand it?" Seeing Guli's expression of pain, regret, and unwillingness, Hu Lin couldn't help but nod. "You're right, it is a bit tragic." Shen Linxi, however, did not expect things to turn out like this, and she felt a lot more sympathy for Guli. But the doubts in her heart still made her ask. "Then why did you shop and buy things for girls?" Guli suddenly smiled wryly. "I don't lack anything in my life. With no choice, I just bought a few things at the salesperson's suggestion. Let's just say I bought them for my future girlfriend. Hey, before I didn't have any money, and she rejected me because she didn't want to be with someone like me. Now I have some money, but she's gone. Maybe this is a joke from the heavens." This answer suddenly left Shen Linxi a bit speechless, and she thought to herself that this guy in front of her was really interesting. Just to ease the pain in her heart, she went to the mall and bought random things. Hu Lin, who was standing next to her, looked at her for a while and realized that Guli didn't seem to be lacking money. She immediately shook her head. Such a handsome guy with money and good looks, and the girl actually doesn't look at him. I don't know how high her standards are. She looked at her best friend next to her and immediately turned towards Guli and teased, "Handsome guy, there are thousands of good girls in the world, why hang yourself on just one tree? Look at my best friend, she's single too, why don't you guys give it a try?" Before she finished speaking, Shen Linxi's face flushed and she said angrily, "What are you talking about?" Hu Lin laughed, "I'm just trying to introduce you to someone so you can find a boyfriend and melt this ice of yours. Otherwise, you're so cold all the time, it's boring to look at. I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Okay, let's go." Shen Linxi saw her best friend's words getting more and more outrageous, and she immediately became impatient, pulling her to leave. At this time, Guli was increasingly impressed by Shen Linxi's best friend. This is really a good assistant. She immediately thought about it and laughed. Of course the young lady is beautiful, any man would like her. But forget it, I'm not good enough for her. Besides, the previous incident made it really hard for me to muster the courage again. I'd better focus on work and take my career to the next level. When she heard this, not only Hu Lin was stunned, even Shen Linxi was taken aback. She looked at Guli with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Her own appearance had suddenly lost its appeal. Hu Lin believed what Guli said directly after hearing her words. She felt that her previous 7 years of liking him had really devastated the handsome guy, and she immediately encouraged him. "You said such words, I don't know how to comfort you. Don't worry, you will definitely find someone better in the future." "Thank you. Well, I should go too, so as not to keep you from shopping." Guli saw that she had already displayed her persona, so she immediately prepared to leave, and finally smiled at Shen Linxi. "Bye, little sister. By the way, thanks for what happened that night." As soon as she said this, she grabbed her things and left without looking back. "Hey." Hu Lin was about to ask something else, but she was firmly held by Shen Linxi and could only watch Guli leave. She immediately turned back and looked at her best friend, curiously asking, "Cici, be honest, what really happened that night? I always feel there's something wrong with the last sentence the little handsome guy said. What's the problem? You're just overthinking it." Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi immediately turned her head and walked towards the front. Hu Lin, however, would not let her off so easily. She quickly caught up to her and put her arms around her, tickling her. "You're not going to say anything, are you? Do you want to see what I'm capable of?" Ha ha. What are you doing in public? You crazy bitch. Suddenly, Shen Linxi laughed out loud from the tickling and couldn't help but run away. Chapter 21. Why don't you call me husband and try? Fortunately, Hulin knew Shen Linxi's character, so after a little bit of trouble, she stopped and immediately regained her dignified and virtuous appearance. It has to be said that Hulin is also a complete beauty, but she has an extra touch of liveliness and cuteness compared to Shen Linxi. She is also 2 or 3 years younger, speaks casually, and her smile is always on her face. Shen Linxi, on the other hand, has a more sexy figure and rarely smiles, giving off the vibe of an iceberg beauty. But this domineering style is even more lethal in the eyes of many men. As the two walked down the street, their contrasting personalities, one stern, the other lively, attracted a lot of attention. If they were in Taikoo, they would probably have been surrounded by people taking street photos of them. After a while, the two arrived at a beauty salon on the 3rd floor and got a beauty spa treatment. They are regular customers here. They come here for a massage from time to time when they are tired from work, and their whole body and mind can be relaxed. At the same time, they can also do skin care maintenance to make their skin more tender and smooth, and maintain a youthful and energetic state. Of course, the price is not cheap. It costs at least a few thousand yuan at a time, and it is more than 10,000 yuan. Ordinary salary workers really can't afford it all the time. Hey, by the way, is what this handsome guy said true? But as soon as he lay down, Hulin curiously asked, looking like a curious baby. Shen Linxi's face suddenly changed, and she sighed before saying after a while. I said, why are you holding on to this? It's annoying, we're here to relax, not discuss a passerby. Hulin was of course not satisfied with this answer. As Shen Linxi's best friend for many years, she always had a feeling that there must be something else going on. So when she saw her best friend getting a little angry, she became even more curious. A passerby? From the situation just now, it was more than just a chance encounter. In fact, this handsome guy was quite nice. Although he looked tall and thin, he definitely had good muscles. And it was really a bit unexpected that he didn't ask for your WeChat. You really think that all men have to hit on beautiful women they see on the street? Shen Linxi tilted her head and looked at the white ceiling, pursing her lips. Then why did he just say hello to you again? This is also something that Hulin doesn't quite understand, and it makes her very curious. After all, if he really didn't care, he could just walk over. But the situation just now was very strange. Guli just said hello and then said a few words, but he didn't do anything else. And he didn't add WeChat, which is simply not in line with the street pickup routine. After all, if they are unlucky in the future, they will probably not encounter this handsome guy again. In that case, what is the point of this encounter today? Shen Linxi didn't know what Guli was thinking, and she was also a little strange. She said directly and impatiently, you ask me, how would I know? Oh, just tell me, how did you guys meet that night anyway? Hulin couldn't help but be curious at this time, and she looked over her head and started pestering. Shen Linxi saw this and was also a bit helpless, so he had to say. Actually, it's not much. He was rejected and was drinking alone in Jiangbei. At that time, I had just returned from dinner with you and was a bit dizzy. So I talked to him for a while. Then I left. It's really nothing. Really? Hulin heard what happened, but still didn't quite believe it. Shen Linxi nodded, of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Hulin's eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, okay. If that's all, then swear an oath. If you lie, promise your family that you will listen to your uncle in the future when you get married. How's that? Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi snorted, her face a little angry, and she shot her a look. Okay. You don't even trust me, and you want me to swear such an oath, which is practically pushing me into the fire. Hulin, however, defended herself, since what happened that day was so simple, the oath definitely would not hold. What are you afraid of? Me. Suddenly, Shen Linxi was also stumped by Hulin's stubbornness and could not help but be speechless. At this point, Hulin finally could not help but laugh out loud. It seems that there is something I don't know, and you just haven't told the truth. Hey, I really can't stand you anymore. At this moment, Shen Linxi also didn't bother to continue arguing with Hulin and slowly told her what had happened that day. After hearing it, Hulin was stunned. Damn it! You actually called that little handsome guy husband. This is unbelievable. Hulin looked at Shen Linxi in disbelief and teased her directly. Ha, my Linxi, why don't you call me husband and let me hear it? Gee, you actually called someone else husband. If you didn't say it yourself, I would never believe it. Get out. If you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad. Now, Shen Linxi was really embarrassed, and she wanted to run out and get away from this hateful guy. Besides, if you hadn't dragged me out for drinks that night, would I have done this? And you said it, which just made me so mad. Ha ha. But the more Shen Linxi was exasperated, the happier Hu Lin on the other end was, and she couldn't stop laughing. After a while, she calmed down and finally started to speak seriously. Okay, I'll stop laughing. By the way, I'm serious. You asked, was this guy really rejected and drunk by the river on the night of 520? And then he hit on you? Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi recalled and nodded immediately. Yes. I guess it was because he was drunk. Otherwise, based on the situation today, it seems that the other person is not someone who would casually hit on someone. I think so too. Hu Lin thought for a moment, touching her chin, and asked again, so what do you think of this handsome guy? Shen Linxi didn't understand. What do you mean? Don't play dumb, I'm talking about whether you have any feelings? Hu Lin asked with a smile. Shen Linxi's face suddenly changed, and he waved his hand directly. Don't you dare think anything bad, I'm not in the mood to talk about anything else right now. The projects at the company are driving me crazy, so don't you dare make things worse for the boss. Hu Lin laughed. How is this making things worse? You're going to be 29 soon, aren't you at all worried? Shen Linxi seemed to think of something, and then his eyes darkened. I'm not worried at all, I'm fine with never getting married in this life. Unfortunately, some people don't want that, and they keep trying to pressure me. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin also sighed and comforted, see, it's fine. Chapter 22, just the right amount of trembling hands. In this way, 2 hours later, the two finished relaxing. Then they went upstairs to the delicious private kitchen for a good meal. However, because they still had to go back to work, Shen Linxi directly rejected Hu Lin's proposal to drink some wine. Hu Lin was suddenly a bit unhappy and shook her head. You take your work too seriously. I would like to advise you that no matter how good your career is and how much money you make, no man can really be comfortable. Puff. Hearing these somewhat explicit words, Shen Linxi couldn't hold back either, and almost laughed. She finally suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth, finished the meat, took a sip of the old duck soup, and then said slowly, I really don't know when you think a man is comfortable. As far as I know, although you have had 3 or 4 boyfriends, you haven't taken the final step, have you? Well, who says there isn't? I've known what it's like to be a man for a long time. Seeing the smile on Shen Linxi's lips, Hu Lin directly began to argue, not even caring about her face anymore. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi didn't indulge her, and immediately nodded in agreement. Oh. What's that like? Hu Lin was momentarily stunned. Ha ha. Seeing that her best friend was unable to refute her, Shen Linxi was finally relieved of the depression she had felt from being constantly pushed back. You know, I know that you are a guy, right? You are just a master of empty talk. I am not. Hu Lin immediately retorted, who knows, maybe the next one will be my true love. By then, when I get married, and you still don't have a boyfriend, you will be so jealous of me. Shen Linxi was speechless. I'll wait then. They have been good friends for more than 10 years, and if Hu Lin really fell for him so easily, she would not still be a virgin. Since the two of them could become good friends, naturally neither of them is someone to settle for. The future husband must satisfy them in every way. The important thing is that he loves them enough, the kind of love that only loves them. Better to be lacking in quantity than in quality. On one side, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin were eating and chatting. On the other side, after working out at the gym for the whole afternoon, Guli was also having a big meal nearby. One person eating alone, one person admiring the night view outside the window, very pleasant. Even because of his handsome appearance and upright figure, he attracted the unusual attention of the 2 little sisters sitting next to him. If it weren't for his expression of being 1,000 miles away, he might have been hit on. It has to be said that since undergoing the systematic humanoid weapon transformation, his physique is simply incredible. His body is well proportioned and muscular, with 8 abs that have formed naturally even without exercise. Add to that his slightly handsome appearance and decent clothes, and he gets a lot of attention when walking down the street. This is why Hu Lin, who is used to seeing handsome guys, brightened up when she saw him at first glance. Of course, on the other side of the street, Shen Linxi felt a bit overwhelmed. In her subconscious mind, she thought that this kind of guy was popular with many people, and his life must be pretty bad. With such preconceived ideas, she only felt a little bit of dislike when she saw him carrying a shopping bag that was obviously a gift for a girl. Although Guli explained later, Shen Linxi still had reservations. But even so, he was still very happy about today's chance encounter. After all, if they met again, and he revealed his name a little more, then the two of them would have met. In this way, the relationship will progress further. At that time, there will definitely be another chance for a lucky draw on the system side. As for that day, it should not be far away. Because, after a few days of overtime, the optimization plan for the Jinduyan system side has been completed. Just wait until next week to test it again, and then you can directly submit the solution to Huating Logistics and start the real bidding. As for Chen Huanji Chuang, he also learned a little bit from Su Huai's side. Although there has been some progress, the threat is not great. As long as there is no breakthrough, then the Huating Logistics project, Jinduyan will definitely be able to win. Maybe at that time, I can even see Shen Linxi at the bidding meeting. I believe that by then, the expression on the other person's face will definitely be very exciting. I just hope that after Shen Linxi loses, he will not be so angry that he will be ashamed, otherwise if the two become enemies, he will definitely regret it to death. As he thought this, Guli ate for an entire hour before getting ready to drive home. But it was also not known if it was too much of a coincidence. Just as he had just walked to the parking lot, Shen Linxi also drove out of the mall with Hulin. A few minutes later, they actually drove one after the other to the Jingshang River, heading towards the Jingshang Huating community. Hey, what's going on up ahead? Oh my, it looks like someone jumped off a building. Go save them. Look, there's someone in the river. But just a minute later, they turned into a road at the same time and also saw that the bridge in front of them suddenly became congested. The crowd in front of them also suddenly became noisy, as if someone had jumped into the river. Guli also didn't expect to encounter such a thing, and quickly stepped on the brakes to prepare to reduce the speed. But perhaps because of the chaos, a person next to him suddenly jumped out, which startled him. His hand, for some reason, shook and actually hit the car in the next lane. At that moment, Guli couldn't care less and just wanted to turn the steering wheel. Shit! Clover! And just at that moment, he actually saw that the car in front of him was Shen Linxi's Romeo, with the Clover logo very eye-catching. In the corner of his eye, Shen Linxi's beautiful figure was in the driver's cab, and then he saw Guli's car and was also stunned. Shit! This is too fucking coincidental. I can even meet it when I go home. He just wanted to swerve the steering wheel, praying that he wouldn't scrape Shen Linxi's car, but unexpectedly, the prize he had obtained before sounded in his mind, a rebate opportunity once. Suddenly, he hesitated. But because of this hesitation, Guli's car directly grazed the rear of Shen Linxi's car and drove a few meters before stopping. This accident also directly made Shen Linxi dumbfounded. Immediately, he stuck his head out, ready to see what was going on. Guli, on the other hand, did not bother to lock the car, but simply took off her shirt and jumped into the river. Before Shen Linxi could react, she saw the person who had rear-ended her jump into the river. What on earth was going on? What happened? CC. At this time, Hulin, the passenger, also seemed to sense that something was wrong and asked anxiously. Shen Linxi hurriedly said, I think I was rear-ended. But that driver actually opened the car door and jumped into the river. Oops, that person went to save someone. Hulin immediately said with a slap on her thigh, then looked in the rearview mirror and got out of the car to watch the fun. Shen Linxi also reacted, and then got out of the car to check it out. When she arrived at Hulin's side, she saw a figure swimming quickly in the river, heading towards the woman below. Seeing Guli's speed and his swimming technique that looked like he was riding a wave, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Damn! This young man is amazing. He's swimming too fast. He really is amazing. The swimming position looks professional. I just saw it. As soon as this young man took off his clothes, he definitely had 8-pack abs. What's more, he's still a little hottie. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately made some young girls watching the fun feel a burst of excitement in their eyes. However, Shen Linxi was a little confused. It was really just a moment ago that she suddenly felt that Guli's back was a bit familiar. Chapter 23, You Don't Want It, But I Do. Guli, who was swimming towards the center of the river, was overwhelmed at this moment. He was truly shocked by the strength of the humanoid weapon. Not only was his physical strength superhuman, but his previously rubbish swimming skills had also improved. But then again, the strongest weapon on the planet feels like it has endless strength. Maybe with his current physical fitness, he would definitely have no rivals if he went into the sports world. Unfortunately, that was not his goal. After all, being a celebrity is too exhausting, and there are a lot of restrictions, and you are not free at all. Of course, he is even more satisfied with the sudden inspiration he just had. As long as Shen Linxi lets him repair the car, then he is sure to get this cash back. After all, he is the one who scratched the car, and there is nothing wrong with this. If the other party does not accept it, he has to make her accept it. So, in the eyes of the melon-eating crowd on the shore, it took Guli less than half a minute to swim to the woman who was still flailing about. Then he put an arm around her waist and swam towards the shore with the other hand. Seeing that the guy's hands were still flailing about, he immediately exerted some strength in his hands to make the other person come to their senses instantly. Calm down. I'm going to save you. If you keep screaming like that, we're all going to be finished. Then, with a loud shout, he made the woman suddenly quiet down, and her dazed gaze finally returned to reality. Unexpectedly, she then gulped down a mouthful of river water and coughed rapidly. Seeing this, he had no choice but to exert force with his hands and once again get the woman's entire head to the surface. At the same time, he exerted force with his left hand, used his waist, and paddled his legs to swim faster. After taking a few breaths, the woman finally recovered. A minute later, the two finally reached the shore and, with the help of the enthusiastic crowd, they helped the woman to shore. At this time, the police and 120 also arrived and quickly began to rescue the woman. Young man, good job. Wow. Handsome guy, so handsome. Damn. What a great looking abs, I really want to touch them. Handsome guy, why don't we add each other on WeChat? Thank you all. It's no big deal. Helping others is our fine tradition. Okay, I have something to do. Excuse me, everyone. Facing everyone's praise, Guli smiled and agreed, then quickly slipped out. At this time, Shen Linxi and Hu Lin, who were in the crowd, also realized that the person who saved the people was actually the young handsome guy they met in the afternoon. Shen Linxi didn't expect that this young handsome guy also scratched her car. However, at this point, she felt no anger towards Guli. After all, he was only careless because he was trying to save someone. Seeing Guli come out, she and Hu Lin also walked directly over. Hu Lin, in particular, looked at Guli's evenly toned muscles and directly praised him. Handsome guy, I didn't think we'd meet again, did you? Gee, your muscles are really good looking. When she said this, her eyes were even more full of excitement, and she couldn't wait to touch them. Seeing her best friend acting like a crazy girl, Shen Linxi also shook her head in exasperation. She hated to look away and didn't want to admit that she knew this guy. She really couldn't walk away when she saw a handsome guy. Shen Linxi was of course very impressed by Guli's unhesitating act of saving someone in the dark. Seeing him all wet, she couldn't bear to see him like that and quickly said, "You'd better go home and change your clothes first, before you catch a cold. As for the previous scratch, it's just a small injury, no big deal, you don't need to be responsible." Upon hearing this, Guli looked at Shen Linxi in surprise, and suddenly felt that this little sister also had a good heart. If he had met someone else, he would probably hate to have to repair the car all over again before he could be done. But that was not his intention, so he immediately said, it's fine, it's fine. Besides, it's not cold tonight, so just think of it as taking a cold shower. I have some clothes in the car, so I'll change and accompany you to the forest shop to take care of the car. Shen Linxi was also a little surprised to hear this. After all, she had already said that she would not let the other party pay for it, but Guli still insisted on going to the shop to have it repaired. Of course, someone who is more willing to help may be someone who sticks to their principles. Therefore, Guli also had a little more favorable impression of Shen Linxi, and believed what he said in the afternoon. Maybe people really do shopping to kill time, and at the same time buy things for their future girlfriends. Really don't need it. You also did it to save someone, and it wasn't intentional. If I let you fix the car again, wouldn't that break the hero's heart? However, she really didn't want Guli to fix the car, after all, it was already night. She had to work overtime when she got back, so she didn't have much time to waste. Guli, seeing that Shen Linxi was so determined, immediately said, "Madam, I've already asked the forest shop next door, and there are staff on duty there. We can just drive the car over there, it won't take more than a few minutes. If you refuse again, I won't be able to rest easy. After all, if I don't fix it for you, and if you have a problem driving in the future, it wouldn't be good if you blame me." Hearing Guli say this, Shen Linxi was suddenly speechless and couldn't think of how to reply, with a bitter smile. "Let's go. CC, everyone is being so sincere. If you keep refusing, it'll be our bad for not being grateful. Next to them, Huating saw the two arguing and directly tried to persuade them. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi finally nodded, okay then. Fine, you follow my car. After saying this, Guli drove in front and headed towards the forest shop that had previously delivered his car. It didn't take long, and they arrived. Then they saw the after-sales service person from before, who came over enthusiastically. Guli waved his hand and said, "Brother, these are the two cars." I scratched the lady a little. Just repair them as needed, and then do a full car maintenance. By the way, how long will it take? After hearing this, the after-sales service person then saw the Romeo with the 4-leaf clover in the back, and even more so, Shen Linxi and the others. He was surprised. It was rare to see such a beautiful woman. However, his good work ethic made him remain calm and carefully inspect the car. After 2 minutes, he said, "Mr. Gu. The damage is not serious and it can be completely repaired in 2 days. How about this? First, leave your phone numbers and I will contact you when the repair is complete and you can come and pick up the car." Guli nodded, "No problem. You have my phone number, so you can ask the lady." That's it. The car will be repaired here, I'll go first. After saying this, he then greeted Shen Linxi, and then took his things from the car and walked outside. Okay. Shen Linxi didn't expect Guli to be so decisive, and he just left after the matter was over. She suddenly couldn't help but doubt that this guy really wasn't hurt badly enough to even dare to fall in love. He actually had no interest in her at all and just left. At this time, Huating, who was standing next to her, also became suspicious and said to Shen Linxi, "Damn it! Could this handsome guy be a straight man? Originally, I thought that the other person was playing hard to get, and after insisting on the repair, he would definitely have to apologize and invite you to dinner. I didn't expect that he would just leave like that. It really is strange. What are you talking about? In this situation, you must feel better after taking a shower at home." Shen Linxi heard this and immediately agreed with it in her heart, but she said something else on the surface. What she didn't know was that, without knowing it, she also had a little more curiosity about Guli. What was this guy thinking? Chapter 24, 1,000 times more critical, worth 10 million. The next day, the forest shop called to give an estimate of the cost. The total cost for repairs and maintenance on both cars was 98,000 yuan, while the cost for Shen Linxi's car was 39,000 yuan. Guli said that he had no problem paying the full amount, which was less than 100,000 yuan. On the contrary, he was even more excited about the 39,000 yuan spent on Shen Linxi's car, and wondered how much he would get back in rebates. He also wondered how many times the multiplier would be applied. With great anticipation, the 2 days passed quickly. And on June 1st, the after-sales service department called directly to say that the car had been repaired and could be picked up in the afternoon. Guli couldn't contain his excitement, so he took a leave of absence and went straight to the forest shop after lunch. He paid directly with his credit card, without even considering other cars. At the same time, he mentally recited, "System, use the rebate opportunity." Okay, host. The rebate opportunity was successfully used, and you received 1,000 times the critical strike. There was a ding, and the card was successfully swiped. Subsequently, his experience points increased by 100,000 directly, reaching 1,100,000. At the same time, the pleasant voice of the system came again, which made him freeze in his tracks. Congratulations, host, you have successfully spent 39,870 yuan for Shen Linxi and received 1,000 times the rebate, a total of 398.7 million yuan. As this voice fell, a text message sound also came from the other end of the phone. Guli opened it and saw that it was indeed a message about a bank transfer. His hand holding the phone could not help but tremble. "Dear customer, good morning. Your bank card with the last digit 1002 has received a transfer of 39,870,000 yuan at 13:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The current balance is 445,815.41 yuan. Universe Bank." With the money prize income over the past few days, his account has actually exceeded 40 million directly. Holy shit! I've actually been promoted directly to a multi-millionaire, and it's 40 million. Guli couldn't quite believe it when she looked at the balance in her account. In just a few moments, he went from being in debt by hundreds of thousands of dollars to being worth tens of millions of dollars, which was almost like a dream. "Mr. Gu, what's wrong?" At that moment, seeing him in a daze, the after-sales service staff next to him asked directly. Gu Li immediately reacted, his face returned to its usual calm, and he laughed and said something in jest. It's nothing, I just thought of something unexpected, so I was a little distracted. Then I'll go, bye. Okay, Mr. Gu. If you have any problems with the car, you can call me at any time. The after-sales service staff was extremely satisfied with Gu Li's uncompromising personality, and of course, enthusiastically tried to retain him. Okay. Gu Li waved his hand and then drove out of the forest shop. However, after driving out, he did not go directly back to the company. After all, his mood had not yet calmed down. He had previously only been an ordinary worker with a monthly salary of about 10,000 yuan and less than 200,000 yuan in savings. All of a sudden, in less than half a month, he had become a multi-millionaire, and he really hadn't quite adapted yet. What was even more terrifying was that as long as he reinvested the 30 million yuan in the stocks of Shen Linxi Pharmaceutical, by the end of the month his assets would multiply several times again. Gee. It's only been a month, and he's already a billionaire. That's too fast. Indeed, the Shen House system is awesome. It would be great if there were more chances to get this kind of rebate in the future. Gu Li was looking forward to it. Then, Gu Li navigated directly to a nearby tea house and leisurely sipped tea. At the same time, he was also thinking about the road ahead and what path to take. Pursuing Shen Linxi was definitely a constant. But when it came to his other career, he wasn't sure what to do. Forget it, for now I'll just stay on the cloud. Meanwhile, I can start working on the software and see if I can come up with a product and then start my own software company. After much thought, he made this decision. After all, he wasn't particularly sociable, and he was definitely lacking in business acumen. So even if he had money, he would need to be careful when starting a company. The software industry was the one he knew best. Plus his skills as a top programmer, there is no problem creating a powerful software in this area. During this period of time, relying on his top computer programming skills, his ability in the IT field has also increased day by day through researching the cloud system. It can be said that with his computer skills at this time, there are not many people in the country who can achieve it. As for his career, everything has to wait until after the stock market is over. By then, with hundreds of millions of funds, it will be easy to do anything. As for the rest, it is about his relationship with Shen Linxi. The two have met a few times now, but the other person still doesn't know his name, so they can't really be considered to know each other. So, the next step is to wait for the bidding meeting for Huating Logistics. At that time, Gu Li couldn't help but laugh when she thought about the expression on Shen Linxi's face when she saw him. As for the rest, should she buy a flat below Shen Linxi's? In that case, it seems like they can get closer to each other and strengthen their relationship. If she finds a suitable apartment downstairs, she can give it a try. The apartments in the community are split into 2 floors with 2 elevators and 2 households, and the elevator lobby is not separated, so you can usually meet your neighbors. If you can live across from Shen Linxi or upstairs or downstairs, the chances are definitely higher. After thinking about it, Gu Li decided that he could go to the agency and ask first, and if there is something suitable, he can go for it. After all, with 40 million yuan as a foundation, he is full of confidence. The houses in the Shen Linxi building only cost between 5 million and 10 million yuan, so he can still afford it. Of course, even if they become neighbors, he is not going to lick her boots. He is thinking of doing everything he can to strengthen himself and attract Shen Linxi with his charm, so that she will like him on her own initiative. That way, he will feel a sense of accomplishment. Ding dong. But at that moment, his phone rang. Gu Li looked at the caller ID and saw that it was from home, so he immediately picked up the phone. Dad, what's up? On the other end, Gu Mingyuan's honest voice came through. Your mother asks if you're coming back for the Dragon Boat Festival. Gu Li thought for a moment. It seemed that the Dragon Boat Festival was in a couple of days, and it had been half a year since he left home. He had changed so much, and he needed to go back and give his parents a heads up. And now that he had a car, it would be much more convenient to go back, so he immediately said he would go back. Okay, then I'll ask Gu Chou to give you a ride. Gu Mingyuan was very happy to hear that his son was going back. Gu Li smiled and said, okay. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Gu Chou home safely. I'll give you a big surprise when I get there. Gu Mingyuan suddenly asked, what surprise? Did that Yu Wei promise you? Upon hearing this, Gu Li was momentarily stunned. Hearing that it wasn't what he had guessed, Gu Mingyuan's tone immediately turned bad. Then what's the surprise? Anyway, you'd better find a girlfriend soon, otherwise when you come home, your mom will definitely nag you all day long. Upon hearing this, Guli thought about it for a moment and said, well, Dad, I've given up on Yue and am preparing to find someone else. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring a girlfriend back this year. I'm so handsome, it's not hard to find a girlfriend. Oh, that's not bad. Go for it, son. Dad has confidence in you. Gu Mingyuan was immediately relieved to hear that his son had given up on the classmate he had liked for 7 years, and he directly encouraged him. Then wouldn't he be able to buy a flat directly below Shen Linxi's building, and by then, wouldn't it be even faster to improve their relationship? Well, it'll definitely be fine. Guli laughed, but what he was thinking about was Shen Linxi's little sister. Shen Linxi, you won't get away with it. Chapter 25, Taking Care of Shen Linxi's Best Friend. Oh yeah, the house back home should be renovated too. The road leading to the cement road also needs to be repaired. Guli continued to plan the follow-up things that needed to be done, and even made notes in WeChat. Having earned so much money, whether it is the idea of improving the family's life or the convenience of taking his girlfriend back in the future, the family needs to be fixed. After all, his family home is still a small 3-story building that his parents had renovated for tens of thousands of yuan in the early 2000s, and it is quite spacious. The first floor has 3 almost identical rooms, with a large living room in the middle and a room on the left that is used as a storage room for various things. On the right is a bedroom where his parents usually live, so they don't have to go upstairs. The second floor has a suite with a balcony, a large living room and 2 secondary bedrooms, which were previously mainly used by his sister and him. Gu Xinyue, the older sister, is married and lives in the county with her family. As for Gu Qiu, the younger sister, she will be a senior in the second half of the year. The balcony is convenient for washing clothes and drying clothes, and Gu Qiu usually grows some flowers and plants there. As for the third floor, there is a large bedroom with an area of more than 30 square meters, and there is also a bathroom, which is also the room where Guli usually goes back to live. Of course, the house is simply decorated, with whitewashed walls and tiled floors. The other furniture is also relatively simple, and even the curtains are hung with wire, which makes it look rather shabby. Fortunately, the entire house had previously been built on a foundation, so it is quite sturdy and stable, and there is no need to rebuild a villa or anything. After all, even if it were rebuilt, in the future, apart from their parents, the 3 children will not live there very often, so there is no need at all. Even if they get married and have children in the future, their parents will definitely come over to take care of the children, so the house will be even more empty. Therefore, Guli's idea is to spend a few 100,000 yuan and renovate it properly. This old house will be used as a country house in the future, and it will be more than enough to go back and stay from time to time. As for the city of Rongqing, he will definitely buy a large villa in the future. By the way, Gu Qiu's child has not called me for so long, and I don't know what he is busy with. After planning clearly, Guli also remembered her parents' instructions and called her sister to go back together during the Dragon Boat Festival, so she just made a phone call. On the other side, Shen Linxi also received a call from the 4S shop in the afternoon, asking her to pick up the car. She then called Hu Lin and made an appointment to go and have a look together. After work, she first drove her Porsche Panamera to pick up Hu Lin and drove towards the 4S shop. While in the car, Hu Lin asked, Cici, did that handsome guy Gu call you? Shen Linxi shook her head, no, it was called directly from the 4S shop. Oh. That's really strange. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin immediately rubbed his chin, curiously saying, this guy is really strange, could it be that I guessed wrong? Shen Linxi didn't understand, what's so strange about it? Hu Lin immediately started counting on his fingers and began to talk. Look, you're such a beautiful goddess, and the other person actually acted like they didn't care at all, isn't that a bit strange? So far, apart from the first time when you were drunk by the river and I accosted you, the other 2 times, he didn't even show the slightest sign of recognizing you. At first I thought this guy was playing hard to get, but it doesn't seem like that, so it's really strange. If that guy can really hold back like that, then I really admire him. Hearing her best friend's words, Shen Linxi sighed, her face full of fatigue. What's so strange about it? Although I'm slightly prettier, it's impossible for everyone to like me at first sight. Besides, didn't someone say it? The heart has been broken, and now no beauty can enter. Cut it out. I don't believe that. Hu Lin pouted her lips and retorted directly, men are all the same, they're all lustful. I don't believe that little handsome guy, he's not at all indifferent to you. He just did it in a strange way. You said you didn't need the car fixed, but he insisted on doing it anyway. What was the reason for that? Seeing her best friend's puzzled expression, Shen Linxi was also a bit speechless and said directly. Oh, don't think about it. Hurry up and help me take the car back, I still have to go back to work overtime. You just know how to work overtime. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin couldn't help but complain, shaking her head in puzzlement. Shen Linxi sighed, my work is not as easy as yours. Recently, there have been problems with that project again, and the competition is literally suffocating our department. Just lose it. I feel bad for you working so much. You make it sound so easy. After all, this is my job. In no time at all, the two of them arrived at the shop and successfully saw the car. Seeing that the car had been repaired as good as new and a comprehensive maintenance had also been done, even the air conditioning fan had been replaced thoughtfully, Shen Linxi suddenly felt a little bad about it. After learning about it, she realized that Guli had picked up the car at noon. She wanted to say thank you, but it didn't seem like there would be a chance. For some reason, Shen Linxi felt a little sorry. This was the first time she had felt this way about a man. She almost couldn't help but ask the after-sales department if she could get Guli's phone number. But the thought only flashed through her mind, and after thinking about it, Shen Linxi decided not to. The man didn't mean anything special to her, so why should she go over to him? Besides, with her arrogant personality, she could not take the initiative to call a man, even to say thank you. In this way, the two drove in separate cars and returned directly to Shen Linxi's residence in Jingshang, Huating. Once inside, Hu Lin was as at home as she could be, and directly changed into slippers. Cici, it's been a long time since I last stayed at your place. Why don't we sleep together tonight? You want to die? Get out. At home, Shen Linxi directly shed her cold exterior and became aggressive, directly scolding her best friend without mincing words. I'm not a tomboy. Had ha. Hu Lin, however, laughed mysteriously and said, then don't regret it. Tonight, I'm going to flirt with that cute guy. Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi was momentarily stunned and promptly asked, what did you say? Hu Lin laughed, mysteriously took out her phone and waved it around. While you were looking at the car, I got the handsome guy's WeChat and will add him to chat with later. Let's see what the guy really means. I really admire you. Hearing this, Shen Linxi slapped her head and was speechless. What do you want to add him on WeChat for? Do you still want to chase after him? Besides, he just got out of a relationship, so don't bother him, okay? Oh, you're feeling sorry for him. Hu Lin saw her best friend's reaction and teased her. Shen Linxi quickly denied it, I'm not feeling sorry for him. I just think that person surnamed Gu is a good person, that's all. Good person, you're a good person. Why does this sound so familiar? Hu Lin continued, don't worry. I'll check for you and see what kind of person he is. Seeing that Hu Lin was determined to add Guli to her WeChat, Shen Linxi didn't bother to continue talking and just shook his head helplessly, ignoring the guy. On the other end, Guli received a friend request alert and was a little puzzled. But when he found out it was Hu Lin, he shouted with joy. Not bad. Not bad. As long as he gets this best friend, Shen Linxi won't be far behind. Chapter 26 Shen Linxi's Curiosity and Relationship Progress. Handsome guy, so your surname is Gu. And the name Guli has a great personality. After saying this, Hu Lin felt that it wasn't enough, so she immediately sent 2 handshake emoticons over. Oh, right, I'm Hu Lin, nice to meet you. You shouldn't hit someone who's smiling at you. Since she was Shen Linxi's best friend, Guli definitely had to deal with her properly. If she handled it well, she might be able to develop the other person into her own insider, and then she would have a better chance of catching up to Shen Linxi. Of course, he couldn't show any interest in Shen Linxi either. After all, his previous persona had already been set. The 7 years of unrequited love in the previous paragraph had already made him feel like death, and he was temporarily uninterested in a new relationship. If he immediately showed interest in Shen Linxi, it would be a bit counterproductive. Without saying much, he just sent the same handshake emoji and introduced himself. Hello, Hu Beauty. I'm also very happy to meet you. After that, there was no more conversation, as if they had exchanged greetings and then disappeared. Hu Lin saw this and had to initiate the conversation. Nice to meet you. By the way, my best friend asked me to say thank you. The car is all fixed and exactly the same as before. It's fine. After all, it was me who scratched her car, so it's only right to fix it. Guli's official manner completely dumbfounded Hu Lin. She really didn't expect that she would be treated so coldly despite her enthusiasm. She immediately wanted to throw her phone away and ignore this guy Guli. But after thinking about it, she decided not to and continued to engage in a conversation with Gu Li. So, this is what happened on WeChat. Hu Lin tried hard to find topics to talk about, asking questions about everything from age to work, hobbies, and other things. Gu Li, on the other hand, replied casually, with simple and concise answers without any unnecessary words. At the same time, she showed no interest at all in Hu Lin. This kind of chat really made Hu Lin a little crazy. Damn it! This guy is just here to mess with me. Hu Lin never imagined that chatting with someone could be so exhausting, and she was about to lose her temper. What she didn't know was that this kind of chat often happened between her and some guys who liked her. It was just that the roles had been reversed. But what made her even more speechless was that, apart from her own appearance, even her prettier best friend failed to arouse Gu Li's interest. The two of them had been chatting for half an hour, and Gu Li had not mentioned Shen Linxi once. This man is simply a blockhead. Never mind, it's good that I learned a little bit about the situation, so I feel okay. After learning some basic information, Hu Lin hurriedly reported back to Shen Linxi. "Cece, guess what kind of guy that guy is?" Shen Linxi was working at the time and, upon hearing Hu Lin's words, couldn't help but turn around and ask out of curiosity. "Oh. Could it be another rich second generation?" "Pfft, rich second generations don't surprise me." Hu Lin then went on to say that the other person seemed to be around 27 or 28, similar to us. But his hometown is in the countryside, and he started from scratch and has a net worth of at least several million. He also works in IT, in the same industry as you. Isn't that a coincidence? Well, it is a bit coincidental. But unfortunately, Shen Linxi did not look too surprised on her face, but instead nodded lightly in agreement. As if such a man was not worth her attention at all. Seeing this, Hu Lin was suddenly deflated and said in a bad mood. "I said, sister. Can you not give me some kind of reaction? It's strange that I'm still looking after your affairs with a worried face." Hearing this, Shen Linxi also had to put down the mouse and said seriously. "For me, the most important thing now is to get the project done as soon as possible, and everything else can only be postponed. As for what you said about my affairs, in fact, men are dispensable to me. I really admire you." Hu Lin looked at her best friend and finally sighed helplessly. "Why do I feel like you two are alike? You are a career-oriented workaholic, and Gu Li is also a straight man who completely doesn't understand the ways of the world. Meeting you two, I really admire you." Unexpectedly, when she heard this, a smile appeared on Shen Linxi's face. Oh, so his name is Gu Chang and returns to its hometown, but as the sun sets, each goes their separate ways. However, Hu Lin was a little confused and suddenly exclaimed. Hey, what are you talking about? Gu Li is Gu Li, not your hometown. Just saying a name, how did you get to poetry? Ha, you don't understand. Shen Linxi looked at Hu Lin and shook her head, not saying anything more. Hu Lin was suddenly speechless. What the hell is this? Does it mean that people who have spent time in college are to be despised like this? Returning to the hometown after a long time in the capital? Did Gu Li's parents study poetry and literature specifically when they were naming her? She had to admit that there were some things that she, as a school dropout, really didn't understand. Shen Linxi, on the other hand, suddenly had this poem appear in her mind when she heard Gu Li's name, and she fell into deep thought. On the night of 520, at the riverside, Gu Li was so decadent, and the cans on the ground were full of deep feelings. A few days ago on the bridge, the figure that jumped off, knowing that jumping into the river at night was very dangerous, was unwavering as a man. He is really a special person. Chang'an returns to its hometown, and its hometown returns to Chang'an. Looking at the night outside the window, Shen Linxi didn't know what was going on, and suddenly muttered to himself. On the other side of the road, in Building 18, Gu Li was reading a programming book when a voice suddenly appeared in his head. Congratulations, you have officially met Shen Linxi and aroused her curiosity. You know her name, and she knows your nickname. From now on, you have progressed from a casual acquaintance to a friend, and you have earned one lucky draw chance. Excuse me, is the lucky draw happening now? I just had a short chat with Hu Lin, and our relationship has improved so rapidly. Gu Li couldn't help clapping her hands in celebration when she heard that the relationship between the two had progressed so quickly. Not bad. Not bad. The Hu Lin line needs to be maintained well, and whether she can take Shen Linxi early depends on her. Suddenly, he had a plan in his heart. Following his gaze, Gu Li also looked at the balcony of Shen Linxi across from her, her face full of a smile. System, start the lottery. Okay, host, the lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained top-level car driving skills. Do you wish to extract now? Ha! Another useful skill, not bad, not bad. I just happen to be driving back to my hometown in a couple of days, so this will come in handy. With this skill, it will be easier to change lanes on country roads. System, extract directly. As soon as the words fell, Guli once again fell into a fantasy, as if he had been driving for decades. A few minutes later, he finally came back to his senses and laughed. Now I'm an old driver too. However, he then became curious and couldn't figure it out. What exactly did the system mean by her knowing my elegant name? Chapter 27, Shen Linxi, struggling. But after a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only guess that perhaps Hu Lin and Shen Linxi had given him a nickname, and that was why the system was saying that. Anyway, after they got to know each other better, he could just ask and find out, so there was no need to dwell on it for now. After thinking about it for a long time, Guli still focused on the system, and at this time, the personal attributes panel had changed a bit. Host, Guli. Bound girlfriend, Shen Linxi. Current level, 4. Money reward, the host is within 1 kilometer of the girlfriend and receives a 0.1 yuan money reward every second. Experience points, 1,193,865.56 10,000,000.001 yuan spent can accumulate 1 experience point. Money accumulated in seconds that day, 8,714 seconds. Number of lottery draws, 0. System space, no items. Asset level, tens of millions of levels ++. Skill list, humanoid weapon, top computer programming skills, top driving skills. Node 1. Node 2. Node 3. Node 4. There is actually an additional asset level and skill list, which is a bit clear at a glance. Guli also took a look at these changes and didn't pay much attention to them. He had long been familiar with the system, and knew that the one he had obtained was relatively simple. Apart from the daily monetary income, there was nothing else to look forward to except for the lottery. There were no tasks or system stores like in other systems and novels, and the main line was for him to quickly catch up to Shen Linxi and upgrade the system level as soon as possible. As for how many levels the system had and what changes would occur after Shen Linxi and he had consummated their relationship, he had no idea. In addition, the lack of any items in the system space also made him feel a bit helpless. Although he had been quite lucky in every lottery, it had been several times now, and he had not won any of the more powerful black technology items, so he really felt a bit unlucky. He was looking forward to drawings and technologies that surpassed modern technology, and even black technology items from the future. After all, as a modern person, he had an inexplicable obsession with some sci-fi things. Immortality, interstellar travel, etc., just sounded thrilling. Unfortunately, he hasn't drawn any of these awesome things yet, so he can only think about them in his head. The next day came quickly, June 2nd. Guli took half a day off work and planned to go home early, because the next day was the Dragon Boat Festival, and he didn't want to be on the road early in the morning. As for Guqiu, he had already called her and arranged to pick her up from school. After lunch, he went to the Chuanqing Square supermarket and bought a lot of things before driving towards Sichuan University. At this time, upstairs, Shen Linxi also received a call from Hu Lin. Linxi, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Are you going back to Chongqing? Shen Linxi pondered for a long time before slowly saying, no. Why, are you going back? Hu Lin laughed. My parents wanted me to go back, but I refused. It's not fun at home, I'd rather stay in Chengdu with you. Hearing this, Shen Linxi's heart warmed instantly, but he still persuaded her. It's the Dragon Boat Festival, you should go home. After all, you've been away from home for more than half a year, and your aunt and uncle miss you very much. I'm not going back because I have to work overtime. But I won't be able to go out and play with you, so it's better if you go home. My goodness. You have to work overtime on the Dragon Boat Festival? Hu Lin on the other end suddenly didn't understand, and she also persuaded her. I really don't understand you. Is work really that important? People like us, who have money, a house and a car, don't need to live such a stressful life. And if you go on like this, I'm really afraid that you'll have a health problem. You know that the boss of the Celian group recently had cancer. At this moment, Shen Linxi didn't know what to say, and suddenly fell silent. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the severity of her parents towards her since she was young, as well as the strangeness and alienation that grew up with. If she hadn't been born into that kind of family, she probably wouldn't be the same person she is today. Perhaps there are really many things in life that are beyond our control. Suddenly, Shen Linxi felt incredibly sad before such a happy family holiday. Sometimes, she really envies ordinary families that can receive the love of their parents. It's a simple wish that doesn't require their children to achieve great things when they grow up, just that they can live a happy life in peace. What's wrong? Why are you not speaking? Just as Shen Linxi was in a daze, Hu Lin on the other end of the line asked with concern. Shen Linxi quickly said, "It's nothing. I appreciate your kindness. After this project is over, let's go out and have some fun. As for my health, I exercise every day, and my health is much better than some people's." "You're mocking me." "Really?" Hearing this, Hu Lin no longer insisted, and laughed. "Okay, but you promised. You can invite Guli. I suddenly feel that guy is quite fun." Hearing that Hu Lin was going to invite Guli, Shen Linxi immediately became a little nervous and asked, "Didn't you two just add each other as friends? Why are you all hanging out together?" "Hey, you wouldn't know about that." Hu Lin said, "This person is nice and worth getting to know. In fact, I was thinking of not going back and hanging out during the holiday. I didn't expect that person to go back to their hometown, so I'll have to do it next time." "Hey, okay. You're still so familiar, maybe the person was just being polite." Shen Linxi thought about her best friend's personality and could only sigh helplessly. It was Hu Lin over there who was persuading. "Really, I think Guli is quite good. She has already achieved so much at such a young age, so her future must be bright. You can consider it. She bought a big car at a young age, and her net worth is at least 10 million yuan. Don't you think so? Well, since it's not bad, why don't you consider it? Okay, don't worry about my personal affairs. I have to go to work now, so I'll hang up first." Seeing that Hu Lin was talking nonsense again, Shen Linxi didn't dare to listen anymore and hung up the phone directly. "Hey, I haven't finished yet." Shen Linxi hung up the phone a little distracted after hearing her best friend's last words. Although Hu Lin was right, on the surface it seemed that Guli was quite good. But who could know the specific situation? Besides, she was not a woman who acted on impulse. There are many choices in life, and since she had chosen her career, she didn't have much time or energy for relationships. After all, some people had already arranged her love life very clearly. And her efforts at this time are nothing more than a struggle. Guli of course did not know Shen Linxi's melancholy at this time. He had already received his younger sister. But what made him a little speechless was that his younger sister, Guqiu, was actually bringing a friend with her, who was said to be from Qianshui County. And she was a beauty. Chapter 28, An Unexpectedly Pretty College Student. At this time, Guqiu looked at the Mercedes-Benz parked in front of her, and her heart was even more full of disbelief. She is not someone who knows nothing about luxury cars, and naturally recognized it at first glance as a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth millions. She had originally thought that her brother had gotten rid of Yue and had come to his senses and started thinking about himself. He had just bought an ordinary car for getting around, but she never expected it to be such a luxury car. Her first reaction was, where did this guy get the money? However, due to the presence of her fellow villager, Guqiu could only bury her shock and disbelief deep down and wait until after she had dropped off the villager to ask properly. "Brother, come. Let me introduce you." Subsequently, she quickly suppressed her doubts and directly pulled the slender beauty standing next to her, smiling and saying, "This is a fellow villager I knew before, Yang Yixia, Sister Xia. By the way, she and you are alumni from the Polytechnic University. She's going back to Qianshui this time, too. Is it okay for her to join us?" Yang Yixia was wearing a short-sleeved white blouse with embroidery and jeans, which made her long legs look even more straight. In particular, the sweet smile on her face was like the face of a first love on campus, and it made her look very pure. Guli couldn't help but admire these beautiful college students who had not yet graduated, and they really made people look twice. Of course, after seeing the beauty of Shen Linxi, he could only admire such a girl and didn't have many thoughts about her. Upon hearing Guqiu's words, he immediately laughed and said, "Of course there is no problem. Let's go, get in the car." "Thank you, senior." Yang Yixia also enthusiastically said hello, and then sat in the back row with Guqiu. He didn't say anything afterwards, just like a good girl, but his gaze was often on Guli, who was driving. She had heard from Guqiu before that Guli was just an ordinary programmer. Although she earned a salary of 10 or 20,000 yuan a month, how could she afford a luxury car worth millions? Could it be that she was renting it? Yang Yixia had a pretty good idea of what Gu Qiu was thinking. Naturally, by inviting her to go back with them, he wanted to introduce her to Gu Li and see if they got along. She had not had any expectations, but she had not realized that she was in for a huge surprise. It was Gu Li's somewhat cold attitude that disappointed her a little. She had wanted to find a topic of conversation, but since Gu Li had been concentrating on driving, she hadn't found any openings. So, apart from chatting with Gu Qiu in a perfunctory manner, the rest of the time she was curiously surveying Gu Li and everything in the car. Half an hour later, the result was that she was even more confused. Because from Gu Li's attire and the situation in the car, it seemed to be a car for her own use. But in that case, it was a bit different from what Gu Qiu had previously described. Unwittingly, the rest of the journey, she was a bit distracted. On the other hand, because they didn't know the situation on Gu Li's side, Gu Qiu didn't mention too much. In this way, 2 hours later, Gu Li successfully exited the highway and went directly to the county. Subsequently, under Yang Yixia's directions, she successfully delivered her to the outside of the community. Gu Qiu, brother Gu, thank you this time. Yang Yixia smiled and waved goodbye to the two before walking towards the residential area. Okay. Bye, Yixia. Gu Qiu nodded, then got into the car and finally asked the question he had been holding in. Brother, what's going on with you? Why did you buy such a nice car? You're not doing anything illegal, are you? Gu Li was a little speechless when she heard this series of questions. She immediately snapped. What are you talking about? How could your brother do something bad? You girl, can't you just think that your brother can do better? Gu Qiu thought for a moment, but said, of course I hope you're doing well. The point is, you've changed too much. Saying this, he patted the leather seat under his butt even more, and yelled. Brother, this is more than 2 million yuan. Even if you work for 10 years, you'll only have this much money. The point is, you've only worked for less than 4 years so far. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can't afford this car. Besides, I spent a lot of money on you way before. Don't you think I don't know? Ha ha. Gu Li was also amused by Gu Qiu's words and hurriedly explained. Sister, my salary is just a little more. But I also have a side business, like stock speculation, currency speculation, and so on. Oh, and I also took on some side projects before, and made some money. You didn't know any of this, did you? What? You have so many side businesses? Gu Qiu was a little shocked to hear this. Gu Li laughed. What do you think? Gu Qiu then took a good look at his brother, but the more he looked, the more strange he felt. Feeling his sister's surprised expression, Gu Li couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Gu Qiu, there's nothing on your face, it just seems like you've gotten a little more handsome. Then he shook his head and muttered to himself. This doesn't make sense. We met on May Day, and you didn't look so different then. Say, brother, are you hiding something from me? Or maybe, just like in the novel, you had a one-night stand with some rich and beautiful woman. You didn't expect to get pregnant, and now she's come to you with the baby? Gu Li couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Ha, my sister, you've read too many novels. Why would you think that? Gu Qiu, however, put his hands together in a gesture of helplessness. Who told you to change so much? At once you don't like Yue anymore, and at once you have a luxury car. Upon hearing this, Gu Li was also a bit speechless, and it was really hard to explain. Sure enough, the people closest to you understand the deepest. He knew that this time, when he went home, everyone would definitely notice his changes. Fortunately, he had made a plan beforehand, and immediately composed a story without panicking. In fact, he just embellished the breakup with Yue a bit, bringing forward the 520 confession to May Day, and then talked about what had happened that month. It was nothing more than being rejected on May Day, then completely giving up on love, and picking himself up to work out hard. Unexpectedly, because he wanted to avoid thinking about love, he worked out to the point of death, and in just 1 month, he became a handsome guy. After that, probably because the East never shines as bright as the West, I never thought that I would actually make a fortune in the stock market. That's what happened. Now, are you satisfied? After listening to Gu Li's words, Gu Qiu suddenly realized. It turns out that my brother has worked so hard over the past few years, not only speculating in stocks and currencies, but also taking on outside projects. He has really worked hard for him. But it can be considered that the bitter end is sweet. Leaving Yue, that woman, and finding a good sister-in-law later would be perfect. He immediately asked, "Brother, what do you think of Xia just now?" Guli laughed when he heard this. Ever since he saw that fellow villager, he knew what his sister was up to. Although it was well-intentioned, he really didn't need it, and said immediately, "Sister, just leave my affairs alone. I've figured it out now, too. There are plenty of flowers in the world. Don't worry, I'll find a girlfriend this year. With my current assets, I'm worth millions, so it's not hard to find a girlfriend." Her doubts were temporarily dispelled, and with all the good news from Guli's side, Guqiu also temporarily let go of her worries and rejoiced for everyone. "Good. Then I'll wait to call my sister-in-law." As she said this, she remembered something else and clapped her hands in excitement. "Brother, you'll have a good show to watch this time you come back. Hee, tomorrow when my uncles come over, their expressions will definitely be wonderful." Chapter 29, The Shock of a 1,000,000 yuan Annual Salary. Upon hearing this, Guli immediately asked, "What's going on? Tomorrow, my uncles and their families are coming over?" "Yes." Gu Qiuyang waved his phone and laughed. "Our father just announced it in the group chat. Isn't tomorrow the Dragon Boat Festival? Everyone is invited to come over. He even transferred 1,000 yuan to my eldest sister, saying that she should go shopping tomorrow morning. But big sister hasn't received it yet." "Oh," big brother-in-law replied, saying that dad was being so polite and what's the point of giving money back. Now, the two of them are discussing in the group chat what vegetables to buy tomorrow. I'll be damned. Guli was a little surprised now. "Dad, when did you become so high profile?" It seems like he thought of something, and he turned his head and looked at his younger sister. Stared at like that, Guqiu suddenly felt a little bad, and he said pitifully, "It's because I just said in the group chat that you drove a 2 million yuan luxury car home." Upon hearing this, Guli instantly understood. It turns out that his father thought that he had become rich now and deliberately wanted to show off. However, he really didn't want to be that high profile. In this world, he also sighed with exasperation. Since you were young, you couldn't keep things to yourself. You've grown up, but you haven't changed at all. Hey, brother, just concentrate on driving. Unexpectedly, just after taking a turn, the car swerved too close to the edge of the road, which startled Guqiu and made her cry out. However, Guqiu just laughed, turned around again, and wore an unusually confident smile on her face. "Don't worry. I'm the car god of Qiujing Mountain, and this little mountain road won't be a problem for me. I haven't even used my real skills yet, and I'll let you experience the feeling of speeding in no time." However, Guqiu didn't believe a word her brother said. She knew that the car had been bought just last month, and logically Guli was a novice driver. Moreover, although the distance from the county town to the village was only 20-odd kilometers, more than 10 kilometers of it was mountain road. Although not very steep, it was full of twists and turns and very difficult to drive. At the same time, the village road, which had only been repaired more than 10 years ago, was only 3.5 meters wide, making it impossible for two cars to pass each other. Although in recent years, as more people have bought cars, there have been many passing lanes added every few tens of meters. But for people who don't come back often, it's very troublesome when they encounter passing cars. Normally, novices can only drive slowly and honk every time they encounter a turn. Guqiu was really a little shocked after hearing Guli's words. At the same time, he was a little strange. In the past, Guli was not so unreliable, so why did he feel that after being heartbroken and becoming rich, he had become a bit arrogant? He immediately shook his head, pulled the handle on the car door with his right hand, and tried to persuade him. "Brother, you'd better drive slowly. We're not in a hurry, really." "Ha, sister, why don't you believe your brother?" Guli sighed, but his hands kept moving, spinning the car left and right as he drove at high speed. In no time, they reached 40 miles per hour on the uphill road. Guqiu was speechless when she felt the unusual jolts. "My dear brother, you're taking revenge on me. I never thought you'd become so petty." Guli laughed. "You're wrong. I'm letting you experience my driving skills. You underestimate me." "How childish," Guqiu said angrily, her face full of helplessness. But after a while, she noticed that Guli's driving skills seemed to be quite good. Except at the beginning, when she was a little scared, she also calmed down for the time being. After driving for a while, and even after swerving to miss a car coming the other way, she finally let out an expression of surprise. Just then, on such a narrow road, Guli actually turned the steering wheel and swung the car, moving it to the side. The other driver was about to back up, but didn't expect the car in front to move a little, and then happily went over, even honking to thank him. With such skills, she was actually even better than the van driver she had previously ridden with who often took this route. At this, Gu Qiu was shocked and a little puzzled. Brother, when did you get so good at driving? Heh heh, now do you believe me? Really, you didn't trust your brother? Your brother, is he that unreliable? Hearing the implied sarcasm in Gu Li's words, Gu Qiu could only apologize and nod in agreement. Yes. Yes. Yes, sister, it's my fault for doubting your skills. Okay. Gu Li also laughed. Okay, then I will forgive you. By the way, I'm going to give Dad $1 million to renovate the house. When we get back home, you'll have to help. Got it? Gu Qiu was shocked again when she heard Gu Li's generous offer. Brother! You're my real brother. You're giving Dad 10,000, so can you lend me some money? You don't even consider me your brother. Forget about lending me money, I'll just transfer you 10,000 yuan. Consider it a holiday bonus, go buy whatever you want. But Gu Li waved her hand and directly gave her 10,000 yuan. Gu Qiu was so happy that she screamed, quickly let go of the front of the car and smiled as she thanked him. Brother, you're really too good. Gu Li's face turned serious. What are you doing? We're driving. Sit properly. Gu Qiu could only obediently sit properly, unable to hide her elation. 10,000 yuan, with her monthly living expenses of 1,000 yuan, this would cover her spending for a year. She had previously tried to earn extra money, but now, finally, she could spend extravagantly. In this way, the two of them chatted and laughed, and in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the village. After passing the village entrance, there was a small path just 2 meters wide, and it was another few hundred meters to the house. The path was not even paved with concrete, but with gravel. Gu Li had previously thought that the house needed some renovation, and that even the path of a few hundred meters had to be paved with concrete. Because the only people who passed this path were their family and their neighbor, Grandpa San. So there was no need to pave it too wide, just a little over 4 meters would do, barely wide enough for 2 cars. A few hundred meters past the village entrance, there are more and more houses. There is the village primary school, the village committee office, a village clinic, and even a farmhouse and a large square. When Gu Li's car pulled up, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. When everyone realized it was Gu Li, they couldn't help but be surprised, and some of the familiar ones even greeted her. Hey, it's Gu Li. Right. I didn't think she'd actually bought a car. It doesn't look cheap. Hey, I can tell you, the car logo is Mercedes-Benz. You can't get one without spending hundreds of thousands of yuan. Someone who knew her immediately said out loud. This shocked everyone present. Oh, Gu Li has come a long way. She has only been working for 3 or 4 years, and she can already afford a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. That's right. She works in a big city as a computer programmer, and her monthly salary is tens of thousands of yuan. Gu Qiu couldn't help but be curious when she heard this. Brother, are you working now? Gu Li nodded. I just found a company last month and have only been working there for a week or 2. He shifted his stiff butt and Gu Qiu came forward again. Oh, that's pretty good. I remember you used to make 10,000 yuan a month, so how much is your salary now? Gu Li laughed. I'm afraid it will shock you if I tell you. What? Gu Qiu was stunned. It's probably 1 million yuan a year. What? This time, Gu Qiu was truly shocked, and her mouth could hold a duck's egg. Looking at Gu Li in front of her, she couldn't believe it for a moment. Was this really her real brother? How could he have changed so much in just a month? Chapter 30, Just find a girlfriend, and it'll be perfect. Gu Li wasn't exaggerating when she said he made 1 million a year. From the start of the job interview at the Cloud, he had set himself the goal of making 1 million a year. So after the interview, he directly asked for a monthly salary of 100,000. After discussing it with the boss, Su didn't even discount it, and directly gave him a monthly salary of 100,000, plus other project bonuses. If you do the math, his salary should be more than 1 million. Of course, as a top-notch computer programmer, he would be better off making 1 million a year. But he didn't ask for more, too lazy to bother. After all, he didn't know how long he could stay at the Cloud. After all, he was destined to start his own business, and this side of the Cloud was just a transition. He doesn't really care about the salary. After all, the system's monetary rewards are 8,000 every day. That's 240,000 a month, which is actually going into the bank account, which is much better than a salary. Of course, it's definitely gone for the few days he's home this time. This also makes him a little helpless. When will the system be able to remove the effective distance? Maybe, he can only see if the system is changed after he and Shen Linxi have actually become a couple. Brother, you are really amazing. Not only is your side business amazing, but you've even found such a good job. If my parents knew, they would definitely be very happy and feel proud. Now, they finally don't have to worry about you not finding a wife. Gu Qiu, on the other hand, was also full of admiration for Gu Li, and his words even carried a hint of flattery. Upon hearing this, Gu Li was also very happy. Thinking about his previous behavior of licking a dog's butt, he also felt a lot of remorse. Back then, he was really naive and didn't realize that Yue was such a person, and that she had been using him as a spare tire. Whenever she thought of him, she would ask him out for dinner or a stroll, and he would always pay. When she didn't need him, she would say that she was busy at work or on a business trip, and he couldn't even call her out on it. What was even more detestable was that every time he confessed his love before, she would accept his gifts and pretend to be pitiful, saying that she didn't want to fall in love for the time being. What a green tea! Compared to Shen Linxi, such a woman is worlds apart. At this moment, he was also glad that he had actually hit on the young lady the other day when he was drunk. Otherwise, it is estimated that this system would not have descended upon him. Perhaps, this is the time and also fate. The few hundred meters of road took less than 2 minutes to get to. Gu Li directly honked the horn, then parked the car in front of the door and opened the car door. Breathing in the fresh air of his home, he felt comfortable. The air in his hometown was good, with a natural smell, and it smelled really good. Rongqing is nice, but the air quality is just too bad. There is exhaust fumes and dust everywhere, and living with it is a daily torture. In the future, when I'm old, I'd still like to find a place like my hometown, where I can live out my retirement in peace. At this moment, for some reason, Gu Li actually thought very far away. Gu Li, is this car really worth 2 million? At this time, Gu Li's father, Gu Mingyuan, and mother, Tao Huaiji, had heard the horn and walked over with a smile. As soon as he saw him, Gu Mingyuan touched the Mercedes-Benz and asked a little shakily. Gu Li laughed, "Dad, of course. The full price is 2.38 million. How about it, doesn't it look good?" "It's really good looking." Gu Mingyuan's hand almost trembled when he heard Gu Li say 2.38 million. Then he walked around the car. "There's nothing special about it, so why does it cost over 2 million? That's enough to buy an apartment in the city." Hearing this, Tao Huaiji next to him immediately asked. "I'm telling you, kid. You've earned money, so why don't you buy an apartment first, and why did you suddenly think of buying a car? Forget buying a car, can't you just buy one for around 100,000? You had to buy such an expensive one." I have to say, in the eyes of the older generation, a house is still the most important thing. After all, with a house, it will be easier to find a girlfriend. After all, my son is already 27. He will be 28 in the second half of this year, which is not young. Although he will not turn 30 for another 2 years, he can be considered a 30-year-old already. Upon hearing this, Gu Li hurriedly explained. He didn't want to come back for 2 or 3 days and hear his mother nag every day. "Mom, don't worry. I've already started looking at houses. I'll buy a big flat of 100-200 square meters, so it'll be convenient for you to visit. As for what you're worried about, it doesn't exist at all. I still have money, more than enough to buy a flat." "Mom, I'm awesome now." At this point, Gu Qiu also chimed in, saying that he now earns 100,000 yuan a month. "It's just buying a flat, I can do it in a year or 2. "What? Son, is this true?" "Yes." "How did your salary increase so much? Wasn't it only 10,000 yuan a month before?" Hearing their youngest daughter's words, Gu Mingyuan and Tao Huaiji couldn't help but be shocked. The expression on their faces deepened the wrinkles a few layers. "Hey! Wasn't the company you worked for before always very idle? So you kept taking on projects in private and learning skills?" Gu Li immediately explained. "Now that you've learned well, and through friends you knew before, you were introduced to this company, naturally the salary has gone up. It's mainly because the experience is relevant, and I happen to meet the requirements of the company, so the salary has gone up so much." Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan's face lit up even more, and he laughed as he patted Gu Li's shoulder, his face full of pride and satisfaction. "Not bad. Not bad. I told you so." After all, you graduated from a famous university. As long as you stay down to earth, you will definitely achieve success. Right. Now all that's missing is a house, and then find a girlfriend, and that would be perfect. Tao Huiji looked at her son and was also full of happiness and anticipation. Hearing this, Guli immediately touched her nose, thinking to herself that later on, her mother would probably focus on the girlfriend. It seems that I still have to catch up with Shen Linxi as soon as possible to make my mother stop worrying. Next, Guli directly opened the trunk, which immediately made Gu Qiu exclaim in surprise. Wow, brother, you bought so much stuff? Guli gave a small smile. I just bought some clothes for mom and dad, and some milk and stuff. Let's go, let's carry it back first. There was still a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the door to the house, but fortunately there were 4 people, and they finished carrying it all in one trip. When they got home, looking at the mottled walls, Guli shook her head. Although the house was a building, it had basically not been decorated, and if Shen Linxi came here, although he would not mind, he would definitely not be very comfortable living here. After all, even if he came back, he would be a bit uncomfortable living there. There were too many mosquitoes in the summer, there was no air conditioning, the windows let in the wind in the winter, and there were unsealed windows in the bathroom, so taking a shower was freezing. The bed in particular was an old one from more than 10 years ago, not only creaking but also particularly rotten. Guli went straight up to the 3rd floor with her things, and then tidied up a bit before Gu Mingyuan called dinner downstairs. Come on, Dad, today we're drinking some good wine. With that, Guli took out a bottle of Mao Tai and poured a glass for both parents. Gu Mingyuan was also very polite, just smiling and full of satisfaction. Unexpectedly, I will also have a day to drink Flying Sky. If you want to drink, I will bring you a few bottles back from time to time in the future. Well, forget it. It's a waste of money to keep drinking this. Although you are rich, you are not made like this. Filial piety to your parents is not a waste. Ha ha. The family happily drank together. Unfortunately, Gu Xinyue, the eldest sister, did not return. An hour later, both father and son were a little drunk. Guli directly took out her phone and transferred 1 million directly to Gu Mingyuan's account. Dad, I transferred 1 million to you. When the time comes, please fix the house and the road in front of the house. What? Upon hearing 1 million, Gu Mingyuan immediately stood up and his drunkenness immediately disappeared. Chapter 31, for the sake of his daughter-in-law, he must make things comfortable. 1 million. Upon hearing his son's words, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but confirm again, Son, did you say 1 million? Guli nodded, that's right, 1 million. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Don't be stingy. He still had great faith in his father's abilities. After all, he had been the village accountant and head of the village for more than 20 years, so there was no doubt about his abilities. He is just too honest and doesn't know how to curry favor, so he has been hanging around the village for so many years. He is going to retire in a few years, and he is now idle. Although he still holds a position in the village, earning 1,000 yuan a month, he just organizes data and does logistics. This is quite leisurely, and after all, having a job is much better than just farming. In fact, according to his thinking, after the house is renovated, he will be laid off and just spend his old age at home. But according to the personalities of the 2 old people, it is estimated that the work that should be done will still be done, and the crops that should be planted will still be planted. Gu Mingyuan was also directly shocked by his son's generosity, and he didn't react for a long time. It wasn't until he heard that it was indeed 1 million, and that he would even have to pay extra, that he shook his head and refused. Enough. Enough. It's going to cost 1 million just to renovate the house and repair the road. Upon hearing this, Guli quickly said, Dad, don't pretend to be too generous. What I'm saying is that you should choose branded furniture and appliances for me, so that I can live comfortably. You don't lack money anyway, do you? Besides, I'm going to find a girlfriend in the future. When your wife and grandchildren come back, the conditions can't be too bad. As he spoke, Guli seemed to suddenly remember something, and pointed at the front and back of the house. Anyway, you should renovate the inside and outside of the house like a country house. Waterproof the roof, plant some flowers and plants. Level and repair the roads in front of and behind the house. Cut down the big trees, so as to avoid too many mosquitoes and mice in the summer. As for the place where the chickens are kept at home, move it to the back of the mountain. Otherwise, the chicken droppings will be everywhere, which is annoying to look at. Next, Guli talked about the places that needed to be fixed, and Gu Mingyuan was stunned. Afterwards, the other party couldn't help but smile wryly, according to what you said, this million really may not be enough. Gu Li also laughed and said, Dad, that's why I said, I'll call you when it's used up. You don't want your daughter-in-law and grandchildren to be reluctant to come to the countryside to play in the future, do you? Fine. Whatever you say is fine. Don't worry, when I come back for the new year, I promise to show you a different old home. Gu Mingyuan didn't say anything after hearing this. He just worked hard as long as he was paid. Now that his son had become successful, he could help out a bit. Of course, in order to make sure that his future daughter-in-law and grandchildren would come back to visit often, he had to make the house look like a villa. It had to be perfect. Next, he directly picked up a pen and started taking notes, writing down some important points. If there was anything unclear, he would ask Gu Li directly, asking him to explain it in more detail. Gu Li didn't try to avoid it, but instead explained in great detail how the renovation should be done. After a while, Tao Huaji and Gu Qiu, who had returned from washing the dishes, also arrived and chimed in. Gu Qiu wanted a room facing east, so that there would be sunlight in the morning and it wouldn't be too hot in the afternoon. Tao Huaji, on the other hand, wanted a laundry area, so that it would be convenient to do the laundry. So Gu Li directly asked her father to seal off half of the balcony on the second floor and make a semi-open laundry room. When the time comes, with the addition of a washing machine and dryer, it will be very convenient for both laundry and drying clothes. There was no word exchanged that night, and early the next morning, Gu Li was woken up by Gu Qiu. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and he and Gu Qiu went directly to the county to pick up their eldest sister Gu Xinyue and brother-in-law Lu Kai, as well as their cute niece Lu Zishu. Gu Xinyue is 5 years older than Gu Li and has been married for 10 years. She runs a small supermarket in the county. As for her brother-in-law, Lu Kai, he is a truck driver for a large supermarket and has to go out for a few days every month. Their niece, Lu Zishu, is almost 8 years old and very cute. Although their lives are going well, they have no plans to have a second child, and just want to raise this child well. It can be said that the only daughter of these three sisters is temporarily very much loved by the whole family. Everyone treats her like a treasure, especially Gu Li's parents, who have spoiled the little girl into being a little brat. For this reason, Tao Huaji also pressed Gu Li about his marriage, and every time he came home before, he would say why he hadn't found a girlfriend yet. Because of Gu Qiu's big mouth, everyone also knew about his unrequited love for Yue. Although Gu Mingyuan didn't say anything, he also felt a bit frustrated. You're after a girl for 7 years and it's still not working out. Every time Gu Li comes back, he can't help sighing when he talks about this. But now it's fine, Gu Li is so successful, it's only a matter of time before they find them a daughter-in-law. Along the way, Gu Qiu also chattered non-stop. He even thought that the 10,000 yuan his brother transferred would have to be used to replace his mobile phone in the county. Gu Li said directly, since I've already given you the money, you can do whatever you want with it. But I have to tell you, think about whether it's necessary beforehand. After all, Gu Qiu had just bought her phone last year, and it was still less than a year old, so it would be a bit of a waste to replace it. Gu Qiu thought about what she had heard and agreed. She also dismissed the idea of immediately going to the phone store. Then I'll use it for another year, and when I get my first paycheck from my job next year, it won't be too late to replace it. That's not bad. Good for you. After half an hour, Gu Li drove the car to the side of her sister's supermarket and found a parking space. Auntie, uncle, you're here. As soon as the car was parked, her niece Lu Zishu heard the commotion and hurried out. Gu Li took out the hugging bear she had bought in Chengdu and handed it to her. Ha, shoo shoo. Come, take a look at the present your uncle bought you, do you like it? Seeing the hugging bear, which was more than a person tall, Lu Zishu's eyes could not move away, and she quickly hugged it. I like it. Thank you, little brother-in-law. You're here, so what else did you buy? At this time, her eldest sister, Gu Xinyue, also walked out, but when she saw the Mercedes-Benz, she couldn't help but exclaim. You little brat, you finally made it this time. Although her eldest sister was curious about how her younger brother could afford a Mercedes-Benz, she didn't ask anymore, and her smile just kept going. Obviously, the change in Gu Li made her, as the eldest sister, feel very gratified. Sister! Happy holidays! I bought you a present too. You mustn't be polite, you used to take care of me. Gu Li said, and directly took out a jewelry box and forced it into the other person's hands. Subsequently, Gu Xinyue looked at the gold necklace in her hands and repeatedly refused. Brother, this is too valuable. Gu Li, however, simply walked away and fled with Gu Qiu. Sister, Gu Qiu and I are going shopping. Hurry up and ask your brother-in-law to come over, and we'll go back together later. Seeing Gu Li disappear in a flash, Gu Xinyue had no choice but to put the necklace away. This kid, it really wasn't in vain to dote on him. After saying this, she also remembered the arrogant way her uncle's family had acted every time, and she laughed as well. I wonder what kind of expression my aunt will have when she arrives later. Chapter 32, I really didn't want to be high profile. In fact, Gu Li really didn't want to be so high profile. It's just that she didn't expect that before she even got home, her parents would find out about Gu Li buying a dagu and then send an invitation to relatives to come for a reunion without even notifying him. He had originally planned to drive home first and then get together properly during the National Day holiday. By then, the house would be repaired, and maybe he could even bring Shen Linxi back with him, which would be so face-saving. He just didn't expect his parents to be so anxious, and they immediately called over his uncle, his eldest uncle, and the rest of the family. Since it was already like this, he didn't say anything when he went home. So be it, he thought. After all, his parents were on the side of his eldest uncle's family, and they should be able to feel proud for once. Of course, he didn't have any deep-seated hatred towards his eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng's family. It was mainly the aunt's side of the family, because they were from the city and had a bit of money, they naturally looked down on their poor relatives. The uncle was also a complete toady, so naturally the relationship between the two families was much more subdued. Of course, this also had something to do with grandma's side of the family. She was just a character who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Therefore, since the eldest son got married, she has been very nice to the people over there. On the contrary, she looked down on the younger son, Gu Li's father. This is the opposite of some families. Therefore, Gu Li's grandparents do not live with them, but in a new house at the top of the mountain. The new house at the top of the mountain was built by Gu Li's father and his eldest uncle, who spent tens of thousands of yuan to build 4 small green tiles. The house is fully equipped with appliances, and since Grandpa and Grandma are still healthy, they don't need their care. Upon hearing the news that their grandson had returned in a luxury car, the 2 elderly people had just finished breakfast and came over to Gu Li's place. Along the way, Grandpa couldn't stop smiling as he heard the villagers greet him warmly. Grandma, on the other hand, couldn't help but be surprised after confirming with many people. She really didn't expect that her seemingly average grandson had actually bought a luxury car for over 2 million yuan. This is a car that even his eldest son can't afford. Of course, she is surprised. It is true that Gu Li usually behaves like an introverted, quiet IT guy. When he comes home, he either reads novels or watches videos, and he doesn't play cards with other people, making him seem like he doesn't fit in. In addition, he has been studying away from home since junior high school, and he doesn't have any close friends in the village, so he has no sense of presence whenever he comes home. Even some of the elders can't call her name when they meet her, which is a bit embarrassing. Plus, she hasn't achieved anything at work, so naturally she is just ordinary in her eyes. It's nowhere near as impressive as her eldest son, who went out to work earlier and then became a contractor in the city, and now has at least tens of millions of personal wealth. At this time, Gu Li and Gu Qiu have not yet returned, and the 2 elderly people are sitting in the doorway, helping to pick vegetables and prepare things. This made Tao Huizhi shake her head and murmur to Gu Mingyuan. It's been years, but Mum is still the same. This time, she didn't go out to play cards and wait for dinner. We'll go get her again. Shu, keep your voice down. Gu Mingyuan of course knew what his wife meant, and immediately told her to keep her voice down so that Granny wouldn't hear. If she heard it, she might not be able to stop talking for half a day, given her quick-tempered personality. After all, Grandma's quick tongue was famous in the village, and she could never be out-talked. Although she was a bit snobbish, she could really not be reasoned with. After all, sometimes people are unreasonable, and since she was Grandma, she was born with an advantage. As a result, Grandma stayed at home for 2 hours, a record for her. Gu Li then returned with her sister, her brother-in-law and the others. They all got out of the car and carried the groceries into the house. Gu Li also saw her grandparents and shouted, "Happy Dragon Boat Festival, Grandpa, Grandma." At this point, he didn't argue with his grandmother, after all, she was not his own. As a grandson, he should be more generous. Of course, he wouldn't be too enthusiastic, after all, this is only natural. Gu Li, is this the car you bought? Grandma couldn't help but touch the brand new Mercedes-Benz with her hands, and she immediately felt its smoothness. Lu Kai, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but say, "Grandma, this is indeed a Mercedes-Benz, or one of the high-end models. The full price is more than 2 million. To be honest, as a truck driver, he is also very envious of this car. He can't wait to get behind the wheel and take it for a spin, but then again, it's such an expensive car, so he doesn't want to scratch it. Although Grandma doesn't know what makes this car so expensive, she can't help but be impressed when she hears that it costs more than 2 million yuan. She turns her head and looks at Gu Li, who has already walked in, and can't help but smile. This child, he really has made something of himself. Needless to say, she is also very happy that her grandson has made something of himself. It was at that moment that two cars drove past outside the mountain pass again, catching her attention. Lu Kai turned his head and saw that it was Gu Li's uncle and his older brother's family, who had actually arrived together. Hearing the voices, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Li, and the others also came out one after another. On the side of his uncle Tao Ching, the relationship was still quite good, and his aunt, as well as his cousin and cousin, had all come. As for the side of the eldest uncle Gu Mingfeng, the eldest aunt Guan Haiwa, cousin Gu Zitao, and cousin Gu Ziqing, the whole family also came with great respect. You have to understand that before, the eldest aunt and cousin might not always come. Seeing that the other side not only came, but also brought a lot of things, Gu Qiu couldn't help but start complaining on the side of Gu Li. Brother, look. Sure enough, this time is different from before. You. Later, don't say too much, just keep your mouth shut for a while, don't say anything. Hearing this, Gu Li couldn't help but give the other person a little nudge on the nose to remind them. The Gu family of course understood the very snobbish character of their aunt, but usually there were no major conflicts. It was not even close to a tit-for-tat situation that would lead to a fight. Usually, she looked down on them, but when something really happened, the other party should still not refuse. The previous generation of the family felt that the other family looked down on them, and he didn't bother going to his aunt's house. Therefore, since starting work, every time it's Chinese New Year, he and his sister don't bother going, preferring to stay at home and brush their phones than go to the city to pay New Year's visits. After all, going over there, they're not as comfortable as they are at home. Because of the family's financial situation, cousin Gu Zito and cousin Gu Ziqing always have nice clothes and fun toys. Even before entering junior high school, they had smart devices like mobile phones. As for him and his younger sister, they didn't get their first real mobile phones until they were in college. In the past, children in junior high school had children's watches, and in high school they had second-hand phones that their parents had used before. Gu Mingfeng, Guan Haiwa, and the others saw the Mercedes-Benz parked by the roadside before they even got out of the car. After getting out, they couldn't help but look around. Looking at the car over there, Gu Mingfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is a big G, or the high-end version. This kid, he really has made a fortune." Hearing this, Guan Haiwa couldn't help but ask, "Gu, how many tens of thousands is this car?" "Mom, this is the G500 model, and Gu Li picked the highest grade. The full set of interior trim inside adds up to at least 2 million. At this point, Gu Zitao, who had been walking around, couldn't help but look at the information on his phone and said it out loud. Upon hearing this, Guan Haiwa couldn't help but exclaim, "This Gu Li, how does he have so much money again?" At this point, Gu Ziqing, who was on good terms with Gu Qiu, hurriedly said, "I heard that my brother has been taking on projects, as well as speculating in stocks and coins. I heard that he made millions in no time, but I don't know the specifics." Upon hearing this, Guan Haiwa couldn't help but be amazed. When did that kid become so successful? He was mediocre a few years ago, but this time he made such a big move. If he can afford such a luxury car, doesn't that mean that the other person's net worth is at least tens of millions of levels? You have to know that her husband has been a contractor for more than 20 years, and he only has a net worth of 10 to 20 million. On average, it's only about 10 million a year. And Gu Li has only been doing this for 2 or 3 years. When she thinks about it, she looks over at Gu Li, not far away, and can't help but sigh. She really did misjudge the situation. Chapter 33, I just have to get you two acquainted. I have to say, it's a different feeling being rich. Even the attitude of your relatives towards you has changed quite a bit. Although it seems that Uncle's family hasn't deliberately changed anything, Gu Li can still feel the subtle difference. Fortunately, he is also a generous person, and there has been no major conflict like the one in the novel where the rich man doesn't lend money. Naturally, the lunch afterwards was a happy one. In particular, Gu Mingyuan had 2 more drinks than before. His smile never stopped during the whole time, and he kept glancing over at Gu Li from time to time, his eyes full of gratification. For this family gathering, Gu Li had also invited all of her relatives. There were a total of 2 tables of people. Gu Li, Gu Mingyuan, Gu Mingfeng, Tao Chang, Lu Kai, Grandpa, and Gu Zito were naturally at one table, drinking. The rest of the family, including Grandma, Tao Huiji, the cousins, Gu Ziqing, Gu Qiu, Gu Xinyu, etc., were at the other table, and it was also very lively. Of course, the one who attracted the most attention was naturally the little guy Lu Zishu. After all, she is the only one in the next generation. But everyone knows that in less than 10 years, there will definitely be enough little ones at this table to fill a whole table. Cousin Gu Zitao is more than a year older than Guli, and he has now also met a girlfriend. If all goes well, the wedding will be in the next year or two. As for Gu Ziqing, she is making everyone very anxious. She is already 26 and still doesn't have a boyfriend. Her younger sister Gu Qiu has not yet graduated, so it is estimated that it will be a few years. As for the cousins, one is in college and the other is in high school, so there is no need to rush. In addition, the neighbor, third master, also came with third mistress, but their children are all away from home and are not in the village. They do have 3 grandchildren, but they are also away from home. Then, as the wine flowed, my uncle started to nag Gu Ziqing. Ziqing, when are you going to bring home a boyfriend? You're already 26, if you don't hurry, you'll be a spinster. On hearing this, Gu Ziqing, who was sitting next to him, said angrily, Dad, I'm only 26. Look, my brother is already 27, why don't you nag him? Gu Li was suddenly speechless. Eating his vegetables and drinking his wine, he suddenly felt like he was the one being unfairly treated. Looking at Gu Ziqing's smug expression, Gu Li suddenly laughed, then provoked him. Jingshang, I'm almost there too. I promised to bring a girlfriend home for the new year. Why don't we make a bet? Upon hearing this, Gu Ziqing was suddenly curious. Brother, what kind of bet? Gu Li laughed. Let's bet on whether we can bring a date home for the new year. If we both bring one home, or if neither of us brings one home, then it's a draw. If one of us doesn't bring one home, then that person loses. How's that? Sounds good. Whoever loses is a puppy. Gu Ziqing thought about it for a moment, and was still very confident in himself, so he immediately nodded and agreed. Gu Li also laughed when he heard this puppy talk, really childish. However, that's not what he's betting on, he said immediately. In that case, if I lose, I'll give you a new phone. But if you lose, when I get married, will you be my bridesmaid? Gu Ziqing suddenly thought of something when she heard this and asked immediately. Brother, you don't have a girlfriend already, do you? You're already choosing, it seems like you're confident. Gu Li laughed, you don't need to worry about that. Anyway, is it okay? Okay. I promise. Even if I win, as long as I'm not married, I'll be your maid of honor. Gu Ziqing agreed without thinking, because winning or losing would not do her any harm. Okay. It's settled. Upon hearing this, Gu Li nodded immediately, thinking that this cousin was still quite good. Seeing that the two had completed their bet, everyone couldn't help but laugh. However, more importantly, Gu Ziqing's question was also everyone's question, and Tao Huiji asked over here. Gu Li had to say, I've got a target for now, and I just met her. Whether I can catch up with her or not, I'll have to wait and see. Hearing this, everyone became curious and asked about each other's situation. Well, it's not convenient to disclose this for now. But I can say that she is an absolutely beautiful woman. Gu Li still played hard to get and was not prepared to tell about Shen Linxi's situation, and would talk about it later when she caught up. After all, Gu Qiu is a big mouth, and she might reveal it in 2 days. He was betting with Gu Ziqing at this time, also to make Tao Huiji stop, so that she wouldn't find him any matchmaking targets. Everyone couldn't help but be curious when they heard that she was a beautiful woman, and they all wanted to see a photo. But Gu Li just wouldn't do it, leaving everyone really at a loss. Seeing Gu Li become the center of everyone's attention, Gu Zitao, who was drinking his wine in silence next to him, suddenly felt a bit dumbfounded. He felt that his younger brother had really changed. The previous boring bottle seems to have become a lot more cheerful and talkative. Unable to help himself, he lifted a glass of wine directly, gulped it down, and choked a bit. Suddenly, the wine went down his throat, burning like hell, but the taste was really strong. In the afternoon, the adults went to bed after drinking too much, and the young people in Gu Li went fishing in the pond, which was quite enjoyable. During this time, Hu Lin actually sent a message asking what Gu Li was doing. Gu Li directly sent a photo over, saying, I'm fishing in my hometown. What are you doing? Oh, it's so boring. Today was a family gathering, just going to a restaurant for a meal, and then the elders drinking tea and playing cards. I was left to do nothing, not knowing what to do. So, I found a coffee shop and played with my phone until the battery died. You're having a good time back home, fishing. I'm jealous.jpg. Guli thought about it and replied. The countryside is really more fun. Fishing, hiking, and even doing farm work are all very interesting. Especially when I was a child, I could go to the fields and surround the ditches, and then splash water to catch fish. In the winter, you can also go to the rice fields to dig loaches and eels. There's fun everywhere. Well, it's true that the air is better in the mountains. Unfortunately, I wanted to go on a trip, but Linxi had to work overtime during the holiday. I really don't know what to say. Guli was also a little speechless when she read this. Can Shen Linxi not work so hard? She's actually working overtime during the holiday. Hey, she really is a workaholic. But it's fine to think about it. After all, everyone has their own choices. If the other person wasn't a strong woman, just relying on her beauty, I don't think he would find her so interesting. Only someone who is beautiful and talented can be so attractive. Ha, your friend is really dedicated. Admire.jpg. Since Hu Lin brought up Shen Linxi on her own initiative, Guli naturally continued the conversation. By the way, she also wanted to find out some unknown information, such as habits, favorite foods, hobbies, and so on. Yes, she is practically a workaholic. Then you have to persuade her. A good work-life balance is the best. If you just work all the time, life will be meaningless. You have to pursue your career and enjoy life at the same time, so that you don't waste your youth. Ouch, you're something, aren't you? You can really talk a good talk. You two really should get to know each other. You persuade her nicely. Forget it. If you, her best friend, can't persuade her, I don't think I can. Hu Lin, on the other end of the phone, was suddenly plunged into deep thought when she heard Guli's words. Damn, does this guy really not have any interest in Shishi at all? She said all this, but he's still unmoved. Sheesh. Could it be that he's a straight-laced guy? No, the more so, the more I have to matchmake you two. Hu Lin, don't believe it, that Guli guy really is a. Looking at the phone, Hu Lin thought with certainty. Chapter 34, Everything is moving in a good direction. Guli had no idea what Hu Lin was thinking, and if he did, he would probably just keep laughing. After all, this was exactly the effect he was hoping for. The group of friends went fishing until 5 p.m., and then went home for dinner. At the dinner table, Gu Mingfeng, the uncle, also learned about Guli's plans to repair the house and the road, and immediately offered to help. His aunt, Guan Haiwa, enthusiastically suggested that they do it. Yes. Guli, your uncle has worked on construction sites before and knows a lot of people in the county. Let him find you a foreman and you can be sure of the quality. Okay, thank you uncle and aunt. Guli gladly accepted the offer. And having an experienced foreman would also help him achieve exactly the effect he wanted. As for Gu Mingyuan, he only needed to take care of the finances, food, and supervise the quality of the repairs. When Guan Haiwa heard that Guli had agreed, she was also very happy and her words became more and more polite. We are family, there is no need to speak two languages. You must not be polite with us, is that right? After saying this, she also looked over at her son and daughter. You too, you must learn from Guli in the future, understand? At such a young age, you have already achieved so much, and your future is absolutely immeasurable. I understand, Mom. When Gu Zitao heard this, he was a little speechless, but still respectfully said. He really didn't expect that things had really changed over time, and that the reversal of status had been a bit too fast. Before he could react, his brother was actually being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Gu Li. It had only been 3 years since graduation, and Gu Li had already earned a net worth of tens of millions. He really couldn't compare. Sometimes, people really couldn't compare. If they did, the gap could be so desperate that they completely lost the motivation to work hard. At this time, Gu Zitao just wanted to get his girlfriend and get married as soon as possible. In that case, he would have a beautiful wife in the system and might be able to save some face. After dinner, everyone drove home except for the eldest sister's family. However, the news that Guli had spent 1 million yuan to repair the road in front of his house to a cement road and then completely renovate the 3-story building quickly spread through the village. Many people exclaimed, "This is really a big move." There was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan, and now she is spending millions on renovating her house without blinking an eye. This is still quite a shock to this small, ordinary mountain village. After all, apart from Gu Mingfeng, the eldest uncle, who went out to work early on and then successfully found a good wife, became a contractor and made a lot of money, and I really haven't heard of anyone else in the village making more money. Now the Gu family has not only produced Gu Mingfeng, but also Guli, the younger generation, and some people really say that the Gu family has good feng shui. As a result, the people who came to the house in the next 2 days were also a bit endless. They were just trying to get close, asking for news, and seeing if they could find out the reason why Guli got rich. However, when they heard that Guli had made her fortune by investing in the stock market, speculating in currencies, and taking on projects from outside the village, they were a little helpless. They couldn't get involved in these technical things. They also heard that the stocks Guli had bought before had lost a lot of money, and she could only hold on to them and wait for them to appreciate in value. Most of this was also luck, as the company whose stock she had bought was acquired, and the stock price soared, allowing her to make a profit. Everyone was even more intimidated, thinking that they couldn't play these things, and the risks were too great. As a result, the villagers could only envy Guli. Of course, these were all half-truths released by Guli to dispel some of the villagers' unrealistic ideas. As it turned out, this strategy was very good. There was also the point mentioned earlier about having a goal, so Tao Huaiji directly said that Guli already had a girlfriend. This also dissuaded many people who wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend, allowing him to have some peace and quiet for the next 2 days. Gu Mingfeng's actions were still quick. On the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival, June 5, he brought a master over. After asking Guli in detail about his thoughts, he finally decided to start construction on June 6 and try to repair the road this month. Guli, of course, had no objection. Seeing that everything was on the right track and heading in a good direction, Guli and Gu Qiu returned to Rongqing. On the way back, according to his sister's wishes, they also took Yang Yixia back with them. This time, the other person's enthusiasm on his face had greatly diminished, and they didn't speak a few words on the way. Apparently, it was because Guli didn't go to the county to find her to hang out for the 3 days of the holiday, and she was a bit angry. After all, as a beautiful woman, she is quite confident in her appearance, but she miscalculated this time. And Gu Qiu also knew that his brother had a goal, so naturally he would not matchmake anything. Guli didn't bother to say anything when no one else paid attention to her. After arriving in Chengdu, she simply used something as an excuse and left the other person at the subway station. Standing at the subway station, she watched Guli walk away, with absolutely no grace. Yang Yixia was so angry that he could burst. It's just a little bit of stinking money. She stamped her foot angrily before walking into the subway station with hatred. Guli naturally knew nothing about this. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, from now on, there is probably no more intersection, so why care? As soon as he arrived home, Guli noticed that the money accumulation seconds were rapidly increasing, proving that Shen Linxi was at home at the moment. He couldn't help but sigh, truly a career-oriented woman, she is really dedicated. A woman like this has both advantages and disadvantages if you marry her. The advantage is that it must be very exciting to watch the usually arrogant and cold goddess submit to you. The disadvantage is that such women are generally very strong and have always been the ones to say what's what in life. Time quickly came to work time. As soon as Guli entered the company, he began to ask about the progress of the project to optimize the system. Xiang Qiwen, is the demo system testing ready? Xiang Qiwen nodded, Director, it was all set up last week. We worked overtime over the 3-day holiday to debug it, and there are no problems at all. Upon hearing this, Guli nodded, okay. Then you coordinate with the Ministry of Commerce and start submitting the bidding plan. I'll take another look at the system to see if there are any loopholes. Okay, Director. After Xiang Qiwen left, Guli opened the demo system and started operating it. This time, he also used some unconventional methods to test the system's performance and see if it could meet expectations. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the highest threshold was, which he would demonstrate to the client at the time. After a morning of testing, Guli was very satisfied with the transformation. Both the core functions and interface optimization had been greatly improved, which was refreshing. At the same time, the entire Jinduyan system had also received a huge performance boost. After optimizing his core algorithms and processes, the entire business can shorten the flow time by at least 1/3, greatly increasing work efficiency. Such results will definitely impress Huating Logistics. Not bad. Success or failure will depend on the bidding meeting on Friday. Chapter 35, Why is this guy here? In the following days, Guli and Shen Linxi were both busy with the bidding, and coincidentally chose to work overtime. However, the situation was a bit different. Shen Linxi worked overtime voluntarily, and would not leave work until 10 o'clock every day if he was not busy. Guli, on the other hand, was forced to work overtime with Shen Linxi because he wanted to accumulate money seconds. Of course, the income was still very considerable every day, which made him very happy. After all, an income of 8,000 plus yuan a day was enough to make many people prefer to leave work at 10 o'clock every day and not complain at all. During this time, the two of them had met twice on the road, and Shen Linxi was particularly curious about this guy who rode a bicycle with a helmet on. What kind of person would wear a helmet while riding a bicycle? And it seemed that the person she met lived near her, which made her quite speechless. She really wanted to lift the other person's helmet and take a good look at this guy to find out who he really was. But as a relatively reserved woman, she would not do such an outrageous thing, so Shen Linxi could only hold back her curiosity. Therefore, every time she encountered this guy Guli, she felt a bit depressed. This also caused her to drive faster and faster, and soon she left Guli behind, unable to catch up. Guli watched Shen Linxi drive faster and faster every day, and she couldn't help but laugh. Damn it! This woman is on fire, driving faster and faster every day. On Thursday night, watching the four-leaf clover disappear into the night once again, Guli couldn't help but shake her head. Could it be that the success of the Project Cloud Jumping Horse has stimulated Shen Linxi? That's why he's in a bad mood and obsessed with driving fast. If things go on like this, he'll be crying his eyes out when the bidding meeting ends tomorrow. While waiting for the traffic lights, Guli couldn't help but look forward to the bidding meeting that was about to begin tomorrow. This could be the first time he and Shen Linxi met formally, and she wondered what kind of intense sparks would fly. Time quickly came to June 10th. Guli arrived at the office early in the morning and directly gave everyone a pep talk. Good morning, everyone. Today is the day that will witness our success over the past few months, so we must be in high spirits and show our best. Then, he directly told everyone the good news. If the project is successful, I will treat everyone to dinner tonight, but of course the cost will be reimbursed by the company. In addition, next Monday and Tuesday, if anyone wants to take a break, they can take 2 days off. Plus the weekend, that's 4 days, so take some time off to rest at home. I know that last week was a holiday, and some people worked overtime for 3 days in a row. The department and the company are very grateful for this. Once again, on behalf of the department and the company, I would like to say thank you. Hearing such a humanistic remark, the people present immediately applauded and their confidence immediately increased. After all this time, everyone has also deeply appreciated the level of the new director Gu. It can be said that he is even more capable than director Wang Tai, who is nearly 40 years old. No matter how difficult a problem is, as long as it comes to Guli, there is no problem that cannot be solved. At the beginning, there were still a few old employees who, relying on their superior skills and seniority, did not take him seriously. However, after being reprimanded by Guli a few times, they immediately became obedient. Their previous problems of being arrogant and procrastinating in writing code disappeared in an instant. As a result, the entire technical department became more energetic, and the progress of the project immediately improved. In just half a month, Guli had conquered these hundreds of people, which was nothing short of a miracle. As a result, this young executive became famous throughout the company. Even the HR and administrative staff were very interested in him. Every day when they met outside, they were the focus of attention, making the other single guys envy him to death. Guli had a goal, Shen Linxi, and naturally, he couldn't care less about the company's pretty girls. This was very disappointing to many girls, and they all suspected that the handsome young man Guli was not attracted to women anymore. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Guli brought a few of his subordinates in charge of technology, including Xiang Qiwen and others, and Su Zone, in charge of business negotiations, and his entourage arrived at the Huating Logistics Park. As a leading domestic logistics company, Huating Logistics has a large campus in the suburbs. Therefore, the office building of the Southwest headquarters is also located here. For this bidding meeting, the finalists are Chen Huanji Chuang in Jinduyan Technology. It can be said that the result of today is directly related to the direct ownership of this nearly 200 million project. Whoever can win the bid will have an easier time in the second half of the year. Today's Guli, naturally, was dressed in a suit, and coupled with his handsome appearance, he was simply eye-catching. Although he didn't wear a tie like President Su, his well-fitting shirt and well-proportioned, upright figure made people feel amazing just by looking at him. Huating Logistics had an evaluation team of dozens of people. In addition to the general manager of the Southwest Company, there were also directors in charge from the Pengcheng headquarters, as well as related personnel such as finance and legal affairs. In addition, there were also notaries from the notary office. For a while, the entire headquarters building was full of people, and the large conference room, which could accommodate 300 people, was even more lively. At the round table in the middle, Guli, President Su, and the others took their seats one by one, and on the other side of them was the seat of Chen Huangjichuang. Among them, Shen Linxi's nameplate was prominently displayed, and it still said Vice President. After waiting for less than a few minutes, more than 10 people entered the conference room again. Guli turned her head and sure enough, she saw Shen Linxi walking in front of her, her tall figure practically in full view. It had to be said, with Shen Linxi's beauty, this appearance had directly stolen Guli's limelight. For a moment, countless gazes went her way. Guli even saw that several employees from other companies couldn't help but swallow. Immediately, she smiled to herself, little Mrs. Charm is really amazing. At this time, Shen Linxi was walking with the leader over there, and then she just walked in and her eyes fixed on Guli. She looked at Guli in disbelief, and her heart was in turmoil. Why is this guy here? The person next to her seemed to feel her gaze, and also looked over at Guli. Guli looked over with interest, a hint of admiration on her face, and then nodded slightly. Lao Lin, who is that guy? Shen Linxi suppressed the shock in her heart and immediately asked curiously to the side. Lin Huating looked at him and immediately said, Mr. Shen, the other party is the mysterious technical expert I told you about before. A mysterious technical expert dug up by Jin Yun, I didn't expect him to be so young. What? This guy Guli is that technical expert. Upon hearing this news, Shen Linxi's head didn't turn around for a while, and an incredible bad feeling came over her heart. Chapter 36, This is a Real Opponent. With the arrival of Chen Huangjichuang, and the arrival of the staff from Huating Logistics, the entire bidding conference officially began. The person in charge over there first gave an opening speech, and finally a vice president from the headquarters gave a speech, and finally the formal bidding process began. So, first, from Chen Huangjichuang, let's hear your bidding presentation. As soon as the words fell, there was a round of applause in the conference room, and everyone's attention then turned to Shen Linxi. Everyone present also knew that Shen Linxi was the person in charge of the entire project technology on the Chen Huangjichuang side, and naturally she would be presenting the PPT. Today's young lady was wearing a white shirt on top and baggy wide leg pants on bottom, with 5-centimeter high heels on her feet, completely dressed like a beautiful woman in the workplace. At the same time, her slender figure was also on display, and her capable short hair looked fresh and colorful. Looking at Shen Linxi, who walked up slowly, and the confident smile on her face, Guli couldn't help but look a little stunned. Indeed, such a woman is more challenging to conquer. Thank you, leaders, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to listen to our Chen Huangjichuang give a complete set of solutions. So, today, I will explain. With the sound of a lark, Shen Linxi's cadenced explanation suddenly echoed in the conference room. Guli and the others listened attentively, and the Huating Logistics people nodded slightly from time to time. Clearly, Shen Linxi's company's system did meet their needs. However, everything is afraid of comparison. Guli knew that if that was all there was, then the Jingshang system would definitely win this round. Of course, our system is not just about that. We have carried out a series of optimizations to address some of the pain points in the logistics industry. For example, regarding the accuracy of route analysis, and the optimization of some processes, reducing the business flow time. Shen Linxi continued to explain, beginning to demonstrate some of the advantages of the system, as well as some of the improvements and optimizations made for the Huating project. In this regard, it was also endorsed by Huating. After all, each industry has its own particularities. Secondary development of the software is also very necessary. As for the rest, we will continue to optimize. Until half an hour later, when Shen Linxi's explanation came to an end, followed by the question time. For a while, the scene was lively. In addition to the members of the review team, Huating also had many project managers from the front line, senior engineers, and so on. They knew some of the pain points in actual business and naturally brought them up at this moment. Shen Linxi is indeed a business expert, and he answered everyone's questions one by one, which attracted huge applause. Seeing this, Guli couldn't help but nod. Shen Linxi is really amazing, and she is truly a strong woman. Even when faced with difficult problems, she can quickly come up with solutions and never gets into a passive situation. This ability to respond is truly worthy of her. For a moment, Guli was deeply attracted by the other person's charisma. Perhaps before, Guli's favorable impression of her was mainly due to her extremely high appearance and figure, as well as systematic reasons. But at this moment, he did feel a genuine fondness for the other person. A girl like this is really quite nice. The only drawback is that her cleavage is a bit heavy. If they really get together in the future, the two of them will definitely have many disagreements and even fights over this. Guli is prepared for this. After all, a relationship between two people is a constant process of adjustment, and ultimately a balance must be reached. Shen Linxi on stage was also keeping an eye on the situation on Gu Li's side. When she saw that this guy's gaze was always on her, she couldn't help but feel a little bit of joy in her heart. During their previous meeting, the other person had shown such disdain towards her. In fact, Shen Linxi was still a little upset. Now seeing that she could also make this guy pay so much attention, her heart suddenly felt a little bit more balanced. And when Shen Linxi finished her explanation and walked back to her seat amidst the applause, she even gave Gu Li a slight smile. It seemed to say, "It's up to you to perform now." Gu Li immediately responded with a smile to this inadvertent provocation, not losing any momentum. Then, please welcome Jinduyan Technology to the stage. At the sound of the host's voice, all eyes in the audience immediately fell on Gu Li. Gu Li immediately smiled at everyone and, with a steady pace, walked to the spotlight. Leaders, and everyone at Huating, what I have brought today is the latest version of the Jinduyan system. Our system, after many optimizations and improvements, has now become an intelligent system. In the logistics industry, what restricts our efficiency is cost and failure. And if we can coordinate and optimize through software, then we will inevitably achieve great results in reducing costs and increasing efficiency. Based on the current situation of the industry, our Jinduyan system has been systematically optimized, more than doubling the overall efficiency. Gu Li explained this point, which immediately moved the people present. You have to understand that it is simply impossible for such a mature system to double its efficiency. But Gu Li directly brought it up, which proves that they must be confident. Seeing these advantages of the other party, Shen Linxi suddenly felt a tightening in her heart, and her bad feeling became stronger. She had also looked into the Jinduyan system and naturally knew the difficulty involved. If the other party had really achieved this level in less than a month, then Shen Huangjichuan was definitely going to lose the bidding today. And she, Shen Linxi, would also experience the biggest failure since starting her own business and joining Shen Huangjichuan. You have to understand that this is not a project of a few million or 100 million. Together with hardware modifications and so on, this project from Huating Logistics is close to 200 million. There aren't many projects like this in the software industry in a year. But as Gu Li explained it and demonstrated the system, everyone really came to realize it. Jinduyan Technology had really come up with something different. And at this point, everyone also learned. This major change was accomplished in less than a month by this young man in front of them. Such strength suddenly shocked everyone present. Young and powerful, he really is a talent. Shen Linxi's heart had reached rock bottom at this point. Looking at Gu Li, who was talking confidently, and the glance she casually swept over her, she instantly understood in her heart. This is a real opponent. If Gu Li continues to soar on the cloud of success, then Jinduyan Technology will usher in even more rapid development. It is estimated that in less than a year or two, it will surpass the old established Shen Huangjichuan and become the new leading software enterprise in southwest China. At this moment, Shen Linxi's gaze at Gu Li finally changed. At the same time, Gu Li finished explaining and looked at Shen Linxi. For a moment, the two's gazes collided. Suddenly, sparks flew. Chapter 37, A woman who is angry is quite good looking too. Although it was just a brief glance, Gu Li still understood the meaning in Shen Linxi's eyes. How could it be you? Obviously, for such an encounter in such a situation, it still came as a great surprise to the other party. And as Gu Li continued her explanation, Shen Linxi's heart, which had originally been 80% sure of winning, also slowly began to tilt. She already had an ominous feeling that Gu Li's company, Jinduyan Technology, would win the bid. Gu Li, of course, could not be outdone in terms of momentum, and immediately gave a light smile and nodded slightly. Why can't it be me? The unspoken meaning was, why can't it be him? He is also very good. Otherwise, where did his millions of assets and millions of dollars come from? After locking eyes, Shen Linxi also had a moment of concentration, and began to think about the next move. After all, if they lost this major project, they would have to find other projects to make up for it, otherwise the company's situation would be a bit dire. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look over at the company's President Wang next to her. At this time, President Wang also had a slightly solemn expression on his face, obviously a bit surprised at the unexpected rise of Jinduyan. Previously, when Jinduyan unexpectedly entered the final stage of the bidding, he hadn't been too worried. After all, with their strengthened brand, Shen Huangjichuan still had a good chance of winning the project. What he didn't expect was that the other party had actually made such a major breakthrough in terms of the system. It was simply a latecomer who had turned the tables on them. In that case, it seems that the company's strength and technology has indeed been surpassed. Later, I also saw Gu Li's wonderful performance, and I even became curious about him. It's true, Gu Li is too young. At this age, it is rare to be able to do such a technical procedure and become the technical director of Jinduyan. If the other party helps Jinduyan achieve a technological leap, then for their Chen Huanji Chuang, they are really a competitor that cannot be ignored. Thinking about this, he also looked at Shen Linxi and whispered, "The situation is not optimistic." Yes. I didn't expect that the other party's system would improve so much. Shen Linxi also sighed, his tone full of reluctance. The two of them glanced at each other, both filled with worry about the outcome of the bidding this afternoon. On the Jinduyan side, however, it was a different story. As soon as Gu Li arrived, General Manager Su congratulated him with a smile. "Congratulations, that was a very good presentation. It seems that we have a very good chance of winning the bid. If Huating is not stupid, they will choose us." Gu Li also nodded. "After all, we have an advantage in technology, and our price is also competitive. The biggest advantage of Chen Huanji Chuang is their stable system and strong capabilities, plus a well-known brand." "Right. If we win the bid this time, you can take the credit." Thinking about the twists and turns of this bidding, General Manager Su was also full of emotion. After all, it was the personal connections of the boss that got them into the final stage of the bidding. There was only a 30-40% chance, but I never expected such a big turn of events. It was really a pleasant surprise. Unable to hold back his emotions, he looked over at Gu Li next to him, and his respect for her grew even more. After thinking for a moment, he directly said to Gu Li, "Don't worry. I have already applied to the boss to give your technical department a bonus. In recognition of your hard work day and night, you have won this big project." Gu Li was also very happy to hear this. "Then I will take a group of people under me." "Thank you very much, boss." He also knew that this was a benefit from above for him to continue working hard on the. However, this was also something he deserved, so naturally he would not refuse anything. But he would not set any flags for himself in terms of promises. Next, the bidding meeting went into a break, and the results would not be available until the afternoon. Huating Logistics provided a rich buffet for everyone, and after eating, they could go to the rest area to wait for the final result in the afternoon. Because of the presence of their colleagues, Gu Li and Shen Linxi did not have the opportunity to communicate. Instead, Su Huai sent a message to Gu Li. He asked what the situation was and how he had become the technical director of Jinduyan. Gu Li did not explain too much. He just said to get together at the weekend and talk in more detail then. Sure enough, at 2 p.m., Huating announced the final result, and Jinduyan Technology won the project. "Congratulations to you, Mr. Su, and to this director Gu, you have indeed given us a huge surprise this time." Facing the enthusiasm of the other party, Gu Li smiled and said, "Not at all. In the future, we will still need Huatong's support to successfully complete this project." "Ha, of course. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." While the two sides were enjoying themselves, the people from Chen Huanjichuang looked disappointed. They had to admit that losing the bid for such a major project really came as a shock. Shen Linxi, in particular, was a strong woman with a strong personality who rarely showed emotion. Even so, she was a little depressed at the moment. The blow was still a bit big. After all, after she graduated, she started her own business and made tens of millions. And after joining Chen Huanjichuang, she had a series of successes, which had long made her confident and proud of herself. But this time, she had taken a serious fall, and the memory was still fresh. Looking at Gu Li over there, talking so confidently, Shen Linxi was a little angry. "Humph. What's so arrogant about you?" But in that case, she could only say it in her heart, and of course she looked cold on the surface. But compared to when she arrived in the morning, there was still a hint of frost. "President Su and Director Gu, congratulations." Before leaving, Shen Linxi still pretended to be calm and came over to congratulate him in person. Upon hearing this, Gu Li immediately turned around, looked at Shen Linxi, and laughed. "President Shen, you're too kind. I've long heard that Chen Huanjichuang has a very capable woman, and today I can see that it was indeed worthwhile to come." Upon hearing this, Shen Linxi was also quite surprised. He thought to himself, this guy is quite good at pretending. He immediately smiled, nodded, and politely said, Director Gu, you're too kind. In that case, we will meet again in the future, and I look forward to seeing you next time." Upon hearing this, Gu Li could hear the slight dissatisfaction in his words, and responded immediately. Of course. Since we are all in the same industry, we may be able to cooperate in the future. Ha, I also hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with Director Gu. Goodbye. Cooperation, cooperation my ass. Shen Linxi muttered to himself, but he nodded with a smile on his face, although the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, so if you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't have noticed. Guli also nodded in secret as he watched his bound girlfriend step out of the meeting room in her high heels, still looking cold. She was worthy of being the woman he had fallen for despite taking such a big blow. She didn't show any emotions on her face. If it weren't for the slightly raised corner of her mouth, he really wouldn't have noticed the hidden displeasure. However, Shen Linxi, who was a little angry, had a different charm. I have to say, an angry woman is also quite attractive. At that moment, the familiar voice suddenly came to mind. Congratulations to the host, you have officially met Shen Linxi in your life and work, arousing the other person's curiosity and shock, and the relationship has been able to break through, gaining a chance to enter the lucky draw. May I ask, should I start the lucky draw now?